this as you went along. Yeah. What would your advice? You've lived a lot of life, you have a lot of wisdom. What would your advice be for a young person? Right, a whole little piece of land. And just start and go from there, yeah. We used to have a really nice little cob dome. It was built at a cost of $50. It was like a kiva. It's got bits of saplings and then put clay. Beautiful. A tree fell on it. Didn't really bust it down, but it kind of hurt it enough the water started to get in. So about 10 years later, there was a lot of rock. We had to knock it down. But it was wonderful. So that's like a house you can whack together for $50, you know. And you're off and running. You don't need much more than a pointed stick. I mean, you don't need a big bankroll. I started off here, my bankroll was, I think, $500 total that I got from a season of apple picking. We bought a bunch of tools and we bought 50 pounds of brown rice, you know, packed it all into a little Volkswagen, and here we were. The whole thing we need to do is live according to the guide. And it explains all the problems we're having on Earth is because we no longer have a valid niche. Once upon a time when we were hunter-gatherers, etc., we had a valid niche. We fitted into the whole system, and then we went off on our own. But maybe the system was very communal.
Hey, Aussie girl. What's up?
Borneo. It's very communal, so that system works.
How you doing?
We're in a very tribal system. We're in a very individualistic driven culture. Has its pros, has its cons. One of the cons is how do you create these systems where there's
horrible. I feel like it's getting worse.
Like what holds it together? Because there they have God.
But I just woke up and I don't know not to say that. I'm probably fine. How are you doing?
So what do we have holding us together? I mean, religion's always been the staple for that sort of thing.
I can't drink that. Oh.
Positive definition of the primitive. I see it.
I don't know what this guy's talking about. 50 years as a hermit? That's wild. Ah, my kidneys are all effed up. Getting kicked out of here in 3 days. It's pretty stressful, honestly. Does he? Wheat seeds? Hey, rapper. Come on, Nick. Top 5 medications in the U.S. Adderall number 14. Get out of here. That's not the top 5. That's a big top 5.
Shocking footage has emerged.
What's that? Yeah, it's because I've got that bi-monthly payment. It's been the middle of every month. I wish. No, it's that court case that I had back in October or whatever.
The streets of Halifax are honeycomb.
Nice. It's only for another 2 months or whatever month, and then I gotta go back and live on the street. So I don't know. I almost feel like I should just go. Forget fighting about this shit.
So there's a meltdown going right now in the markets, and people are unable to get their money back. I want to show you guys what's going on because this appears to be spreading. So first,
in what country?
Goldman executive says private market clients glad about Iran war distraction. And apparently they had this phone call, and as you guys know, we've been talking about how AI has been melting down everything because there's a lot of software companies that are worried they're going to lose their this to AI. Basically, this is what it says. The top Goldman executive has said that banks' clients in the private capital industry are glad that they ran award providing a distraction from questions over the sector's exposure to software.
Probably a barrel.
Software companies
158 liters.
According to 3 people familiar with the call, which was titled Strikes in Iran in the beginning, Shaw remarked that some of the bank's, quote, private markets clients were just glad there's something to talk about that isn't software exposures and private credit. And this is the least a distraction from that.
Private credit.
Okay. And this is where it becomes important because people's money is now frozen. So we have this software.
Whose money's frozen?
AI, and then you have this existing
Excuse me.
Cliffwater caps payouts at credit fund as redemptions requests surge. So people want their money. Right? I keep seeing this from multiple funds. People are like, where's my money? Give me my money. And then now they're capping how people can get their money because
Is that because Epstein's
there's
dead?
too many people asking for money.
Nobody knows how to get their money back?
Private credit lender Cliffwater limited redemptions from its marquee $33 billion fund the first quarter.
That would be so wild if that was the case.
Surged to 14% of its shares. So
It's all because Jeffrey Epstein died?
the latest silent investor unease with the sector. So there's a meltdown going right now in the market for 2% by the SEC. Now here's the thing. There's a similar story that just came out also about an hour ago. And it says Morgan Stanley limits redemptions on a private credit fund. And I saw this like, oh, maybe it's the same story, but it's not. It's a different story. So these are actually two different funds. And this comes with a long chain of funds who have been limiting redemptions. So it says here, Morgan Stanley capped redemptions from one of its private credit funds, returning less than half of the capital that investors sought to cash out. It's like
Whoa.
money well, give you half, maybe the other half later.
Wild.
Seriously, this is the North Haven Private Income Fund, okay? So which has almost $8 billion in total investments, returned around $169 million, or 46% of the investors' first tender request.
Oh man.
The structure of the company.
The last time I read anything like this, it was right before 9/11.
Company was intentionally designed to balance the desire to offer investors the opportunity for periodic liquidity with the less liquid characteristics of private assets in which the company invests. Okay. Morgan Stanley wrote a letter limiting quarterly redemptions to
That's a good question.
support portfolio optimization aligned to the objective of maximizing risk-adjusted returns for investors over time.
Yeah, what's going on, rapper?
They don't want everyone pulling all of their money all at the same time because then there's no money. And they may not
I can't help it.
anyway has these funds.
Why? Ugh. Not good seeing all these. It's a memory. I can't help it.
This is now Blackstone, yet another one who was limiting redemptions. We talked before on the channel. This is how they try to defend this stuff.
Tried 6+ years ago with this idea that we could deliver a premium return to individual investors in non-investment grade credit. And we grew it, as you said, more than $8 billion of assets, $50 billion plus of equity. We delivered a 50% premium versus leverage loans, 10% a year, 8% up last.
What's going on? He goes on TV. He's trying to calm down, people because basically there's a run. They're like, hey, give my money, give my money. And you can see the stocks are like this. This is all about confidence. This is all a confidence game. Like you give a bunch of money, you pull the money, and then they lend out money to other people, and then try to make money off of that. It's all based on a lot of leverage and trust. And what if the trust is broken, and what if we're taking a bunch of risky bets on crypto or AI or whatever, right? You can see the markets and calm it down. You guys go on TV and try to calm everyone down.
Well, he's got Red Hornet Zero.
They had 10% EBITDA growth last year. We saw cash flow coverage go up from 1.6 to 1. Part of that because rates. So when we look at this, we feel pretty darn good.
And you should. So my question is, what's going on? If you can put up numbers like that and have returns like that, and at least can provide metrics on your portfolio that look to be fairly secure, why was 7.9% only?
Well, I think it's also
Which is a question, right? So like, okay, if you guys
Because they want their money.
why do people want their money? Like, why are they trying to get their money out?
Because they gotta pay the rent and shit.
So we had $2 billion of inflows. Our institutional clients, interestingly, away from this, continue to allocate significant amounts to private credit. But we've had a ton of noise, as you guys know better than anybody in the press.
This has become a story. It started with Tricolor, the first brands, which were bank-originated credits. There's a constant spin cycle. And so when that's happening, it's not a surprise that investors can get nervous, financial advisors can say, hey, I want to redeem. And for us, the key is, are we delivering performance? Are we aligned with our shareholders here? And so what we did, we said here, twice in the past, we've gone
Well, that's not good.
we wanted to deliver to the investors 100%. And we also wanted more alignment. There we put in money from.
So what's going on? While he's talking, he's trying to defend and make sure that, hey guys, everything's fine, everything's great. As you're literally watching the private credit, these type of firms, melt down, they're all going down. And I think that is a legitimate question. So if you're so great, why do they want their money out? Here's the thing. There's another guy talking about this also.
What you're seeing today is a relatively new type of vehicle that private credit lenders began to sell and attract retail investors into. And these vehicles, though, are illiquid, are filled with liquid assets.
Okay, so they started going after more retail type investors, right? Because there wasn't enough money out there in the world. Let's get a new group of people to come invest in this stuff, and it's not liquid. We take your money, we lend it out to someone else, and we don't got the money anymore. So you gotta wait. But like, what if people want their money now? And then that's why they limit redemptions. But what if there's too many people who want to get their money back? And then you got a real problem. And that's essentially what we're dealing with right now.
I'm gonna live in one of those accidental fires.
Liquid is a very fuzzy definition, I would say, and not completely accurate for how these types of vehicles work. We're going through this redemption phase right now, and so you've heard about some of the private credit lenders, these perpetual non-traded BDCs, raising gates.
I tried to light my house on fire before, it didn't work. I didn't try very hard. I took my lighter and I tried to light the table on fire like 10 times. Like sat there burning it. It wouldn't catch. Excuse me. Yeah, no doubt, eh?
Okay, if there's 7% redemptions, we'll honor those. If there's 17% redemptions, we'll honor those. So it's created a little bit of confusion. I would say we're at a watershed moment here. Let's call it a test.
I would agree that it is a watershed moment because there's too many of these things that you're hearing about these block of redemptions. And it's kind of funny how he talked about gates, because you can think of two reasons though. One is raising the gates, you can't get your money out. Then he's trying to it's more like raising the gate to protect your money from the state. It depends how you want to read it, but basically, right. The illiquidity part means you can't get your money. The idea of this thing is that you can then use that money and lend it out to other people, whatever. But again, all this stuff is based on debt. And what if someone, for example,
What was the people trying to get it out? Can you lend it to them?
to then put into something like this that is illiquid because they promise you to get a whole bunch of return on capital. It is a mess, as you can imagine here. Let's read some comments. This was kind of interesting. This is on BlackRock's thing. It says BlackRock limits redemptions at private credit fund as outflows swell, meaning more and more people want their money back. So here's some comments here. BlackRock gating redemptions is the canary. Private credit grew on the promise of liquidity premiums without liquidity.
YouTube should suck a fat one.
Now that promise is being tested in real time, and the market knows something can fix it. Watch BDC now discounts next. Get your money out fast, and it's gone. And this is actually referring to a South Africa, so it was a pretty funny one. But yeah, I mean, this is essentially what people are talking about here. Okay, here's another one. Redemption gates on a day when the labor market printed negative 92,000 K. That would be jobs. And oil hit $90. This is exactly how 2007 started. One fund gates, others follow, avoid being the last one liquid. Private credit went from 1 trillion to 1.7 trillion in 2 years with almost zero price discovery. Unwind won't. Right? And a lot of this stuff too, which I talk about on the channel, is we need consumer protection on this stuff. So maybe some of these funds, shouldn't have been allowed to invest in like retail take money from retail investors. Accept them as customers. We'll put it that way. I'm trying to figure out the best way to state this, but they're trying to expand these type of opportunities to people maybe who shouldn't be into this kind of stuff because again it's illiquid, and then when everyone makes a run at the same time, which you could argue too that maybe credit has been too easy for far too long, and this is sort of the end result. Here's more. Someone says here, maybe it's all just a big misunderstanding. They have the money, but everyone is just confused. I don't think it's that, but it's kind of funny way, right? He's probably making a joke. Now's the time to have assets outside the bank system. Just saying. Another person writes, anyone who knew about the REIT redemption back in 2007-2008 likely avoided these investments the last few years. Anyone with a brain and learned a lesson about liquidity anyway. And someone else writes, it's my money and I need it now. So that's what's going on. This is actually a major story, but again, and then that's why this story becomes important, right? Goldman is able to say private market clients glad about the Iran war distraction, because we're actually not talking about this, which is a major story. But yeah, we're talking about Iran and Trump and all that kind of stuff. When at the moment appears to be a run on these private credit funds. So I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on this. Please be careful out there, and I'll catch you on the next video.
I go back, I play other games after Elden Ring, and it's just not even remotely close. Elden Ring is a wake-up call.
And no, I'm not talking about the players. This isn't a video about difficulty.
Yeah.
That does actually come up at some point in time in the video. But Elden Ring does something incredibly unique, something very special, something that the rest of upper echelon of the video game industry just can't seem to replicate. And that's come out with a holistic, high-quality title that delivers on the player's expectations for under $70, not once, but twice.
Elden Ring, it's a feature-complete game. Imagine that.
It isn't just a great game. It's a case study on what games should be or strive to be. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about today. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree hit a peak concurrent player count of over 780,000 players. I want to point out just how absurd it is that this is a DLC expansion that's widely a single-player game that not only hit that high of a concurrent player count, but that's over 80% retention from the game's peak of its initial release, which was 950,000 players.
Think about how fucking insane that is. How absolutely fucking ridiculous it is that 80% of people came back to play a DLC that you can only get to if you beat one of the hardest bosses in the game.
To add to that,
just on Steam.
Absurdity, the official Elden Ring Twitter account posted an image announcing over 5 million tarnished have entered into the realm of shadows.
Wow.
We aren't even mentioning that according to Steam, at the time of this recording, only is like,
you keep in mind that like Dragon's Dogma 2 sold like 2 to 3 million copies, and like that game was really well received. People really like that game. This game is an expansion, and it almost doubled that.
80% of players have defeated mode to be able to gain entrance into the DLC. With now both Elden Ring and its DLC claiming top spots in Steam's top sellers, and likely the same for each platform the game is now available.
That's right.
It's safe to say that Elden Ring is a massive achievement, one that's not only worth appreciation, but study. However, it is my firm belief games industry leaders see, like, I don't even think that Elden Ring is, you don't need to study Elden Ring.
All you need to do is think about how could you make a really good game based off of the same principles that people made Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Because that's basically what happened. Is that the reason why like Elden Ring is almost like a time travel device to go back to the year 2000, the year 1995, Super Metroid, Castlevania, fucking like Super Mario World.
Have no intention of paying attention because emulating the success of FromSoft and Miyazaki require humility, talent, and vision, all things seemingly bankrupt for many of today's modern games.
I'm really happy to see a lot of games that are like Souls-like games. They are starting to get good. I think that we've had a number of really great attempts this year. Like you had No Tria. I thought that one was pretty good. Another Crab's Treasure was pretty good. Lies of P was pretty good.
but it's pretty good. Thing that I think is really well represented when we start to look back at the most influential games over the past couple of years, Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3, where when we compare these two, they become eerily similar. Yeah. You see a direct thread of unaccountable developers distancing themselves from products that they know that they can't make themselves. If you don't remember, AAA developers from both Ubisoft, I actually think that probably Elden Ring, like both of the studios, had constraints that they needed to operate under, because that's the way business is. Like, they all have to operate and exist in the real world. It's just that they were able to overcome those constraints, and I bet if you ask the guys that made Elden Ring or the guys that made Baldur's Gate 3, there were probably things that they would have done if they had more time. But it's just that the product, they don't use that as an excuse, right? The product is good by itself anyway, of course. The games dogged on Elden Ring for getting a 97 on Metacritic, and how it means that reviewers don't care about games UI. Another reviewer is going to go, my life is a lie. Yeah, it is. That sucks, right? It sucks, right? Your life is a lie. But that's just life. That's the way it is. For developer unimpressed with the graphic stability and performance, and another one from Horizon talking about bad quest design. Now, in the case of Baldur's Gate 3, we had developers take a different approach. They use their imagination, realizing that they can't make players believe that something they enjoy is actually bad. They preemptively tried to distance themselves before the release of Baldur's Gate 3, painting the game as an incredibly unique set of circumstances, unable to be repeated, and an unfair standard for future games to be compared to. Calling the game rockstar level nonsense for scope, saying baseline comparisons are a damaging thing to use, and I just love how people think that they can make the decision on what the audience likes. How do you don't get to do that? The audience does that. It's not up to you. And this, you know what I was saying before about how these developers want the reviewers to push forward narratives? This is one of those narratives. Because, like, as a customer, let me tell you something. You can have whatever opinion you want about media. Even if it's stupid, you are entitled to that opinion. You are entitled to be stupid. My personal favorite from the Diablo's Right senior designer, Chris Palzer, saying, but people too often look at the fruits of labor and not the labor itself. Same as it, you're right, nobody gives a fuck about your labor, nobody gives a fuck about how long it took you, nobody gives a fuck about how many hours you worked, nobody gives a fuck about how hard it was, nobody gives a fuck about any of that. None of it matters to anybody except for you. Why are we getting into this parasocial, weird, cringe bullshit? Why would anybody care? That's not that, like, you give a fuck about, like, you get your food from McDonald's, and it's wrong. And then the guy says, yeah, I have a headache, so I gave you the wrong order. Or are you gonna be like, oh, okay, I guess I'm just gonna eat the wrong food? No, you're gonna want a fucking refund. This doesn't work in any other fucking scenario in the entire world. Every other universe that nobody cares about how hard you work. Do you know who cares about how hard they work? Someone who's working hard on that thing at that moment in time that wants validation. Nobody else cares. It doesn't matter. Let me give you an example. Today, whenever I woke up, I had to deal with, I think, one, it was pretty good morning for me, one issue with, a number of like companies and things like that I'm involved with. Then I'm going to be streaming for the majority of my day. And I'm going to be streaming until I have a meeting later on in the evening tonight that I will have to go to. After I do that meeting, I will then have to do a follow-up meeting, probably about other things that are residual from that, and then also check in on my dad to make sure he doesn't need anything because he had some problem with his foot and everything. And so now, it's like 10 p.m. And so I've been awake ever since like 11, and I'm doing this. And this, by the way, this is what day is it today? It's Wednesday. So it's not like this is some, like, weird fucking situation. This is my life. This is my life. And then after that, I'll probably be doing other things as well. But nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. People are just like, okay, well, when are you going to be on next? Because that's what matters. Nobody wants to hear a complainer. You go to the barber, you hear the barber complaining about his job, that sucks. Like, there's never a point where this is normalized. Stop being a bitch. Like, just stop being such a fucking bitch. It's crazy.
Ever was, I guess. Same deal with people wondering why there are so few artists painting like Renaissance masters.
Yes. Wait, what? I guess same people wonder why there are so few artists painting like Renaissance. They were hated though? It's just weird. It's just so stupid, bro. The reason why people aren't painting like Renaissance masters is because it's not the Renaissance anymore. Like, that's the reason why. Is that art was a product of its time.
Yes, Chris, we are wondering where the Renaissance masters were when you released Diablo 4, a 20-year-old franchise at this point that remained in turmoil for the better part of a year. Please, tell me more about how much time and experience matter when one having great games. By this measure, Ubisoft's open-world games should be untouchable masterpieces by now with how many games that they've been making. The controversy surrounding both games prove a lack of vision and accountability. Jealous developers,
That's definitely true. I think it's a huge issue that a lot of the games have, is that they don't have a real, like, there's no internal creative locus of direction. There's no, compass that's pointing them to their North Star, and, we're going, this is what we're trying to make, right? I think a lot of times you see these games that are trying to, like, capitalize on trends, and then by the time the game comes out, the trend has been irrelevant for 2 years.
Shame that people talk about their games the way that they've been talking about Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3, but the biggest value that we received as players from this conversation was the transparent realization that these studios and developers genuinely do not understand the wants and needs of players the same as our newfound kings in FromSoft and Lariat.
I think that they do understand it, and that's why they're mad. They absolutely understand it. I don't think they're stupid. It's just that they're selfish.
Crazy. When you start to look back at some of these older conversations, you realize why the games industry is in the position it's in today. And if you look at all these developers,
it's not even necessarily lazy. I think what happens with a lot of these really big studios is what he was saying a minute ago about how, like, accountability gets displaced between so many people that when something goes wrong, it's nobody's fault or it's everybody's fault. So there's never an actual point where a person can be held accountable for a bad outcome, because those bad outcomes are shared by so many other people that you can never really fix problems.
so they're caught in the trap of thinking about things like that.
That's like a bureaucratic issue, right?
Well, the graphics, like management, scope, and overloaded UIs, when all those things are serving to do is increase their budgets and bleed their profits. No wonder these guys have low expectations for future.
Yeah, you have a UI designer, you have like all this other bullshit, like Fidelity. Like, these people, it's like they have. There's like a principle to this that the amount of time that it takes to do the work will be extended based off of the amount of time that's given, right? So like if you give somebody 10 minutes to do something, they'll do it in 10 minutes. But if you give somebody 30 minutes to do something, they'll do it in 30 minutes. I think that's what happens with these budgets. They just make bigger and bigger games, like Goldfish.
Projections of the industry. I wonder where that's coming from.
Water physics.
The funny thing is that none of those things have anything to do with the reason why Baldur's Gate 3 or Elden Ring were successful games. 5 seconds scrolling social media is going to show you why players like those games. And it's pretty simple. They're just good games. They're enjoyable. In Baldur's Gate 3's case, it was just the ability to genuinely have real choice in a video game. In Elden Ring, it's just a damn good game.
I hate how it's like, bro, like there's so many games that you can pick your dialogue option, and it's just like the character responds to what you said, and then it just continues the story normally.
And these opinions these guys throw out there just go to show that they're not playing these games. They're not playing these games with the eye of a player. They're playing it with the eye of somebody that's making their own game, and you need to change that perspective. You want to know how to make a game as successful, as incredible as Elden Ring? Well, you have unyielding vision on what you believe players want to play, what you yourself want to play. Miyazaki reveals that to us now. In a recent newsletter from The Guardian, Miyazaki gives his thoughts on game design and the current state of the video game industry. The Guardian writes, the famously challenging dark fantasy epic Elden Ring was the world's second best-selling game in 2022.
I think that the fact that so many journalists and game designers talk about the difficulty of Dark Souls and From Software games, it indicates to me that they have a fundamental misunderstanding of why people play video games. Because, like, they see game hard equals good. That's not the way it works. That was never the way it worked. But if you don't understand anything about games, that's what you would think. It's about overcoming challenges. It's about having a game that gives you the autonomy to solve problems that the game presents to you in creative ways. That's the reasons why these games are successful and why they're good. The difficulty of the game is not really a factor. It is in a way, but it's like an abstract factor of what that difficulty, like the gameplay that difficulty necessitates. Not necessarily the difficulty itself.
And the release of its expansion, Shadow of the Erdtree, last Friday, once again has everyone arguing about whether it's too difficult. Every single FromSoft developed game since 2009.
They already nerfed it. I think it's fine after the nerf. I've been watching people play the game. Holy fuck, it's bigger than I thought. Especially those early bosses. Oh my god.
Souls has inspired this discourse, and I'm not going to get into it because it's neither interesting nor particularly consequential. These games are what they are, and you can either get on board or, quite justifiably, walk away. The vision is passed down from the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, also president of FromSoft since 2014, having made his and the developer's name with Dark Souls in 2011. It's harsh, sure, but there's also an element of faith and encouragement in his approach to game design. Elden Ring and his other games trust that if you just persevere and call on other players for help, you'll triumph eventually, and it'll feel all the sweeter.
Yeah, it's like basically the game puts a wall in front of you, and you have to decide whether you want to climb over the wall, whether you want to dig under the wall, or whether you want to just get your head and just... And eventually you'll break through. You guys watch me play. That's what I do. That's the reason why the game is good. It's not good because it's hard. That's like the most surface level understanding of why these games are popular.
Miyazaki is an interesting character and one of the most influential artists in games and indeed in entertainment. He made Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People last year. I interviewed him in 2010, shortly before the release of Demon's Souls in Europe, and following his career has been one of the highlights of mine. I interviewed him again in Los Angeles recently, and it might comfort some to know that playing his games is sometimes torturous for him too. Leading up to the release of the game, I'll be very hands-on playing it and giving as much time on it as possible, he said. But after the release, I tend not to want to touch it, because I know that I'm either going to find things I left on the table or issues that bug me. And once I become a player, I am powerless to do anything significant to change it. So once a game is out in the wild, I tend not to play it. But in preparation for Shadow of the Erdtree, I played through the main story of Elden Ring. I want to preface this by saying I absolutely suck at video games, so my approach or playstyle is to use everything at my disposal, all the assistance, every scrap of aid that the game offers, and also all the knowledge I have as the architect of the game.
There's a lot of ways to beat bosses that you would never even think of. So I'll give you an example of Dark Souls 1. Capra Demon is a motherfucker. He's a huge piece of shit. Oh my god, I hate that boss, right? It's the worst. But when you go past Capra Demon, down the stairs, and then up the stairs, and you go into that pipe, there's a vendor that sells you dung pies. And if you stand in the right place, you can throw the dung pies over the wall for the Capra Demon and infect him with toxin and kill him without even having to fight him. That's right. That was not intended, though. If it wasn't intended, they would have fixed it. And also, this is what I believe. I think that games that are incredibly well designed have serendipitous outcomes that make the game better with things that were not intended. Two examples of this are getting world buffs in Classic WoW and wave dashing in Smash Bros. Melee. Truly good games, you will discover more and more good things about the good games, and truly bad games, you will discover more and more bad things about the bad games.
And open world nature of Elden Ring perhaps lowers the barrier of entry, and I might be the one who's benefiting the most from that as a player more than anyone else. Man, I love this interview, and I think it highlights something seemingly lost in games today. How many times have you asked yourself or thought to yourself whether or not the developers actually play the games that they make?
I've thought about that before. Yes.
Makes challenging games. However, Miyazaki wouldn't put the player through something if he hadn't experienced it firsthand himself. To make sure that it's enjoyable, engaging, or not too impossible.
See, that's the thing that Diablo 3 had. That's what made the people that did the Diablo 3 Inferno, like, that's what made them stupid. It's like they couldn't even beat the bosses. Like, I guarantee you, do you think that a team of people in Blizzard actually beat Acranius, Free Earth, and Sunken Temple? Do you think that at any given point in time, they played with actual characters that resulted in a boss kill of that boss? Because I don't think the answer is yes. I think they're not. The actual wasps. Yeah, exactly. And so these people just don't play their game. That's the issue. And so they don't understand what the problems are. And that's why, for example, like, a lot of these games are fucking easy, right? And the reason why is because the developers aren't good enough, they're not good enough at the games to make them hard. They're not good enough to make them hard in a fun way. So their idea of hard is like, oh, this is nightmare mode. What happens is that the mobs do more damage and they have a lot of health.
Miyazaki being the worst Souls player while being the architect and visionary behind these games. Elden Ring is one of the very few games that I can point out and say the devs have played this a lot. And there are two things that I believe proves this. Respawn Stakes of America and the lack of microtransactions. Respawning at Stakes of America save the long run-backs to optional boss encounters or wherever you last died in any boss encounter.
Like, running back to Smelter Demon was really bad. It was so fucking annoying. And then they were like, you know what else is harder with the Moose Smelter Demon? The run back. That's also harder. Fuck you. And that's what it was, Sir Alan. Yeah, exactly. It was so awful. Yeah, Bed of Chaos, right, exactly. And do you want to know why those run backs weren't as bad back then? Because the bosses were easier. Like, you're not complaining about the Bed of Chaos run back because it's a one or two-shot boss, a joke boss, who cares? So like, as soon as you figure out something, well, you make a hard boss, and then you have to run back to that over and over, now you're mad.
That far away from your last sight of grace. It's a subtle quality of life improvement, but it's necessary in a game like Elden Ring. Why do you think it exists? Likely because Miyazaki got tired of running back to where he died over and over again. It's something that would have only been realized through experience.
Well, it's not even that. It's that the way that it was designed beforehand was in the function of bosses that were pretty hard. Or sorry, pretty easy. Like, all the bosses in like Dark Souls 1 are pretty easy. And the bosses that are really hard have really easy runbacks. Like Manus, like, yeah, there's that one bitch that can shoot like the purple thing at you. And then for like Dark Souls 3, like Midir is very easy to run back to. Gale is very easy to run back to. Nameless King, you spawn right in front of them. So like, the reason why the runbacks aren't a problem in those older games, but they are more in like the other games, is because the bosses are way harder. Oh, and that's runback is terrible? No, it wasn't. You just roll one attack. Get the fuck out of here. Stop being bad.
Why does FromSoft not have microtransactions in their game? Because no self-respecting player and developer will sit and play a game and think, you know what's missing here? A way to be able to rip off the players rather than reward them for actually enjoying the game. I'm sure they love that. Sure, they could earn this set of armor by killing this unique NPC after a hidden quest line, but I think they'd rather buy it. You know, I'd rather get it as a pre-order bonus. Actually bet good money that the vast majority of the best quality life features that we've seen in games likely came from developers playing their game through the eyes of a player extensively. Exhaustively.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, people play it, they're like, this is bad, okay, let's change it. Problem solved.
Even. I realize that quality of life.
I think that video games would be a lot better now if microtransactions never got more popular. Because I think that microtransactions have led designers to make games inconvenient. Like, the first Descendant. How about, let's talk about that. New game just recently came out. There are all of these like weird, stupid things that you have to do to get different resources to upgrade your characters, like for prestiging materials. And farming them is very convoluted and annoying. However, you can buy them on the store. You just simply spend real money, you buy the currency, and then you buy the item directly with no limit. That's the way it works. So, if the game didn't have that viable option, I bet that the prestige items would be differently obtained. And I think that's where the problem is. It's that the games are being, like, you're basically being given ankle weights, and then you have to pay money to take them off. And that's the real reason why I think microtransactions are extremely, sort of like toxic, right? Like it's hostile to players. Because you're actively hurting the player in order to make them give you money. Game designers don't want that, we get forced into doing the stupid shit. I understand that, but what I'm saying is that I don't really care about whose fault it is. I'm just saying that the game is providing these experiences and I don't like it. I don't care whose fault it is. Like the designer, the publisher, the director, the developer, the fucking, I don't care. The game has this problem.
They're the flashiest of video game design philosophies, but at the end of the day, it has an immeasurable effect on a player's experience while playing a game. Seriously, it's immeasurable. The vast majority of players aren't even going to notice when a quality of life feature isn't in place. Sometimes they'll call it out, they'll see another game that has something and point to the game they're playing.
Think about what happened when everybody moved over to Final Fantasy XIV, and they saw all of the better features that WoW simply refused to have. Like, I can't raid in WoW anymore because of how much of a waste of time it is. And I didn't realize how much time I was wasting until I played Final Fantasy XIV.
Hey, why isn't that here? But more times than not, you're just going to have this general feeling of unease and frustration because the game isn't providing them with conveniences that it should. The best example of this I can give is playing a survival game. The first survival game that I played that allowed me to be able to craft out of my storage rather than just only out of my personal inventory felt like a life-changing experience.
Yeah, it's like you go back and you play Valheim without that, and it's like, I'm trying to think, you know, like, what can I even say? Like, it sucks. It just sucks dick. Like, that's it. It's not fun. Like, Power World had it enshrouded, you unlock it. I didn't like that, but at least you can get it somehow. From now on, if you can't craft from the items inside of your base and you have to actually take them out of your inventory and use them, I will consider that a dysfunction of the game because of how annoying it is. That's it. It's just fucking annoying.
Who was the one that designed the magic storage mod for Terraria? You're a saint. Look, it should be a requirement to play your own games, and I think the vast majority of developers that are out there do actually play their games, but I don't think that they're playing their games from the eyes or from the perspective of a player. They don't have that same level of empathy that's necessary to be able to understand what players are going to do. Think about how players are actually going to experience something. More times than not, they're probably hopping in there just to test what they put in.
Yeah.
They're working after all. They clocked in, so they're working. So they're just there to test what they're doing, make sure it works, and then move on. And it takes a really high level of leadership and wisdom to be able to hand down the idea of trying to play the game as a player rather than just constantly be testing it. And that leadership is something that's it's just not in this industry right now. The interview continues. I was greatly amused by the image of Miyazaki, controller in hand, tormented.
Is that true? I think that's probably true. Yeah, I would agree with him. Yeah, Yoshi, because like if they don't understand the way the game plays, then they're never going to be able to solve the problems. Like, that's why I think that if you watch a developer play a game for 5 minutes, or like if you have a developer play a game, like give them an hour of uncut raw footage of them playing their own game, and that will explain most of the problems with that game. Well, that'll explain it. There it is. Yep, the Final Fantasy 16 demo. Exactly, right?
By the very world he wrought and all its imperfections, which only he would notice. That's true commitment to his game design philosophy of improvement through failure, a creed that seems to permeate his whole life. Miyazaki is a hands-on director, and in all his games bear an unmistakable imprint of his influence. But he has also been attempting to pass down his knowledge and artistic approach to others at From Software in the 10 years that he's been its president, ensuring that they too have the room to fail.
Yeah, that's like an important component, is that like, obviously Miyazaki is great, but there are probably a lot of other guys at From Software, we don't know their names, that are also putting in, you know, probably realistically like 80, 60-hour work weeks to make sure that these games come out, and they're working their fucking ass off.
Scale, scope, everything has grown to the point where room for failure isn't tolerated as much as I think it was in the past, he told me. FromSoft has its own way of hedging risks, so to speak, in that most of our projects have a partner who's financing the project. From a business management perspective, we're not betting everything on one single project. At the same time, you have to find the right project to allow for failure, whether it's smaller in scope or scale or a small module of something bigger.
And here's a really good example of like Bandai Namco being able to do that and contextualize that. Is Armored Core was never going to be even probably 50% as successful as Elden Ring, even in the best case scenario. And Bandai Namco and From Software knew that. And they even said, because they were, and this is an interview like last year, right? They were like, we're really happy with Armored Core. Armored Core did amazing. We made this, small slice of content that is extremely good for this audience of people, and they loved it, and we're going to make more content. So like, you don't, like, every single game doesn't have to be Elden Ring level of success in order for it to be fun. Like, there's a lot of games that are, like, more niche games that are amazing. Like, just the amount of sales of the game doesn't necessarily mean the game is, like, just better.
For that. I think that's where a lot of young game developers will be challenged and will be able to learn from it.
Yeah.
Making sure you understand and identify where those pockets of failure can be allowed is how we try to grow our talent. Miyazaki views Elden Ring as a turning point for From Software. Before and after Elden Ring,
I always like, I try to do that with people as much as I can too. Is like, if I don't like telling people what to do. So if I can give somebody the opportunity to fuck up, and then learn why, why I want it done this other way, then you should do that. Because people will never learn in the same way. Like, you can tell them something, but if you let them experience it themselves, that's totally different.
There'd be a clear difference. You can see that in especially in Armored Core 6, I would say. He hopes that we will soon be seeing from other game directors at the company, not just himself. Where FromSoft is right now in terms of scale, I would say Elden Ring is really the limit.
I'm not surprised. Like Elden Ring is such a huge game. Like, I don't think you can ask for something bigger than Elden Ring. It's so huge. Like, yeah, just do another one of those.
Tap every resource and talent we have access to, scaling it even bigger. I have my concerns, perhaps having multiple projects is the next stage. Where some of the other young talent can have the opportunity to manage and direct game design for a smaller project. Man, what I love about Miyazaki's perspective here is that it goes directly against the plans and perspective of most of the AAA industry's leaders.
Which is just make Elden Ring 2, make Elden Ring mobile, make Elden Ring, for Switch, make Elden Ring for a tablet, add in Elden Ring 3, Elden Ring pre-order bonuses, Elden Ring Immortal. Yeah, it's just oh my god.
Time to look around the industry, look at different games that are being developed right now. We can easily point out one and say, so what happens if that game fails? Dragon Age and EA as an example, a game that's been in development for 10 years now, going through multiple iterations, redesigns, and identity changes, something that isn't a surefire hit anymore as they chose to reimagine what a Dragon Age game is, vaulting strategic.
It's like, look at how pathetic and fucking trash this looks like to Elden Ring. Like, look at this, and then look at this. This is a joke. You know what the funny thing is? This game's probably going to be more expensive. Like, whenever you really see side by side, you realize how bad things really are. Like, I didn't realize it until right now. This is astonishing. This is trash. Wow.
Combat and the darker themes the games used to have, trying to eye a more modern audience, obviously. A dangerous gamble, to say the least, with the games that were last released by the studio were Mass Effect, Andromeda, and Anthem. When the games industry seeks to scale itself infinitely, no wonder you have industry layoffs en masse. PlayStation, Spider-Man 2 is another example. $300 million to make, tripling the budget of Spider-Man 2018, only to sell the game to the same amount of players. The game's profits are now getting closer to the black than in the green.
It's actually, the black is good. That's just the way balance sheets are, right? Or the metaphor. But it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it still means the same thing. Yeah, the red is bad. But either way, the point is still there. You're right. Yeah, you triple the budget to sell the game to the same audience. Yeah, you probably made a bad decision there. Absolutely.
All of this infinite scaling for fidelity, scope, and design, these bobblehead CEOs scale their projects and their projections the same as the game. And
I don't even think it's the CEOs. I think that projects and teams have I think that they have just a propensity to just keep growing. Right? It's the same as like a planet will like just naturally attract like moons or like things to orbit around it through gravity. I think that the bigger a studio gets and the bigger a team gets, the bigger it gets, right? It's like a snowball effect, where it's like you're just getting more and more and more people. And like I've seen this happen in many cases. This is how, for example, Elon Musk can buy Twitter, fire 80% of the people, and the user experience barely changes. I'm sorry, but yeah, there might be more bots now. It's like not really quite the same. But if you fire 80% of the people and the product is 5% worse, I think you probably made a good decision.
Realistic. Knowing your limit before you reach it is an incredible act of humility on the part of FromSoft and Miyazaki. EA Activision.
I like Twitter better now. I think it's been improved.
Ubisoft, you know for a fact that if they had a game that was as successful as Elden Ring, they would be rushing to make the next version of it. Make it bigger, spend more, and expect better results.
Yeah, just keep upping the ante until it flops and then the studio dies.
But that's just not how games work. And I think it's something that's rarely recognized in games today. If we look around the industry, we see all the different iterations on a lot of these titles. First, when it comes to Call of Duty, it's a crapshoot whether or not you're going to be able to retain the audience that you already had, find more, find a new audience, or even retain most of the players that you had previously. And you can't keep pouring money into something thinking that you're going to get the same or better results. That's a major gamble. That's what's really beautiful about the words of Miyazaki is that he says we don't bet everything on one single game, one single project, nor should you. And I think a lot of studios that are out there do, and that's one of the reasons why so many people have been losing their jobs.
I think that with a lot of studios, that's just what you have to do, right? I mean, Larian bet it all on Baldur's Gate 3. They absolutely did. So it's not necessarily a bad decision to do that. I think the problem is whenever you're not able to like adapt the product and it stays stagnant. That's where the real issue is.
And what's particularly incredible about the success of Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3 is that players are going to be coming back to buy these games not because they're looking for Baldur's Gate 4, not because they're looking for Elden Ring 2, because they want to play a FromSoft game, because they want to play a Larian Studios game.
This is something that used to be true with Blizzard. It's like I played Overwatch because it was made by Blizzard. I played Diablo 3 because it was made by Blizzard. I never played Diablo 2. And like game studios used to be so good that you would buy a game based off of that. Or based off of a franchise. Like, oh, a new Command & Conquer came out. Well, it's going to be good. It's Command & Conquer. Of course I'm going to play it. It's not even a question.
something that's been lost. There are studios that players are still doing that with today, but that used to be a lot of these industry leaders. I remember the days where I used to look up, oh man, it's an Activision game, I know that's going to be a banger.
Exactly, yeah, that was a long time ago.
Oh, it's going to be an EA game, that's going to be a solid game, but we don't think that way anymore because these studios and these leadership
Well, we
these
do think that way, it's just we're not thinking that way about Activision. Like we're talking about thinking that way about From Software. Like it very clearly, it's still the case. And like I would even say like a new Legend of Zelda game or a new Final Fantasy, like a numbered Final Fantasy game, like whenever Final Fantasy 17 comes out, I'm gonna play it because it's Final Fantasy 17. Like there it is. So that still exists. It's just that a lot of companies have burned that goodwill.
Companies have gotten so far away from the player that they don't even recognize what we look like anymore. Now, closing out the interview, Miyazaki mentioned something that's rather interesting, saying that this is the end of Elden Ring for now, but also that he wouldn't mind seeing what someone else could do with the lands between in their medium. I don't see any reason to deny another interpretation or adaptation of Elden Ring, a movie, for example, told me. But I don't think myself or From Software have the knowledge or ability to produce something in a different medium. So that's where a very strong partner would have to come into play.
That's what Riot did with Arcane, and it definitely paid off. Arcane was massively successful.
Build a lot of trust and agreement on whatever it is we're trying to achieve, but there's interest for sure.
Now, very much not. I think with games like Elden Ring, Elden Ring is more anime than anime. So don't fucking make this live action. I feel like most live action fantasy stuff is garbage.
Love the idea of an Elden Ring TV show or movie. I think the only one that's capable of doing it justice would be Peter Jackson. I mean, basically, you're going to need something Elden Ring level to be able to compete with Elden Ring.
Guillermo del Toro could make an incredible Elden Ring movie. I think it would go so fucking hard. Oh my god. It would be disgusting how good that could be.
The real takeaway is Miyazaki saying, we are done. And FromSoft deserves to say that. Near the beginning of this video, I brought up how it requires unyielding vision to make a game as great as Elden Ring. And that relentless vision and identity of who and what FromSoftware is as a studio and what games they aim to make is the real wake-up call for this industry. I want you to keep in mind that players and reviewers lamented about the game's difficulty at launch, and even now again with the DLC. Just recently, Bandai Namco responded to the players, telling them to just go level up their Skadoo Tree blessings.
Yeah, and they buffed it, so it's fixed, right? It's fucking fine. It's fine. Like, people get mad about this shit. It's like, yeah, and to be fair, like, I think, for example, I think the Ghost Flame Dragon, I think this fight sucks. I think it's a shit fight. I think Elden Ring really fucked up with like the damage multipliers for dragons. Because the most effective way to fight dragons is standing under their feet and hitting them. And I think that they should have done the damage multipliers like Nadir instead, where hitting the head was so much more advantageous that you were stupid not to. Personally.
Sure, there's going to be some day one balancing or performance issues. FromSoft doesn't run around trying to save face. They just continue to work and give the game time to breathe. Players love the feel of playing a FromSoft game because they don't resort to now standardized practices of hand-holding that much of the industry relies on. They are going to lead
you. Want to know why the games rely on hand-holding? This is going to be kind of something that I don't know if people agree with this or not. I think that you need hand-holding whenever you don't have time to design the game well enough to teach it intuitively. I think the reason why they have that hand-holding is because they can't design the game well enough to communicate those ideas without them being overtly stated. It's another reason why hand-holding games are bad. It's because if you can't design a game to where people can play it and enjoy the way it's played, then guess what? You probably can't design a good game either. It's a crutch for bad game design. It's the same as like yellow paint, shit like that. Like, you don't need to have yellow paint in Elden Ring because it's fucking obvious. FromSoft's expectations is that you, as a player, will play the game, and they trust that you are going to have the ability to find solutions to challenges and use the tools provided on your own.
Yeah.
There's something to be said about having faith in the players. I've said this in the past or in previous videos, but leadership, having faith in the players is like, it's not even necessarily having faith in the players, it's about giving the players the tools to solve the problems themselves. Because like there are some games that should have had hand-holding. Like for example, First Descendant. There is no intuitive reason why a player would know that there are 3 different ball mechanics that visually look the same, but have 3 different types of design. For example, there's a ball mechanic where all of the balls need to die at the same time. There's a ball mechanic where they need to die in the order that they respond in, and there's a ball mechanic where there are rotating invulnerability fields on the balls and they just need to die, period. A normal player would not be able to intuit that design. However, if you compare that to Monster Hunter, if you hit the boss's tail, then the tail comes off. And then the attack that it does with the tail doesn't hit you because it doesn't have a tail. It's obvious. Bad signposting? Yeah, it's just bad design. Really what's lacking in most of the games industry. When I look at a game like Elden Ring, when I play a game like Elden Ring, I can feel its respect for the audience. I can feel like I'm playing a game that's made for me. And that's a rare feeling outside of a few select releases. And
That's a huge factor. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I feel like a lot of games that come out now, I'm not the target audience for those games. Like, I'll look at, like, the way the characters talk, like, the story, it's just fucking, like, garbage and cringe. It's so annoying.
Today. Why is it so rare? Because the vast majority of the industry doesn't have the presidents and CEOs of their companies being people that worked as directors or developers of their games. There is less vertical promotions and more outside hiring. As the video game industry
used to be really good at, like, inside hiring, like, growing developers was Blizzard. Blizzard used to be huge with this.
Begins to fuse with the entertainment and tech industry, placing all these different marketing minds and career CEOs into these positions of leadership. There is a unique insight that's lost that only comes while working in the trenches. That customers aren't just customers, they're players. You're not selling a product, you're selling an experience. Experiences have identities. They can't be made for everyone. And you have to be okay with serving a target audience.
That's the other big issue, is that games that are made, quote, for everyone, end up being watered down and so garbage that nobody wants to play them. And I think the reason actually why they make games, quote, for everyone, is because making a game for everyone can create a target audience that they can maybe make their $100 million back from. That's the real reason. It's because they have to paint with such a broad brush or like cast such a wide net because of how much money they spent on the game. So they can't afford to cater to an audience because of how many people they need to sell this game to.
And not trying to grow your audience infinitely. More games today are released with a lack of identity. More leadership is questioning how to make more money, and their only response is to appeal to a wider audience. However, the broader that audience, the more diluted that experience, and the less likely you are to make a game that leaves a lasting impact on players. You have to be okay with leaving some of them behind. We crave impact. We crave games to
Yeah, there's plenty of games that like they come out and they're not super great, and it's like, okay, I'm just not really interested in this game, it's okay. It's like a lot of people didn't play Armored Core 6, but for the people that did, they enjoyed it a lot. And like that's how you build like your base of players.
Those games that have an identity, a unique experience that we know that we can only get from that one studio. The more watered down your games become, the less recognizable they are. Players know when they're playing a FromSoft game because only FromSoft makes games like theirs.
It's because it's good, right? I mean, that's the reason why. I don't think people really care about that, but it's just that other games that are like Elden Ring, there are a lot of these games, even the really good ones, where there's like certain just like fucky behavior. I don't know how I can describe this in a good way. Basically, the way the game is designed there are a lot of like weaknesses in like how the characters interact with the mobs. There's like bugs, right? It's janky. It's like you have like Inotria. Like I like the game, but the attacks did not even feel 10% as good as they do in Elden Ring. It just didn't. It wasn't the same. That's why they had the illusion release Armored Core 6 selling almost 3 million copies in a month and a half after its release, whereas Armored Core 5 only sold 400,000 copies. FromSoft has a reputation. FromSoft has integrity. FromSoft knows their players. You know, still to this day, I vividly remember the first time that I played Demon's Souls. Right when it first came out, played it on PS3, and I remember sitting there thinking, this is the first time I played a game where it felt like my imagination just spilled out onto the screen. Whether it was some of the older anime that I had watched, or Berserk, or whatever it might be, it was my imagination realized. It was the first game.
I felt that way playing Dark Souls 1. I felt like I was playing a game that I grew up with. Because like nowadays, I think that there are so many immersion breaks that games have. Like, oh, you open up the game and then there's like an advertisement for joining a Discord, or there's a, Battle Pass promotion or something like that. Whereas whenever you open up Dark Souls 1, there's this start game, load game, settings, and an exit game. That's it, right? And I think that that's one thing that a lot of people miss out on, because all of those little things inside of games make them less immersive. And I'm not saying every game has to be immersive, but the older games remind me of when that was the norm. That I felt was the closest to perfection that any game had ever been before. And the reason why is this is something that took years to be able to kind of figure out, is that even after all the different Souls games, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, there's a certain level of sincerity in their game design. Yeah. They know what they're trying to make. They know who they're making it for. And they know themselves what kind of games they like. And some of that does come down to knowing that you're going to end up turning off a wider audience. And you have to be okay with that. You have to be able to prepare for yourself. The thing is, like, Elden Ring was intended for a massively wide audience. Like, I don't really think that's even entirely true. Like, Elden Ring was a pretty easy game in a lot of cases. Like, even the DLC is easy. If you know everything about the game, like, I know like 80%, 70% of the stuff in Elden Ring, the game's fucking easy to me. Because I know all the different ways to solve problems. So the idea that like making a game challenging that doesn't have an I win button easy mode is like that makes it inaccessible, I think that's ridiculous. Because those types of people never gave a shit. You mean the cheese? Well, yeah, of course. Absolutely, yeah, there are a lot of tools and I can use that and I win. Absolutely. If FromSoft truly cared about its players, they would announce Sekiro 2. Yeah.
We're a company for those kind of things. And that's one of the things that he brings up, where he's talking about how they prepare themselves for failure, because they don't know if things are going to work, but they know who they're trying to make that game for, and that's the most important thing. Helldivers 2 CEO had said it best before. A game for everyone is a game for no one. And I think that Elden Ring proves that there is a wide audience, a massive audience for games that have a strong identity, know what they are, but can still be able to make themselves a little bit more accessible. Sure, it may not be as hard or as difficult as some other Souls games that are out there, but it's a game that proves that it's not about being hard, bro. Like,
that's why I always like, that's why I kept like, I kept talking about this with Elden Ring. And that was my criticism. Like, I criticized the DLC because I was worried that like From Software would start designing the game, and I guess we'll have to see whenever they make the next version of that, right? Like, don't start designing the game for people that have played every single other game, because at that point, that means that you narrow down your target audience, and now it's like, it's only meant for those people. But I think the reason why Elden Ring was so great, and why I thought it was such a huge success, is that From Software had an audience of people that had probably played every single one of the games that they had made, and they knew every boss and every mechanic, and they could have made Elden Ring 5 times harder. Absolutely. And those people still would have played the game, and they probably would have liked it as much. But they made Elden Ring accessible to new players, and I think that was incredible. Because what happened, like, think about like with WoW. Like WoW, now they just make the dungeons and the raids harder and harder and harder.
because they're appealing to a player base that's so good that those players keep getting better at the game, whereas the average players stay the same because they're cycling in and out. Like these are people that still only have 10 hours of gameplay. Yeah, they lost a lot, yeah. And Elden Ring did not do that. And I think that was one of the big reasons why it was so successful. It's because it was accessible. This idea that games need to have an easy mode to be accessible was ridiculous.
Have an idea of the audience that you're trying to make a game for. Sometimes it can reach even higher than that. The game has to be sincere. The game has to be, it has to have an identity. And Elden Ring does. Yeah, it does. From Software does. And I feel like that's probably the biggest wake-up call of all. Is that the vast majority of the industry just doesn't seem to have much of an identity anymore. I don't know who they're making games for. They're making games for everybody, but not everybody's going to play these games. No. Not everybody even plays games to begin with.
And does Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, they don't have difficulty sliders, do they? Like, it's not like you start the game and you choose easy or hard, right? No. But I guarantee you that if I played one of those games, I would play it on easy mode. Because I bet that there are ways that you can solve problems in that game that are creative, that make the game a lot easier. Absolutely. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you guys for watching this long. If you guys did watch the video, think about liking, subscribing, sharing the videos to everybody else. This is a good video. And just hit 80,000 subscribers. It's only been a year, a little over a year since I started making videos, so that's wild, actually. That's wild. Yay, pats on the back. Claps for you guys for joining. Thank you so much. I guess it's the road to 100K. Let's give me that check mark and the silver plate. Oh yeah, like there. Right there. Yeah. But it'll always be here. Aw. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. I will see you guys in the lands of shadow. And then go play some more Elden Ring. Peace. Yeah, it's actually crazy how good that game is. Like once a week, if not once a day, recently because of the DLC, I would think about Elden Ring and how good the game is. And about how is it possible that this game was made? Nowadays, yeah, same, exactly. And it's like, I think that giving players tools to solve problems is so much more fulfilling than giving players sliders to solve problems. And a lot of games now, like, they need to have hand-holding because they can't design the game to be intuitive. They have to make easy modes and hard modes because they can't teach the player how to play the game or motivate the player to get better at the game. It's like whenever you really think back and you view these things through a different lens, you can see how a lot of these newer games, the reason why they have these problems is completely self-inflicted. It's because they don't really know what they're doing. And yeah, it's more HP. Like, dude, I'm gonna be honest. Like this Dragon Quest video. Man, I felt like I was watching a phone game. I did. Like, look at this, and look at this. It's like it's a fucking phone game, man. It's not even remotely close. Dragon Quest is it's just. What are your thoughts on the DLC? I thought the DLC was good. I think that some of the attack, the bosses are like super aggressive, but they already like the thing is the changes they made with the tree buffs. I think they did a lot. Because like I've watched people play Elden Ring, and I feel like people are taking like especially early on that they're taking like 30% less damage. It was huge. A DLC raised the fucking bar. Yeah, bro. Absolutely. It was like a third the size of the base game. You're beating the DLC a second time, having collected everything, I'm finding myself wishing that there was more and hoping for more. Well, there will be. There'll be mods that'll come out and they'll augment the game and add more of them. Do you prefer Elden Ring over Sekiro? I do. I like it more. It's not like this is a personal opinion and like I like games that are puzzles, and I feel like Elden Ring to me is like a puzzle, and Sekiro is more like a dance. Where it's like in Sekiro I have to do the thing, and in Elden Ring I can do a lot of different things. And I like being able to solve problems that way. Yeah, both are amazing games. Yeah, exactly. Under watching all the new boss tier list. Oh yeah. I do boss tier list for DLC. I already did actually. Tears of the Kingdom has puzzles too. That's way more than a third. Base game has 15 remembrances. DLC has 10 plus fail. Really? Maybe you're right. Yeah. I mean, some of the bosses in the DLC, to be fair, are like they're just added old bosses. But still, I don't know, man. I still think it's pretty good. Like the DLC is massive. It's like a third and a half. Yeah, it's really big. I've done the expansion size DLC on console before with the PS1 with the original Armored Core. Yeah, I never played the original ones besides that. I was in New Game 6, I was pissed it was more difficult, should have felt overpowered. Yeah, but you're in New Game 6, right? I mean, that's kind of what you get. I mean, you do that, that's just the way it's going to be. Standing with the Great Shield is not solving, it's cheating. If you think that's cheating, then get ready for me to play it again with the new build. And if you think that's cheating, after that, I'm going to play it again with the new build after that. And it's going to be even worse. Bro, like, that's what I do, man. Because to me, like, I don't, it sounds weird, but if I beat the game in the way that the game developer intended, I don't feel good about beating the game. Because I feel like I am a robot that has just been trained to perform a function. So like, dodging every attack perfectly and playing really well doesn't matter to me. I don't care about that. Because like, it's just a game, and like, I don't care about being good at the game. But I do like the problem-solving aspect of it, and that's what motivates me more. Using a shield isn't intended. I don't think that they intended it to be that good. I don't. I don't think that they thought it would be that good. And I guess we'll find out, right? Space Marine 2. This is actually pretty funny. I'm glad to see people calling this stuff out.
I can't believe it. A Space Marine 2 developer just stepped forward and just gave away the secret on how to make a successful game. Get this. Imagine that. Just make a good game. Yeah. You know, with as many failures that we've seen in AAA, I'm surprised that none of these companies haven't just folded. Beg for mercy. Gamers! Gamers! I'm so sorry! We need your money! We're going broke! The funny thing about this is that this was recorded before yesterday, which was when the Concord studio shut down. We're gonna go back to doing what we were supposed to be doing in the first place. We've seen colossal failures to epic proportions, likely to the tune of billions of dollars wasted over just the last couple of years, and this year's not even done yet. Yeah, the video game companies are fighting against inflation by deleting hundreds of millions of dollars systematically by making terrible video games. You Dragon Age. It's such a good time to be a gamer. The best games are succeeding, the worst games, the soulless attempts at stealing our money are falling flat on their face. Developers are out there pushing back against society touchers and focusing on making great games because that's what matters to players. Imagine there are those that are out there that just don't understand what's going on. They don't see the differences between games that succeed and games that fail. They don't understand what it takes to make a successful game. Well, lucky for them, Space Marine 2 developer has stepped forward to shed some light. But before that, today's sponsor. New World Eternum just launched on consoles and it's already making waves. It's available now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PC. If you love action RPGs, then this is something that you're not going to want to miss. Set on the island of Eternum, this world is filled with mystery, danger, and endless adventure. How is New World doing nowadays? Skill-based, real-time. How many people are playing it? Swords, guns, and even sorcery. Whether you're exploring solo or teaming up with friends, it's your choice how you want to play. Without a strict class system that's weighing you down, you can fully customize your players how you want. It's all about how you equip and upgrade your 37 responsibilities to shape your own playstyle. In the world of Eternum, you can swim so much to explore, from stunning landscapes to the very
I forgot all about that.
you look for hours. Best part, crossplay means you can join forces with your friends no matter where they're playing, PC or console. And if you're into PvE or PvP, New World Eternum has your back. So what are you waiting for? New World Eternum is available now. Go grab it on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, or PC, and dive into the adventure. It's been a rocky couple of years for the AAA industry. Ubisoft has completely collapsed collapsed upon themselves, unable to turn a profit since Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Xbox's Redfall failed, and Starfield didn't connect with their audience. Sony stumbled all over themselves, Helldivers, and brought us some of the best months of memes with Concord. But I want to make something clear. There will always be games that fail. Market conditions change.
But the thing is that nowadays, when the games fail, it's like back in the day, a game that fails is like just like a firecracker, and it's like pop, okay, it's gone. Now it's like a grenade. It's $100 million bomb that just blows up, and it takes the entire studio. Oh, sorry, a $400 million bomb. Yeah, it blows up the entire studio. Exactly.
Taste change, trends die out. There are a lot of reasons outside of a game being categorically bad that can cause it to fail. And while those outside factors may be the case with some games, I don't think it's the case for many of the games we've been seeing today. Recently, in an article written by Wesley Ian Poole of IGN titled Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 devs says big budget games are failing in part because teams are overscoping their projects.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Teams are focusing on the hair physics rather than the game feel. Oh, look how the water moves. Oh yeah? Look how my character moves. That's the problem.
Great games do well. Wesley spoke with Saber Interactive Chief Creative Officer Tim Willits about the issues that the game industry is facing today and the success of Space Marine 2. Wesley writes, Concord, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Star Wars Outlaws, Final Fantasy 16, the list of big budget video game failures is growing longer each month.
It sure is.
Publishers struggling to make a dent in the dominance of older, more established players in this most brutal of markets.
Well, okay, so we can go back here. Final Fantasy 16 was a big budget failure? What? It didn't sell well? Solely because it was on PS5? Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, it's fair to say, like, because Square Enix, you're right, I remember the investor report, and they did say that it didn't sell well. However, I think that's also compared to, like, other mainline Final Fantasy titles. And on top of that, like, I think Final Fantasy 16 not selling well is in a completely different universe than Concord not selling well. Or Suicide Squad not selling well. And also, like, established IP? No, fuck that. This is an established IP, this is an established IP, Final Fantasy is an established IP. The only non-established IP is Concord.
Markets. Throughout it all, massive hits have come out of nowhere. One of those is Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, developed by World War.
Any argument that you can make for Concord being popular, or, like, you know, having anything stacked against it, is immediately deleted by Deadlock.
Proceeding and SnowRunner Studio, Saber Interactive, and published by Focus Entertainment. Of course, Space Marine 2 benefited from the strength of the Warhammer 40K brand, which has been carefully managed by Games Workshop and is about as big as it's ever been. True, but still, Space Marine 2's breakout success came as a surprise even to its developer, as Saber's chief creative officer Tim Willits told IGN in a recent interview. As the video game industry comes to terms with high-profile failures of the likes of Concord and Suicide Squad, what enabled Space Marine 2 to succeed? Both Concord and Suicide Squad took years to develop at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, and launched into genres some say gamers had long since moved on from. It is Saber's biggest ever video game undertaking. It took 4 years to develop, a significant cycle as far as AAA production goes, although, as we've seen with Concord and Suicide Squad, hardly an outlier. Indeed, we've seen huge hits from video games that have had similar long developments. Arrowhead's Helldivers 2, the fastest selling.
I honestly think that, like, Wukong is an original IP. Yeah, I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, like, Journey to the West is an IP that's not really established and known inside of a Western audience. And I think that established IP matters, of course it matters. But to say that Space Marine 2 wouldn't have been popular if it wasn't Space Marines, I think that's crazy. The reason why Space Marine 2 was really popular is because it was an Xbox 360 game that came out in 2024. That's the reason why. It's that it is a game that doesn't overscope itself. It knows what it is. It knows what it's not. It delivers a narrow type of content, and it does that content extremely well.
I think that's why Space Marine 2 popped off so hard. PlayStation. And also, like, that's why, like, when they make new content for Space Marine 2, a lot of people will probably come back and play it. Because it's easy to get into. It's intuitive in a lot of ways. And I think also, like, the complexities of the game are easy to understand. This game of all time took just shy of 8 years to develop and at significant expense. It is an oversimplification to say that Concord and Suicide Squad's long development were the root cause of their failure, although they clearly played a big part. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Baldur's Gate 3 was in development for a really, really long time. So was Elden Ring was in development for a super long time.
I don't, yeah, I think that's, it's another fucking cope, man. I think it's a fucking cope. One of the biggest issues that the games industry is facing today is the fact that they are listening to journalists and analysts rather than the players. That's a fucking fact. That is so fucking true. Absolutely. Listening to people, like, this is the problem. It's like, you know what really was sad to see is when the Ubisoft CEO quoted the Metacritic scores from critics and not actual players in being like, I don't know why we aren't succeeding. Well, maybe because you're listening to people that aren't your customers. These people are telling them what they want to hear, and that's why they keep making the same mistake over and over again. You're bringing up Final Fantasy 16 in the same conversation as Star Wars Outlaws, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, and Concord? Are you out of your mind? That game sold 3 million copies in its first year. Well, it didn't meet Square Enix's financial target. You're not talking about the fact that those targets were put in place because they were trying to make up for the losses that they incurred on Foam Stars and Forspoken. Ooh, I forgot about Forspoken. Also, like, here's another really important thing. I actually think Space Marine 2 and Final Fantasy 16 are very similar. Final Fantasy 16, I wish that it had a lot more scope to it. It's kind of like the same criticism that I had of Wukong. That I wish, like, it had more of an open world environment. Like, kind of like Act 3 was, like, way more open world than Wukong. I wish that Final Fantasy 16 had more to it. And I think that, like, Space Marine 2, I felt the same way. It's like, I wish there was, like, more to it. But that was it. Everyone forgets about it. I feel like they just say things to get more gossip. Saying that Space Marine 2 was successful because of Warhammer, the vast majority of people that bought that game had no background with Warhammer before. They said the same thing about, I think that that's probably true in a lot of cases, but every guy that I know that's played Space Marine 2 is a guy that's a Warhammer fan. And I also like the idea that if you make a game that's a love letter to the fans are going to buy the game and they're going to love the game. You don't need to always just keep making your audience bigger and bigger. Just make a game for the audience of people that love those games, and everybody's going to be happy. It's that simple. Baldur's Gate 3, because we all know how much everybody loves Wizards of the Coast. Come on, of course. And what is with this idea that the more money that's spent on a game and the longer its development is going to have any impact on how the market perceives a game? With Concord, if they developed that game for 2 years or 20 or spent $10 or $10 billion, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, I also think that if Concord had released before Overwatch, Concord would have also been seen as garbage even then. I don't think that, like, this whole idea that, like, oh, because there's Overwatch, Concord isn't popular. No, I think that even if you had that, Concord still would not have been popular. Like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, it was a bad game, nobody wanted to play it, and nobody was ever interested in it. Saying that it has something to do with players moving away from a genre. Well, if that was the case, then why did Concord fail? If that was the case, then why was Baldur's Gate 3 a game, a necromancer of a fucking game that resurrected an entire genre of games with CRPGs out of fucking nowhere? I don't want to get, it's just such a bunch of fucking bullshit. Shut up! Block succeed. I just don't understand why game developers and games journalists don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. They see the culprit. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode. They just feign ignorance over it. You're making games that players don't want. You're targeting audiences, though it's a minuscule demographic of actually active out there buying games in the first place. You're targeting that audience. You're targeting audiences that don't even play video games to begin with. And while I applaud you for wanting to be inclusive, you're selling skis in the desert. What do you expect to happen?
You can, yeah, you want to make a video game, and you want to make a PC video game that's an action combat Souls-like game. You're going to have a lot of dudes playing that game. You're going to have a lot of guys playing that game. That's just the way it is. Desert skiing. I actually have seen some guys doing like desert, like surfboarding. That was pretty cool. And the best part is, you're spending a lot of money doing it. Wesley continues with, this week, Epic Games boss Tim Sweeney said that the games industry is going through what he called a generational change that's led to some games failing to sell as well as the publishers had hoped. One of the manifestations of that change we're seeing right now is that a lot of games are released with high budgets and they're not selling as well as expected, Sweeney said, whereas other games are going incredibly strong. What we're seeing is a real trend towards players gravitating towards big games where they can play more with their friends.
I think that's also true too, and this is the issue with live service games, is that there's like a live service video game entropy that happens, where when a live service game begins to lose popularity, that popularity then begins to be a reason why it loses popularity. And so it begins a vicious cycle in growth and also in decline. I think that World of Warcraft is a great example of that, with like the rise of like BC and Wrath and Vanilla. And then also it's a great example of that with the decline in WoD.
Foreshadowing in single-player games, or at least their sustainability as AAA projects. Yes, Space Marine 2 and Helldivers 2 were boosted by their co-op play, but single-player games continue to sell record numbers. Just look at From Software's Elden Ring and Game Science's Black Myth Wukong.
Well, those are actually two like super high-end examples. There's two other examples that are more low-end. Metaphor Refantasio, tremendous success. Another success recently was that one, what was I thinking? Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 also sold over 3 million copies, and that was like 6 months ago. Or like 3 months ago. Grand Blue Fan. I don't know how well. Sparking Zero is not a single player game. Silent Hill 2? Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about that too. And also look at Final Fantasy VII. Rebirth. Sparking Zero sold 3.5. Sparking Zero sold 3.5 million copies on the first day. Is that true? Bro, there are so many guys that grew up playing Dragon Ball Z. Fucking undefeated. What a surprise. Yep.
Predominantly single-player games. Willett said, speaking to IGN, Willett said that the problem isn't necessarily that AAA games take to develop and thus launch into already abandoned genres.
Bullshit.
Total bullshit. Believes AAA developers are trying to overscope their games, which in turn means they fail to do any one thing brilliantly.
I think also like the overscoping of the game necessitates them to make that money back in ways that diminish the gameplay experience. So, for example, if you make a really expensive game and the market price is basically $60 or $70, that's it. Like, you can't charge $90 for a game. So what you have to do instead of that is you have to add in microtransactions or other types of advantages that damage your reputation and hurt the release of the game. And so that's what I think happens in a lot of cases. Yeah, deluxe editions, early access. I mean, Space Marine had early access, to be fair. But like, in a lot of those cases, that's what happens. And so you have like the overscoping, and then the fact that the overscoping creates a necessity to like add in excessive monetization.
Space Marine 2, Willis explained that Saber made sure to nail the core combat and
Sorry, I hate pausing like this, I always do. I apologize. But I wanted to say also, Grand Blue Fantasy Remake is another great example of a game that does one or two things so extremely well that it's a phenomenal experience, but it doesn't overscope the game in any capacity. It's a narrow experience, it's extremely well designed and very fun.
For Space Marine 2, Willits explained that Saber made sure to nail the core combat and kept a handle on the scope of the game. So much so that some have praised it for rekindling memories of the Xbox 360 era of action games.
Absolutely.
It's not necessarily that.
Yeah, I feel like if you took two circles and like there's a circle of Space Marine 2 enjoyers and guys that grew up playing Gears, you would have one circle. Let's be honest.
It's moved on because great games will always do well, Willits said.
Yeah.
One of the things that we try to do at Saber, and this is part of my job as creative officer of all teams, we have a core belief that what you do every second and what happens when you push these buttons and that core gameplay loop is so critical. So we thank you. This is the only thing that matters. Not how the water moves. Look at the trees. You can pet the squirrel.
Nobody gives a fuck.
We focus on the moment-to-moment interaction in the gameplay and the feeling you have. And then we adhere to our core pillars like be the ultimate Space Marine, melee, range, swarms, that's it. And a lot of teams throughout development will overscope their games. They look at other games that just came out and say, oh, we have to do that. Let's add this. We gotta do this. And they lose focus on that core, what actually makes the game fun. We're not in Space Marine 2 doing things like that. Well, the swarms are new technology, but there isn't some revolutionary gameplay mechanic no one's ever seen before. There are gameplay mechanics that people are familiar with, but we do it really, really well. And we execute really, really well. Man, I love that he brings up scope creep because I think it's one of the more observable truths that we have when we look at the collapse of Ubisoft. Year over year, as they continue to release the exact same titles, they've continued to pollute the core experience of why players were playing those games in the first place. Look at Ghost Recon as an example, a game that started out as a third-person.
I think that Assassin's Creed is probably the best example of that, where like I think that they've kind of overscoped Assassin's Creed in a lot of cases to where it no longer delivers the original fantasy that I think it was intended to deliver. Like, I really want to go back and play the Ezio, like, Assassin's Creed games and play Black Flag.
Competitive shooter with campaign back to the roots, they suffer from constant shifts in approach and gameplay. Before vaulting the competitive shooter portion of the franchise entirely after their attempt to make a pay-to-win, free-to-play Ghost Recon Phantom, and ultimately turn it into an open-world pseudo-looter shooter.
Speaking of Ubisoft, did you guys know they released the blockchain game today? I didn't get a chance to talk about it because I was just busy looking at other stuff. But, you know, yeah.
Assassin's Creed has gone through these same issues, losing its identity, gaining RPG mechanics, and turning more of it into an action game than a stealth game. What's happening to these studios is a textbook case of identity loss, caused by chasing trends instead of refining the things that made their games great in the first place, or, in the case of some of their new IPs, copying their competition without finding their own identity.
I think also the identity loss comes from the fact that the people that created the identity for the original company are no longer part of the company anymore. The identity loss, it's like the ship of Theseus, right? Like if one board is the same, which is the name of the company, but everybody in the company is different, is it really the same fucking company? No, it's really not.
Space Marine 2 succeeded because it was a great game sold at a fair price. It's as simple as that. It reminded players of the Xbox 360 era of action games. 100%. It was just a fun game. It had tight controls, the narrative was compelling, the characters were compelling, the action on screen, these moments of spectacle.
Well, like, how many of you guys played Space Marine 2? And you were either playing with your friends, or you're playing by yourself, and you were saying in your head, I'm one hit, I'm about to die, oh my god, I'm a god, I fucking got it, like, over and over, right? Because I didn't do Angel of Death difficulty, because I'm a pussy bitch, but I did the second hardest one, and man, I struggled a lot in that game. That game was fucking hard.
A fun and wild ride, and you didn't feel like you needed to be married to it. It didn't feel like the game needed to try to do too much. They didn't pad out the game time by putting in collectibles and other side quests and things like that from
Pick up a little crystal. It says 1 of 297.
keeping you from progressing and making sure you're putting in as many hours as you possibly can. Seeds pop up immediately with the Battle Pass menu the minute that you started the game up. It's not doing these things that players don't want in games. That's the reason why the game is successful. It's just a damn good video game, and that's so simple. Players loved it because it's a memory.
I think also it's the First Descendant is another game that I think is kind of like this, where the First Descendant delivers a really good gameplay experience, but it's a very narrow gameplay experience. Now, I think that they've kind of dropped the ball on development, and they haven't really encouraged me to like go back and play the game again. But it is also another great example of being good at one thing and doubling down on that thing. It turned into softcore porn now. Hate to say it, but it always has been. But yeah, that's it. Extreme shit monetization. I mean, again, like that's just this is my opinion. You remember playing Halo 3 Reach Lasso? I never did Lasso. Never did. Fuck that. By that point, I only cared about multiplayer.
But what the industry used to be, back when they used to appreciate the players, and when the players used to appreciate the games that were being made for them. Games that were out there that were respecting our time, respecting our money, and more than anything, trying to actually earn that money. And Space Marine 2 is one of those games that earns your money. This idea that you need to read tea leaves about why games are successful, how these...
It's also like, I really don't like how people look at video games and they look at time spent inside of the video game, and then they judge that based off of the quality of the game. Like, I really, really don't like that. How, like, time invested is seen as, like, a qualifier for, like, whether a game is good or not. So, like, for example, if I look at, Space Marine 2, let me see how many people, how long I've played it. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's down here at the bottom, it's Warhammer. I only played it 10 hours. I have 10 hours on Space Marine 2. But, like, I really enjoyed the game, and I felt like I got my money's worth out of the game. Meanwhile, there's been other games, like I think another great example is Pow World, right? I mean, Pow World, I have 283 hours into the game. And so, like, I definitely thought I got my money's worth out of that. So I just don't like this, like, system where it's like, okay, well, you have to, like, base everything off of how much time you invested into it. Starfield, yeah, like Starfield, I put, like, way more hours into Starfield, but I feel like Starfield was kind of a disappointment.
Games are successful. I think one of the reasons why players are so upset today, why you're seeing so much vitriol in the games industry, is because players are frustrated that we're seeing so many of these games that are more or less these patronized versions of what C-suite executives believe our tastes are. This is what they think of us. That's what they're putting out there.
I think he's right about this. A lot of games feel inauthentic.
Offensive.
Like, if you look at, like, for example, like, the Dragon Age leaks that have come out so far, well, not really leaked now since the embargo's over, but, like, the Dragon Age, like, clips that have come out, oh, God, they're terrible. So bad.
The KOTOR remake is in incredible hands. Saber gets it. I'm so happy to read this. I'm so happy I played their last game. I know a lot of people are really worried about the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake, but, man, I'm all on board, baby. I'm all on board. I'm not going to pre-order it, but, you know, I think you're going to do a good job. It has nothing to do with how many people are working on a game. It doesn't matter what genre it's in. It doesn't matter about anything else other than, does the game respect my time and money? Does it earn my money? Is it fun to play? And that's why Space Marine 2 succeeded. Helldivers 2 proved that you can make a game and reach wide audiences with a horde shooter. Baldur's Gate 3 broke records. A lot of records.
Yeah, all
It's a
of them.
turn-based game. And there are a ton of other examples that are out there that are just like that, proving a lot of the industry wrong, showing that they don't understand what we actually want.
People don't understand that, like, so I think that what happens is it's that people that conceptually understand how people like playing video games, but they don't intuitively understand, and they're not, like, serious gamers themselves. And I think that a lot of developers and designers are not part of this category, although I'm sure some are. But in a lot of cases, it's the leadership and management and executive leadership that doesn't have, like, as much of a read on what gamers want. And I think that's how you get games that are just huge flops, because they're basing it off of something that they don't fully understand themselves.
The article continues with, then there's the question of development costs, which pretty much every AAA publisher has said risen sharply once again with the launch of the latest generation of consoles. Development costs, Willett said, have gotten so out of control that some AAA games, especially those in the U.S. states such as California, now have unreasonable sales expectations set against their budgets. Saber, Willits insisted, developed Space Marine 2 affordably, with a budget less than half of Doom Eternal.
That's fucking impressive. Holy shit.
I didn't know that. This game Willits worked on while boss of his software before leaving to join Saber in 2018. We don't need to sell 4 million units to make Space Marine 2.
I still need to play that too.
There are many games, sadly, especially out of North American developers, where if you do not sell 5 million
Sorry about that. Okay, we're good.
copies, you are a failure. I mean, what business are we in where you fail if you sell less than 5 million? There are examples like that, and we don't want to be that.
Yeah, that would make Dragon's Dogma 2 a failure. What the fuck?
We want to be the developer that focuses on the core experience, what makes games actually fun, and do it really well and make it affordably.
Yeah.
Look at SnowRunner, dude. SnowRunner is literally driving trucks through mud. That's it. I'm done. I've just described the game. 15 million people played it because the experience was perfect. Look at World War Z. Like, come on. We're not going to get an Academy Award for the game, but 25 million people have played it because it's just this perfectness. Yep, that's what we do well. Even with Willits' overscoped argument, there are...
And then there's also a lot of, like, indie examples of that, like Core Keeper. I think Core Keeper does what it's supposed to do extremely well.
Exceptions to the rule. Consider Baldur's Gate 3, which, including its successful early access period, was in the works for around 6 years before its record-breaking launch in 2023. Predominantly single player and with a rockstar level nonsense for scope, as one developer put it. What is the make of all of this? Perhaps all we can say is that video game development is super hard and not an exact science. If it were, every game would be successful. Will previously told IGN the success of Space Marine 2.
I think that it's not a science, but it's not a mystery either. Of course it's not a science, but you should have been able to figure out and intuit some of these things that wouldn't have sold. Like Concord, like the fact that nobody was like, you know, like let's take a break on this. This might not be as good as we think it is. I feel like that's a pretty big indicator that they fucked up.
Changes everything for Saber and would even positively affect its future projects.
Yeah.
While neither Saber nor Focus have announced sales figures for Space Marine 2, Focus has confirmed over 2 million played at launch.
Wow, that's a lot. Go broke. I actually don't think that is the. I don't think go woke, go broke is enough. Apex Legends, released with the only white male being playable, that is literally, his name is Toxic. Baldur's Gate 3, you can fuck a bear, and you can give your character any type of genitalia you want. Woke content can make a bad game worse. It can make a good game better, but it can't make a bad game good, and it can't make a good game bad. That's not the way it works.
Space Marine 2 is the most played Warhammer video game of any type ever released on Steam, with 225,690 unique concurrent players on Valve's platform. Willits won't go into hard numbers for Space Marine 2's success, either in revenue or in profit terms, but he has gone on record saying that Space Marine 2 is the fastest-selling game he's ever worked on, and that includes Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein, and the Rage games its software released over the 24 years he was at the studio. I genuinely was trying to read this article without being critical of the writer, but please, for God's sakes, when you have someone like Willits bring such incredible points to the table, could you try to think critically or deliver something of value? Seriously, what's to make of this? Maybe game development is super hard and not an exact science?
I feel like everything is super hard. Like making a restaurant is super hard. Like setting up a restaurant and making that restaurant successful is so incredibly difficult. It is like think about how many restaurants go out of business. Think about how hard it is to build a shopping mall. How hard is it to write software? How hard is it to you guys, there's so many things that are really hard. Like video, that's not really a good way to look at it.
Told you what the problem is. Everything's hard. Go over your head. Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't an exception to the rule. It was a game that was developed over the course of 6 years, but they only spent $100 million. Spend being good, the 3 shed some light on this in an interview with GameSpot.
You need to make sure you have enough fuel to do it. And that's probably the biggest one. I mean, like we had reserve fuel.
Yeah, I mean, well, he said that they were on the verge of bankruptcy like 3 times too.
Based on the success of the original Sim 2 to engage with this, we upscaled our ambitions when we saw the success in early access. So we would have not done that if we would have seen that early access wasn't as successful. So I think the most important for us is how important dashboarding is.
Don't put the cart before the horse. Is basically what he's saying. Yeah, don't scale up a massive a massive studio of people before you put the game out to market and see what the response is. He's totally right.
You can actually see your fuel meter so you don't run out of money. You don't get into trouble because it does remain the fuel that you need to make your game. If you do it at the scale that we do it, with the amount of level of permutations, amount of immersion gameplay, you're going to run into trouble, guaranteed. So that means that you need to have reserves.
Larian saw the success of Divinity Original Sin 2 and they based their projections off of what it did. They were conservative. They put out an early access model of Baldur's Gate 3. They saw all the support they were getting from their fans, and then they chose to upscale based on that level of support and the financial support that they received through sales. Not only did this lead to them being more financially responsible, but it helped them hyper-focus on the things that mattered the most to players who bought the game during early access, and they stayed true to that vision.
It's really crazy to listen to people that are like developers and leaders of the studios that produce high-quality, good games, and then compare that to what it's like when somebody from, Warner Brothers is explaining why Suicide Squad didn't do well. It's just like it's like 2 completely different things.
Space Marine 2, and they just refined those core elements of the game to be able to reflect what customers wanted. There's nothing wrong with scoping out your game, but Baldur's Gate 3 scoped out individual mechanics, not necessarily the activities. Ubisoft supports RPG mechanics, levels, XP, randomized loot, multiple choice outcomes, and more into all of their games, diluting the experience that players are coming to their games for.
Yeah, not every piece of loot has to be randomized. That doesn't always have to be the case. Like, you don't always have to have a random, upgrade simulator system. Some games have them, and I think that they're great, but all games don't need them, no way.
Studios, on the other hand, said, we want to make choices matter in our RPG, and they fleshed out those individual narrative paths for players to play in each scenario. They didn't add a bunch of extra bells and whistles and useless crap to try to make the game look big. They made the game feel big. I feel like a lot of this just comes down to overblown budgets and too many employees. Starfield cost $200 to $400 million to make. Spider-Man 2 was $300 million to make. Diablo 4 had
$300 million to make Spider-Man 2, and you couldn't even go in any of the houses, right? At a certain point, they tried to make a movie. That's another thing, dude. I really don't like how so many of these games are trying to be movies. It just makes me so annoyed.
For 9,000 people working on it, Star Wars Outlaws likely cost $200 to $300 million and had over 600 developers working on it. None of these games were the money that was invested, nor the amount of people that were working on them. In fact, it's likely the reason why these games...
It's actually so crazy how good that Jetpack Slam is. By the way, it's fucking ridiculous. I'm surprised they haven't nerfed it or done anything. It's so good.
Aren't meeting their financial targets. It's also the reason that these games are failing Soviet audience expectations. Too many cooks in the kitchen, too many ideas, too many ideologies, too many managers to get anything approved, and too many people to get anything done within a reasonable amount of time. Black Myth Wukong cost $43 million to make. It was made by a...
I actually heard that it cost a little bit more than that, but one element of context about this, I heard it was somewhere around 70 or 80 million, but it was developed in China, which has a lower cost of living and a lower cost of doing business. So Black Myth Wukong would have cost more to make here in the US, but even if it did, it still would have made the money back because it sold 20 million fucking copies.
140 employees. Baldur's Gate 3 had 450 employees and had a budget
budget of $100 million.
Wow.
Space Marine 2 likely had 200 developers.
I didn't know that.
Cost around the same. 100 million didn't succeed because they had massive budgets and thousands of employees. They succeeded because they spent less to make more.
I think also, like, another really big component to this that a lot of people don't really respect because it's not quantitative is reputation and brand value. So, for example, if Saber Interactive makes a new video game, I'm probably going to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to play that game because the last video game we made was really good. From Software, I had never played a mech game since Mech Warrior 64 on the Nintendo 64. But because From Software made Armored Core 6, I came back, I bought that game day one. Best fucking decision. Amazing game, and that even caused me, it was like a gateway drug, and then I started playing Mecha Break. I was even playing it off stream. It was awesome. I played it enough, they nerfed my mech, but, you know, we're not going to get into that. Anyway, of course that happens. Absolutely. And so Blizzard, I played Overwatch, not because I liked Overwatch, I thought the game looked kind of stupid, to be honest. Like, I loved PUBG, I loved Modern Warfare 2, I liked Halo. Overwatch is just like cartoon bullshit. Like, I guess Team Fortress garbage. But, like, Blizzard made it, and I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna try this out, right? Because it's fucking Blizzard. Let me think of another example. Larian. Whatever game Larian makes next, I'll buy it. Period. Because I think the studio makes good games. Like, I'm very much like, this is a weird thing, like a weird parallel. I don't watch movies based off of the plot, I watch them based off of the actors. And if I see certain actors are in a movie, like for example, like the new Gladiator movie, like I saw Denzel Washington and like Pedro Pascal in the movie, I think they're great actors, I'm gonna wanna watch it. 100%. Or director's fine too, like both, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Christopher Nolan, like Brad Pitt, like my dad and I, we were watching, I said this the other day, like we were watching Fury. Holy fuck, it's so good. It has like I think like Joe Bernthal, that's the name, the guy that played the Punisher. You know, Brad Pitt in it, Shia LaBeouf, like it was, oh my fucking god, it's so good. We're only halfway through it so far though. And John Bernthal, is it John? Okay, yeah, there you go. Great fucking movie. So I think the same, like, I look at movies the same way that I look at games. Where, like, if I think that the people behind it are good, I trust in their vision. They didn't hire for numbers, they hired for talent. They didn't employ employees, they employed artists. They had a clear vision of what the players wanted to make, and they delivered it. Just make it make sense to me. You made Concorde, which cost you $400 million, and you made it to appeal to the company that owned Concorde was worth double that. An audience, its identity as a product, because you made your parents have $1 billion valuation. When it got when original investor, you had the whole movie thing that was attached to it. That game was made for a minority of beliefs within the consumer base. Yeah. This isn't about social politics or anything like that. I'm just talking raw numbers. These are not opinions or ideology. There's a lot of video games that come out that don't do well because they're bad. It has nothing to do with it being woke or not. Like, woke, like, it gets you a lot of downvotes on a trailer for a game. But at the end of the day, nobody's gonna give a shit if the game is good. A lot of games come out all the time and they're just shitty games. Some kids are woke, they're just shitty. Because they're held by the vast majority of consumers. You say that you want to target wider audiences, casual audiences, people that don't even play video games, but the things that you're making don't even appeal to those people in the first place, so what are you doing? And why are you going to act surprised when your game releases and you sell it to the realistic amount of people that you should see for sales for a game like that? They sold 25,000 copies. That's pretty realistic for that game, in my opinion. This comes down to something that I brought up in a previous video, and I do truly believe this. I think that what ended up happening in the video game industry, the reason why it's suffering so much right now, is that in the race to scale up, because the game industry exploded. It's now the biggest entertainment industry in the entire world. It makes more money than movies, television, put together, music, put together. In that scale up, with all that investor money that came in, all of these companies had. I wonder if you have a pie chart, how big is the slice of pie that says gotcha?
for the reason for that. It's gotta be a big, that's a big slice.
Because it takes a while to make a video game, is to expand and hire more employees and start more projects. Because that's what investors want to see. They want to see how it's growing and getting bigger. What are you using my money for? They want to see that reflected. And doing that, they weren't out there hiring talent, they were just hiring warm bodies. That's all that they wanted. And as a result, they hired on a ton of these talentless NPCs. If 90% of their life is based on what's happening on the internet, and they think what's reflecting in the screen of this device here or on your computer monitors is what you see in real life. And it's just,
It's also more than that. It's that the people that are making the games are doing it in a reactionary way. They're not thinking about how can I create an experience that people are going to like and inform that experience by things that I've experienced myself. They're looking at other games, trying to copy other games, trying to do the same thing that other games are. And it's always in the context of something else. And so there's no like real sense of I'm not really sure. Like there's no sense of like authenticity, I guess you could say, to a lot of the games. Not true.
the opinions that you see shared on the internet, the beliefs that you see shared on the internet, are not how people react in real life, and it's also not how people make decisions on what they're going to buy and what they're not going to buy. It's very how it works. How many times have you said or seen somebody say something online and do something completely different? Because the online personality is not the real personality. Everybody knows this.
This happens constantly. It's internet values and internet politics. Like that's really what it is. It's the same as like I'll give you an example of this, and I really don't want to have this devolve. But please, let's just give an example and move on. Everybody says lollies aren't weird, and lollies, oh, there's nothing wrong with it, right? It's fine, it's just a cartoon. But if you ask that same person, if you knew that your babysitter was into lollies, would you want them babysitting your 6-year-old daughter? Every single person would be saying no. Internet logic. That it immediately falls apart the moment that it is actually confronted with reality. There are so many examples of that.
The issue that they have now is that they've scaled up, they've hired on all of these people, they have too many employees.
Would you trust a furry to watch your dog? It depended on what my dog looked like, I think. Yeah, what kind of a dog would it be?
Other projects are taking longer to make because you have too many ideas, you have too many people you have to talk to get anything approved. You have a lot of, you have a less of calorie dogs, which makes it more difficult for you to be able to get projects done on time, which then costs you more money. You keep pumping that money in, the game comes out, it fails. Now you're desperate for more money, so you try to spend more to fix your issues, and you got the same problem happen again, rinse and repeat. And that's what we've been seeing in the industry. And this is going to be the one thing that game developers are not going to want to hear me say, but it's the damn truth. There needs to be more layoffs. These companies will downsize insanely.
And he's right. He's completely right, and it will become more and more evident.
While that sucks for the financial, the financial stability of the people that are working there, and while
Universal basic income, it's the only solution, and it becomes more evident every single fucking year.
Since the vast majority of them are not going to deserve those kind of
Andrew Yang was right.
work, and in a lot of cases, other studios are going to be hiring on people, or they find jobs in other. Life moves on, man. I got laid off. I've been laid off a couple times. I've lost jobs in the past. It happens to everybody. You just find a way. That's just how life is. And in the case of these companies, if they
You can't expect a company to keep your job on life support because you need a job. A company's job is not to provide you with welfare indefinitely to the extent that it doesn't benefit the company. That's just not the way a company works.
figure something out to turn things around, they're going to be in a lot of trouble in the next few years, especially the next 5 or 10 years,
And it makes it even more difficult because they're so big and bloated, it takes too long for them to correct their issues. Because even if you do downscale your company and you do start paying attention to the talent that you're hiring and the leadership that you're hiring,
Here's a pretty easy one to say.
the Titanic, even though they did hit the iceberg because they thought it wasn't a big deal, if it was a Viking longboat, they would have never hit the iceberg. They would have just sailed around it immediately. The bigger your ship is, the harder it is to turn. Really fucking simple. And you get a clear vision on what you want to make. Well, it doesn't matter because it's still sorry. You have 4 to 6 years to be able to make a video game, and that's a long time not to be making money. So I don't know what the overall solution to this issue is, but I think that the Space Marine 2 developer did a really good job of bringing up why games are failing, and he's pretty spot on. I think a lot of these games just don't have the identity. They just aren't entertaining. They're just games that aren't made for the players. Yeah. And literally games that aren't made for people that are playing video games. People that play video games aren't going to play them. They're not going to buy it. Yeah. Imagine that. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, make sure to like, subscribe, share the video to your friends. You guys can join the Discord. Discord link is in the description of the video. Make sure that you guys come and follow me on Twitch. Catch me live. Hear me rant about video games, play video games, and things like that. Outside of that, my friends, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, and I'll catch you in the next one.
I think he's right.
Yeah. Thanks to World of Turnham for sponsoring today's video. You can start your adventure today. New World of Turnham is available on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. Thank you for your OSC. Don't miss out on this incredible world. Check the link in the description and jump in today.
I've got to say, I still think New World's worth the money. I do. I think it's a good experience for the amount of money that you spent. And I feel like I got my money's worth out of it. Even though, yes, I know that, you know, the end game isn't great. It's very good. Yeah, I like it. There's the video. Make sure to give it a like. It's a legendary drops video. I haven't seen any of his videos for a while. I wanted to make sure I got into it.
Hey everybody, welcome to the live stream. It's been a while since we've done one, and pleased to welcome back a good friend of the channel I've known for a long time, our favorite Hornet pilot, Hoser Miller. Hi Hoser.
Hey Moose, great to be with you again.
How are things down in Pensacola?
Been just terrific, 98 degrees last time I checked.
Oof. So, what's up with the museum? Are people allowed to go to it? I know there's some security measures at the front gate and whatnot. And I've seen some stuff on the web about the Naval Aviation Museum complaining that they're suffering in terms of foot traffic because of the restrictions on people getting through the front gate. So what's that situation?
They are suffering, but if you or anybody can get aboard Naval Air Station Pensacola, then you can go to the museum. It's just a question of can you get aboard base and active duty and retired, can, DOD civilians. Anyway, if you can get aboard, you can go to the museum.
But that's a big gift, though. So all of our civilian viewers, how would they go? Are they to find a person with access?
I think that's probably plan A, and maybe they can contact the museum and ask them how they would do it. I'm sure they fielded that question.
So if you've never been to the Naval Aviation Museum, assuming you can get aboard Naval Air Station Pensacola, it is an amazing facility. I was actually a flight instructor at DT-86 when it first opened, back in 1987. And so then it was just the center little part, all of the different modular quadrants weren't part of it. So when Admiral Furlong and Captain Rasmussen were kind of running the show. And I was on the way to go get the editor of Approach magazine, and sat down with them and checked out how I could help. And I go down there every year for their annual get together, and just love watching how it grew and grew and grew. Now it's the vision is realized. It's just an amazing, one of a kind facility. And it's a shame because I guess it's what is it COVID or was it the Saudi attack that caused the restrictions?
It was primarily the terrorist attack of December 6, 2019. the Saudi attack, as you say, and then the COVID right on the heels of that just made it worse. It is right now. It's the specter of another terrorist attack. Just to remind everyone that Saudi officer was in the advanced phase of his training. It had been in NAS Pensacola for approximately a year. But anyway, the base is still not open. The state of Florida and the Navy are working to Department of Transportation to have a road that'll take you right to the museum. That's coming, but that's in a couple of years. But yes, that museum, I'll remind everyone that it is privately funded. The Navy does not have an account to make that museum. So donations, about $80 million over 6 decades, have built that entire complex. What the Navy has pays to keep the lights on, and the curatorial historian staff, of course, but the rest of it is privately funded.
So we'll keep you posted as this thing evolves. But if you have the opportunity to go visit, certainly don't pass that up. So another thing we want to talk about before we get to the subject at hand is the latest version of Raven 1. This one is known as Dominant and Fury, was just released. So let me run the trailer here and see if you recognize some of the voices in this trailer.
Raven check, Raven 1-1. Raven 1-2, switch is safe. Corsair 2, 100 over 100. Departure, Spine 105, airport.
Going 4. This is not just another med transit on the way to the Persian Gulf. The Syrian civil war is heating up. With the spillover threat to our allies Turkey and Israel, Sixth Fleet is sending us to the Eastern Med and keeping us there to provide presence as we continue to fight the war on terror. First, Russians are back, with surface combatants in the region. They can deploy their air force to help their client within days and probably less. Lebanon remains a terrorist base, and Libya is still a wild card. Trade coming into and out of Suez has increased since 9/11. The situation in northern Cyprus is at a low simmer, and we want to keep it that way. This is a rough neighborhood. We must learn it. Geography, political tensions, airspace and sea space. In the order of battle, things go hot.
Nice, Raven 1-1, flight is 1 on Marauder. North Africa, Mike Oscar 8213. This is your last chance. Turn north now, or I will shoot you down.
Fly high. Similar air combat training at local flights of churches and similar wildlife. We'll also be staying alert to live weapons, always ready for any and all tasks. Study your charts for birds. Smarter weapons. Know the threats are cold. Flight, fly the green. Get your combat game system. Once the ROE is critical. Follow it. Provide top cover to the player. This is what ready for my rival releases. Welcome to the net. So that's exciting stuff. I know a lot of work went into that. What briefly might people not understand that goes into the creation of that campaign?
Well, that was a great intro, a brief there, Tag. This is a prequel to Raven 1 novel that many of your viewers are familiar with, and the Raven 1 DCS game. This takes place in 2005 when Flip Wilson is a junior department head. But this time, it's not based on a novel. However, it is story driven. And Joe, Aiello, and I collaborated to build these 15 missions in a story that makes sense. One mission builds upon another. And so I think the takeaway is that there's a lot of scripted voice com. There's a lot of getting on maps and looking, okay, what are these distances here? Where would you do we need to have a tanker in it? And so if you do, then you have to figure out how that comm is going to work and all that's flight plan. It's diverse. There's peacetime training. There's a lot of kinetic action, and I know that early reviews on Dominant Fury are quite positive. Guys are having fun, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. So our good friend Paul the Dragon, the man behind the curtain.
And thank you for mentioning BD. I mean, Joe and I scripted it, and then we give that to BD who builds it and brings it to life.
Yeah, and as you can tell from that trailer, his attention to detail is exacting. I have in fact, let me see if I can move the camera here a little bit to show everybody. So my Cinepit is up and running, and I've got a Tomcat that I'm doing my FAM syllabus. So bagging traps on Forstall and GW and Reagan and Truman and flying forearm on tanker and launching out of Guam and all kinds of fun stuff. But just getting switchology squared away, working with my man Trigger, who's my flight instructor, and starting to get into it. And I will tell you, this is not a game. It is a simulator. So I'm going to do some sort of videos or episodes as I get more and more proficient, culminating with me participating in campaigns like Dominant Fury. I do have a Hornet as well, but I'm just concentrating right now on the Tomcat. And I will tell you, I'm fully leveraging all of my Tomcat hours, 2 F95, 2E6. I've mentioned before when I was a RAG instructor, we had to go through the front seat FAM syllabus in the simulator, and to include landing the boat. And it was something we used to enjoy doing, is switching seats in the 2E6, which was the air combat maneuvering simulator, and getting good at maneuvering the airplane. And I get shot with a pilot causing a fight behind us and talking us through, the onset of AOA and so forth and so on. So I am leveraging all of that. I mean, it's just come back. And so what I'm saying is you have to know the airplane intimately. It's not like Super Mario where you just play and kill mushrooms or something. You've got to go to the rack, basically. So that's the appeal. And when the channel first launched, I got approached by some of the virtual squadrons of the Stingrays, particularly Mongo and those guys. Great bunch, and I was impressed by how professional they were, and how intense, and now I know why. So, after dinner before, we turn in for the night, I'll just tell, the wife, okay, I'm gonna bag a few traps, and I'll just fly around the boat, and do a catch shot. It's so realistic. You salute, they touch the deck, clearing turns, ski air flaps, it's just super cool. So, more to follow on the DCS. So let's get to the subject at hand. So earlier this week, this article from War on the Rocks, War on the Rocks jumped out at me. It's called Strike Fighter Time Management Problem by a guy named Stephen Walsh. And Stephen Walsh's bio doesn't list his rank, but it says he's an active U.S. Navy F-18F, so you see Rizzo, obviously. And this is the interesting part, he's a Naval War College grad. So as those and I do the forensics there, the CSI, that means he's probably an 04 or even an 05. Now let me read you the intro to this article. because that kind of tees up the discussion. So it says Navy FA 18E/F Super Hornet squadrons ought to be specialized in either air-to-air or air-to-surface strike. There's not enough time for squadrons to excel in both. Without this course correction, air wings and their carriers could become floating targets, flying defense but unable to strike back. So, Hoser, I gotta tell you, this kind of is interesting coming from a Hornet guy, right? I mean, multi-mission was the light and the way. So, what are your initial thoughts as you looked at this article?
My initial thought was, all right, we're going back, 30 plus years to when I was a lieutenant in you and the specialization that we had then. I was flying A-7s in the mid-80s, and my squadron was responsible for carrying and being the experts on the harm in our radiation system. And our sister squadron was responsible for FLIR, forwarding infrared targeting and everything like that. Each of us had a working knowledge of what the other provided, but the squadron specialized. You, Mooch, were in the TARP squadron in Air Wing 7, and then the other, VF 142 did not have TARPs. And so you guys, had that specialization. But the whole Air Wing was specialized back then. I mean, there was the A6 and what they brought to the table. We had the S3, the ES3. The PQ carrier base, very important. And of course the E2, which remains. The EA6B Prowler, the EA2 mission, airborne electronic attack, it's still here with the Growler. So there's that specialization, thank goodness. But
so to prove your point, I got this image. It's not Ike that we were on, but it's Sarah, right? So basically same era, but we got Tomcats, we got S3s, we got E2s, we got on the fantail there you can see the A7s. We've got an H3 there in the landing area, which is the precursor to the A60. We've got a whale there, in an A3. So to your point, all kinds of different type model series. A few weeks ago, I was at the Naval Institute and they did a panel with former Secretary of the Navy, John Lehman, who we've mentioned on the channel before. He was the Sec NAV during Ronald Reagan's era. He's the one who built the 600 ship Navy, but he was going off, I will tell you. He was seriously mad about this thesis, and he's a huge proponent of the F-14, which does my heart good. He says we don't have the ability to take it to a threat like the Russians, and he was saying, in this case, Chinese, where we go long range away from the carrier, defend with long range weapons, and have specialized missions. Right? So I don't know if he's aware of this article, but I know if he's made aware of it, he'll be like, see, I told you. So this is getting a lot of play, in these circles. And so it's just sort of interesting. Now, Stephen mentions the training and readiness matrix. So as a legacy Hornet, you were a department head, and then you were a CO. What are the demands in a multi-mission platform that you can't ignore? And I guess some of this is the tyranny of the Swifty program. Right? I remember we were all of a sudden hey, we thought Swifty was a solver, but now we're kind of having to, train to the test a little bit, and we're not in charge of our own fortunes. You can't just wake up and go, I feel like scraping awake today. So how did that play out for you in your various Hornet tours?
The training readiness matrix, sure, you had to, you had those buckets that you had to fill. You take each quarter, you get money that you spend on flight hours that becomes training and readiness, and you report that up the chain, and you're ready to go on deployment. So sure, I mean, there was, the F-A-A team, F, fighter. And there's offensive counter air, defensive counter air, and everything that goes with that. And then the A part, which is now air to surface. And so there's everything from closer support to time on target interdiction to war at sea and all the variations of that. I mean, there's a lot going on, obviously. And so that's the way it was then. But yes, you mentioned the Swifty program, the strike fighter training syllabus, the weapons of training instruction. That entered the fleet in 1993, and I was a department head then. And the first two Swifties were in my squadron, VFA 131. And back then, you would go to Top Gun, and as a squadron pilot, get that Top Gun training, and then bring it back to your squadron and help be the tactical expert. It's different now. Now it's a shore duty tour, and you'll go back to sea and be the tactical expert. But what has changed in those almost 30 years, in my view, is the emphasis, the pendulum, to air-to-air training. And look, I like bumping heads and going to the verge as much as the next guy. But the way it is now is that there's these syllabus hops to get called to get your level 1, 2, 3 falls as you're in your first tour. And so here's an example. It might say, okay, for this syllabus hop, it's going to be 2 against 4. And so 2 of us, and we're going to go against 4, and maybe 4 guys in our own squadron, or 4 guys wherever we can get bogeys. And let's say that you get to the little short, and one airplane goes down, and now it's 2 against 3. And so that was a lot of effort just to get there, and you briefed, and you prepped, and you've been quizzed. And so you go out and fly it, and you come back, and you spend a long time debriefing, and that's all good. You got to do that. But then at the end of all that, this is probably taking most of the day. Just at home, we're not even talking about going out and attachment found. And okay, we only had 3 airplanes, not 4, so let's just call this incomplete, and we'll do it again. And that's a lot of strain. It's a strain on the air crew. It's a strain on the maintenance department. Okay, that money, that precious money, has been spent for that training X, and now it's gone. And we're going to have to do it again down the road, and that just wears on you. And so a middle ground reasonableness at times like these, this is just one example I've given. Okay, can we call that a complete? We're going to do a syllabus of, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 flights to get this ball. Can we say that's close enough? And they say better is the enemy of close enough. And there's 2 ways to take it. Okay, you can be perfect at all times. Are we always going to be perfect? Or can we get by with a little less? And I'll finish with this. You and I know that we would be budgeted to okay, each tour we're going to get such amount of money that the training and readiness matrix requires you to have. But you're only going to be budgeted to 80% of that. Because that's just the way it is. We just don't have all the funds we need, so you're just going to get 80%. But really be expected to get all that training and readiness that you're supposed to get in an order. So leadership can't have it both ways.
So one of my patrons, Bob, asked this question, which is kind of associated with what you were talking about. Basically, it's zero-sum. Right? So if you're focusing on air mud, your air skills may be atrophying, depending on the nature of the training. So when we were going down to Dare County to do, pops and different sorts of deliveries and so forth, we weren't doing any air-to-air. So we would do this for 2 weeks at a time, and then we'd do air-to-air, and then we would focus on bomb dropping. And we'd hopefully be able to put it all together when we got found and then beyond, right? So it's a struggle. It's a
struggle. And I think this is kind of what Stephen Walsh is saying in this article. And I've seen some people comment, again, jack of all, master of none. And depending on the threat, and we'll talk about the driving threat, which is China, in a second here, and their emerging capabilities. Because the other thing he says here is, and this is in a part of the article called background. Aircraft carrier strategic messaging capability, which is just show flag, and limited availability means we only have 6 ready to go see at any given time. With that, firepower, 80 airplanes on a Nimitz class that can take it to you in various ways, make them precious to combat commanders. And we know this, right? This is why Optum was so high, because at one point in our careers, 5th Fleet had a 1.0 presence quotient, 6th Fleet had a 1.0 presence quotient, 7th Fleet had a 1.0 presence quotient. Meaning at all times, they had to have an aircraft carrier battle group, strike group, in their AOR. And this was sanctioned by service chiefs and joint chiefs and so forth and so on. Right? So this is how you got 10-month cruises with 2-month turnarounds and so forth and so on. So the answer was always yes. Why? Because of all those missionaries. Now, threat advantages are decreasing their value with each passing year, meaning hypersonics and fast patrol boats and the amount of acquisition that the Chinese Navy is doing. I mean, they just launched, let me bring this photo up, their aircraft carrier. Right? That looks like a pretty Gucci ship there. We'll see how capable it is once they get underway, how many stories they can generate or whatnot, but this certainly has my attention, and so the threat is improving, and what Stephen Walsh is saying as a function, our already marginalized capability is being made even more so as a function of that threat. So, as we talk about TNO agencies and so forth, the other thing that jumped out at me, we showed Sarah, let me just do it again just for compare and contrast. So here's Saratoga, right? It's this Congress of different time model series, and here's a very recent picture of Ford. There's basically 3 things. I know the Growler and the Hornet and the Growler, Super Hornet, and the ENF are all different, but from a God's eye view, you basically have 3 different shapes of aircraft. You've got the Hornet shape, you've got the E2, you've got the A60. So, you could say you've dumbed it down. You could say, as we're talking about this, cliche, jack of all, master of none, and to hear validated that impulse, as a Tom guy, that was my impulse, validated by Super Hornet guys is alarming, right? And that's why we're doing this live stream, So, the explanation that the Airbus has offered in sort of broad brush terms, during testimony, as he is, those media scrums, and we had this conversation before we got on here, it's sort of like not really speaking to Stephen Walsh's situation, right? So let's just talk about this in broad terms here. And I'll read a quote that Edward Weitzel, who I've known forever, our RAG instructors, back in the early 90s at DF-101. He's a fantastic human being. I'm going to see him a few weeks here at the Naval Institute. I'm moderating a panel. I'll give information about that towards the end of this live stream. So he said to US 9 News' Mallory Shelbourne, when she was asking, okay, what's the plan in the face of this notion that we're not ready for threat? Edward Weitzel said, we've got a master aviation plan, which they call a MAP. We've got a strategy in the funding piece. We just worked last week with NavAir for program management, N98, and Edward Weitzel is going to be on this panel that I'm moderating in a few weeks as well. Another Tom Cat alum. So he's working with N98, of course, for money coordination. Says, as we build the map, we know where our deployments are roughly going to be. So that is basically code for Westpac, and the modifications that have to be on the carrier, and the modifications have to be on the air wing itself as it sinks. The capabilities, the command and control. So he says, I'm pretty happy. I'm okay with where the strategy is now. The linchpin is going to be the funding piece. We'll talk about those numbers in a second. But then he goes on to talk about this concept called NIFCA, which is the Naval Integrated Fire Control Counter-Air. And this actually involves the Ticonderoga class cruiser. Now, if you guys remember the interview that I did with Representative Elaine Luria, she was decrying the fact, and hers was around the number of VLS cells that we're getting rid of without backfilling them. But she was decrying that we're taking the most lethal ship we ever built and decommissioning it. You know, in the face of LCS and DDG-1000 and other not as badass and warfighting as Tycho class. So Tycho class is basically the quarterback of this NIFCA concept, which is over-the-horizon targeting, which is the explanation by Navy leadership of how we're going to counter the China threat. A Tycho, using its advanced Aegis and the next upgrades to that system, is going to actually be able to weaponeer using Super Hornets and F-35s. So that's a game changer. And their claims are, in the face of the hypersonic threat, that this concept will work against missiles coming in at Mach 4. You know, so they're kind of saying to basically the critics who are accusing the Navy of a bad shipbuilding plan and not using the funds in an appropriate way, not prioritizing what we're saying, no, we are okay, we need more funds, but we're you know, all is well and we're in the way. So the other thing that Admiral Weitzer was talking about is the shortfall. So let me put up an infographic that shows how they're addressing the shortfall. I know you love these infographics. Right, so you can see the blue is the ones that are going to be civil, which is the service life maintenance, the acquisitions, and then the yellow line is the shortfall, which starts this year at 35 fighters, strike fighters. How they're going to basically drive that to zero by 2025. So this is the companion, and these are from Naval Institute News, which if you're not subscribed to their newsletter, I highly recommend it. It comes out each weekday morning, fantastic information, and it's free. But you can see this is the basic as delineated by the Air Boss strike fighter requirement. So 44 strike fighters per deployed carrier air wing. And a total of 800 when you include training, development, and backup. So that's the macro plan to tackle the threat. Now, Jose, let's address how we might adjust the TNR matrix to accommodate Stephen Walsh's criticism.
She showed a picture of Saratoga from 40 years ago, and then a picture of Gerald R. Ford from this year. And those missions still need to be done. And yes, the air wing composition is obviously different, and it's going to get more different with the addition of the F-35 in numbers. I mean, it's already made a couple of deployments, Westpac deployments, but more to follow. And so going to Stephen Walsh's point is that specialization is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to designate one squad. Okay, we want you to be the war at sea expert squadron, so you're going to be training with these weapons, and we want you to be an air-to-air expert squadron. However they do it, and because it's been done before, and again, the missions need to be done. So sure, if you water the missions down among those forced white-collar squadrons that we find ourselves with today, they're not going to be as good as if you had one squadron that was really an expert in any area. Now, I'm sure that in the course of the deployment, okay, we need to suppress these enemy defenses. So everyone is going to be carrying an anti-radiation missile or weapons with which to do that. But again, one particular squadron, and certainly in this case the EAQ squadron, is going to lead that effort, and everyone else can help out. I mean, they're smart and quick enough on the uptake to do that. They don't have to be the subject matter experts in everything all the time. You just can't do it.
And that's just right now. E, F, well, obviously Growlers do different things, but basically there's, and this is very general, because I know that somebody, a whiz on an F squadron would be, no, that's not true, but his general statement is everybody can do everything. Now certainly if you have a FAC-A or something else that you want somebody heads in, somebody heads out, that would be an F mission. You know, and I know they are doing certain missions with the F that they're not doing with the E. But in general, the TRM matrix, let's just say, is identical between those two platforms.
Yes. And now it gets down to human nature. You're in a squadron and there's all these missions. And sure, we can do anything you want. Whatever, we're great. And so if you have an airwing commander or higher authority and say, okay, look guys, I want you guys to do this, I want you guys to do that, and then, okay, those are the orders. And then you get really good in that one area. The other thing that we haven't discussed here is, again, the human realities of squadron life. For a Super Hornet squadron, I think of any flavor, you're also going to fly the tanker. And I did that as an A7 pilot. And so that's a quote unquote collateral duty. It's very important. It's always got to be tanker up. And then you also have your ground job, whatever it may be. From commanding officer through department head through lieutenant, you've got a ground job. And I would say jobs. In a single seat squadron, 10, 11, 12 lieutenants. And 3 to 4 lieutenant commanders and the CO and XO. And that's the way it was back then, and that's pretty much the way it is now. So there's all those demands on your time. The Navy looked at this about 30 years ago when I was a department head, and there was, we got all this stuff going on. There was night vision goggles were new, and we got this new weapon, AMRAAM. It's come to the fleet, and all the lessons from Desert Storm. And we got to get smart on precision weapons, which in the late 90s we got very good at. So how are we going to learn all this stuff, do all this stuff? And so we had to. I think what happened was that the Navy decided maybe an extra officer, a ground pounding officer in the maintenance department, maybe an extra administrative officer that's not a pilot. Are ways to mitigate this, but it's always been a struggle and a trade-off. I mean, squadron life is rewarding. It's busy and the pressure's on all the time.
And that's a source of pride, and it can be a bummer depending on how it's presented by a department. I remember one. I guess I was not doing my I division job like awesome. I went to brand new JG. This maintenance officer said to me, we're all aviators here. Where we make our money is with our ground job. And that was just like the worst possible thing to hear as a brand new JO that was trying to kick ass in the airplane. I get what he meant, but that's not the way to frame it. Certainly it is a reality, and got to take care of the troops, got to do paperwork, got to tend to all of the stuff that needs to be done around flying.
Got to do it all.
You gotta do, and that's where good officers just do it. They don't moan of it. And this is sort of a source of pride over the Air Force, because they have professional maintainers, they have professional admin types, and then the aviators just basically fly. You have gross generality, generalization. I apologize to any of our Air Force viewers, but that was the difference back in our day. And so we took pride in the fact that we did come out of our aviator box every once in a while. And in fact, sometimes it was our primary responsibility to take care of the stuff around getting airplanes into the air. So, that's just the way it is. So Q61 asked the question, which I think the answer is yes, because if you look at, and my wife spoke about the current carrier air wing type model series multiple, which kind of looks like, well, it doesn't include the F-35. So that's what we call the future air wing. Although we have done one deployment and we are in the middle of a second one with an F-35C squad. The other thing that's part of this is the CV-22. Right? The COD is now an Osprey. Something we teed up when I was working that program, my first job out of the Navy, and had the V-22 program in the air. It wasn't part of the program of record, and now it's a thing. Does my heart good. A very capable platform that will kind of reinvent how you do carrier onboard delivery. Is big enough to carry the F-35 motor. That was the requirement for that capability. So, one mishap notwithstanding, I think they declared victory with VFA 146's debut aboard Vincent, right? So that's another coming attractions. I have it on good authority that the JAGMAN for that mishap is imminent, so we will reconvene, you, me, and Roddy when that happens, for another live stream. But I think that they're happy with the performance of the F-35, specifically around this NIFCA mission set. They say if you team a Growler with an F-35, you can conquer the world in terms of intel fusion. So the ISs and the M2s are loving that action. I know there were some readiness availability issues. They had some problems with seals at sea. Which is called growing pains, right?
Looking at Q61's question there, can the carrier accommodate 5 squadrons? And the answer is yes. I mean, Nimitz class flight decks, certainly the Ford class flight deck can accommodate design for 60 strike aircraft. That's what we had in our day. To fighter squadrons, to light attack squadrons, and medium attack squadron. Today's air wing has 44 strike aircraft. That number can go up and down a little each way. And that's going to change with the plus up of the F-35 to 14 jets per squadron. And the Super Hornet squadrons will remain at a nominal 12. Sometimes you deploy with 11 or 10 jets. It just depends. And this gets to the fighter shortfall thing that we talked about earlier. And then of course, the Growler, very important aircraft, and so there's I think the plan is to put 8 Growlers in a squadron. I think that's terrific. And maybe we can squeeze another E2 into a 4 aircraft E2 squadron. And then of course your helicopters round it out. So the size of the ship can handle all that.
Well, especially Ford class. This is another thing that the Airbus points out, is Ford class, because the island is farther aft, considerably. And I described this in my What $13 Billion Gives You episode from some months ago. So that, in terms of the aircraft handler and the Ouija board, now you have flight deck real estate to put more airplanes. That's going to be money as this class comes online. The other thing that the Airbus points out, that actually Stephen Walsh, this goes back to our specialization piece, is, and I know that you think this is something that's, an enterprise JO and squadron would be the subject matter expert, but LRASM. So let's talk about this capability, because maybe aviation leadership believes this is a game changer.
and it's this is a long-range cruise missile that has capability against a ship. And so this is the fight that we're facing in the Western Pacific, one that we're looking to deter through readiness with weapons like these. And I was in the fleet for the introduction of joint standoff weapon. And so that was fresh off the factory floor, and they brought some out to us. We were in the middle of a deployment, and so we started flying around with it. And so you get the books, and you put it on the airplane, and you get smart on it, and build some experience. But what Admiral recently said to me in recent months that we are interested in long-range networked fires. And so what does that mean? It may not mean doing a visual dive on at your local target. It may not mean closer support things. All those things are important, and they're still going to be in your repertoire. But long-range network fires.
Again, that's a great new world kind of a concept. So here's kind of a fun question. Maz Osman asked, "Hey Ward, if you're wondering what your life would be like if you made flag rank, what would you do to naval aviation today if you were the Air Boss?" So I will say I'm very proud of my peers who have advanced to the highest levels in the Navy. I'm very proud of Admiral Ken Weitzel. I spoke to him at length back at the Naval Institute West Conference in San Diego back in February. We exchanged texts occasionally, and as I mentioned, I'll be hosting moderating a panel in a few weeks that he's going to be part of, and I look forward to spending some quality time with him. So when I look at what is on his plate, that's a tough job, and so I have no quarrel with how things played out. I'm kind of at peace with when I got out of the Navy. I'm very much grateful for what I've been able to do outside of the Navy, in the media space. And this YouTube channel is a total gift that came out of nowhere. And I thank all of you, all 962 of you here in this live stream, and my patrons, subscribers, so forth and so on. I know Moser feels the same way in terms of his conception as an author, and the signature guy of a DCS, 2 DCS campaigns. These are the kind of things that, had we stayed in, we wouldn't have been able to do. But in my, most basic self, I wouldn't ever get out until I was made to get out, until it, sort of the options, the calculus looked like, I was done doing things that were of great impact. For me, when I finished up teaching the Naval Academy, there was nothing else to do after that. There was going to be, as cool as being Cat Ops, for instance, or in a fighter squad. So that was it. And so, those who read Punk's War, that's kind of what the book is about. That personal and ethereal decision to stay in or get out. And how we all come to that decision. So sometimes it's made for you, and if you're personally viable and you're upwardly mobile, you're going to stay in. And so when I look at the guys who made it, like Phil Davidson's a classmate of mine, John Richardson from CNO, classmate of mine, Tommy Roden, Mike Shoemaker was here almost a few ago, and now Kenny Weitzel, who's junior to me, but we were, ragmates together in VF-101 back in the heyday of VF-101, fighter country, UNS Oceana. The late great Chris Wietrich was our CEO, a fantastic guy. As Hoser knows, the RAG is popular and the instructors are the best I've ever scored. It's an all-star team. And so to be part of that, especially as a fresh cop 04, which I was, it was the best tour ever. Spent 2 weeks in Key West, 2 weeks in El Centro, with all the next gen, in my case, are going to be driving me around, or the CEOs on their way somewhere. So you got a really great network. If you got who I want to work for, and what are they going to be doing, and
you're able to leverage that in a whole bunch of different ways. So, but when I look at who's made it, I have no quarrel with it. They deserve it. The process works. It's kind of like the quote that I did in the Robin Olds episode where he's talking about people get bombers and people get fighters. He's like, there's some exceptions, but by and large the process works. And that's how I feel about the promotion process. So I'm sorry, Klaus, that's the longest answer to your question. But thanks for the question. So the other thing that I want to tee up here, Poser, there was some testimony recently where SecNav, which is Secretary Del Toro, and Sino were talking about the budget, because some of this comes down to we don't have enough money, and this is the explanation that the Navy offered Representative Luria when she was going, ship-building plan, and her word sucks. Like, okay, yeah, we'd love to do one you want, give us another third more than we have in the defense initiative for 2023, right? Because it's only 80% plus up. That's, if you look at the accounts, that barely keeps up with inflation. So that's actually a net reduction. And so the Navy part of the 2023 budget is $231 billion, and we're guessing the aviation part of that is 15%-ish.
I guess that.
Okay. So the bottom line is that's not a whole lot of money, and there's an asterisk on everything like that flight deck, the fighter plan and these different infographics that we're showing. There's always this asterisk where this is the plan based on the budget we have. If we had more, we could move Sidlum to the left. We could, have crank up the line for more Super Hornets, build F-35s faster, do multi-years, all the things that get us more airplanes faster, type of thing. So there's always this is the budget I have kind of a thing. But there's the other questions that came up that are kind of interesting in terms of, and some folks have asked questions in various comments threads for episodes, particularly about the George Washington situation, which breaks my heart because I did both the shakedown on GW back in the early 90s and then my final deployment when I was CAG officer for GW. I had a lot of blood, sweat, and tears around that ship, and so when they had that run of suicides, 7 suicides, the ship had been in the port in the yards for an extended period of time, and then Mick Pond went there, who I know and I'm a fan, but he went there and was, let's just say, a little insensitive with his comments to the crew. Now there's human cry about, okay, what is going on? What is this a systemic leadership problem, or is this a one-off around that particular ship? So what Secretary Del Toro, who was asked by Tim Kaine in testimony about what's going on, and so Del Toro says, without question, there's no greater responsibility than our safety of our sailors and our Marines, particularly when sailors go into an extended overhaul. As the shipyards, if the shipyard life itself is challenging enough, when you're in the shipyard that long, it presents additional challenge. So what he says is, institutionally, we need to do a better job providing the necessary resources to the ship when they have these contracts negotiated with the shipyard, and a higher quality of life for the sailors. So I'm like, you guys are acting like we've never had ships in the yard before. I mean, this is like a no-brainer, and it's a shame it has to come to that level of tragedy. You feel like, maybe we should give the sailors more to do when they're in the yards, and this includes actually doing your rate. So let's say you're an IS, and you're attached to George Washington. So you come out of A school, ships in the yards, and do the work. And you're not doing IS stuff, you're on tile detail. So you're part of the tile team. And this is going on for months. You're on the tile team. So there's no HVAC, you're working in the bowels of the ship, applying tiles. And led by a shipyard guy, not your division officer, not your LPO. And so this goes on with no end in sight. And they make your personal life isn't great, and you can see now this is just bad, fertile ground for tragedy, as has happened. So just now they're like, hey, maybe we should consider what else those sailors have in their lives. You know, and I know one, it was a cruiser CEO took his crew to Top Gun Maverick, their New York, in San Diego. What a cool idea. It's like, yes, that kind of thing. You know, but this is what is, you know, there are certain things we can't solve, but these are leadership challenges that we can solve. You know, so back to the question about what if I was Air Boss? I would definitely, and I know this is going on, be drilling down on each and every carrier CEO. I was at Airland back when MLS was Airland, and that's back when both TICOMs were 3 stars, right back in the mid-90s. Enterprise was in the yards, first time ever. The late great Admiral Lawton, but then Captain Lawton was brought in specifically to kick ass, and he did. You know, Tom Moore, later in FC, was his reactor officer. And they very much were concerned about shipyard life there in Portsmouth. It was crime-ridden, there were, you know, they were getting bogged on their way into the ship, so they worked with the city and the police force and the other Chamber of Commerce to make the quality of life much better. And they succeeded. And the ship was put to sea ahead of schedule and below budget. You know, so we'll see, and when I asked this question directly, is this a one-off with GW or maybe it's a systemic problem? The answer was, an investigation is underway. And that's what they said to the press as well. There's actually 2 investigations underway. There's another interesting question, which Senator Tom Cotton asked. He said, and this is the classic sort of, you know, it used to be more awesome. And let me tell another Tom Lehman, or John Lehman C story, not Tom Lehman, John Lehman. So, during this same lecture where he's talking about the Tomcat and WW Cold War and how we could do things we can't do now, capabilities, because of the focus of each platform, as we spoke to in great detail here. He also said, this one and you're done mentality, zero defect mentality, is killing the Navy. And we've heard this charge over the years, right? And so he said, and I will tell you that I had a former CNO and a former co-com sitting in front of me in the crowd, and they visibly covered their faces when he said this. He goes, back when I was setting out, to screen for command, you had to have at least 3 DUIs. Which wasn't true.
It's not true.
It's not true. But, you know, John Lehman loved his, you know, he hung out at the club. He was a badass, and I have a fond spot in my heart for John Lehman. He did instill his esprit at that time. He gave us our brown shoes, we wear flight jackets off the base, you know, all kinds of stuff. And so, the question that Senator Cotton asks is, do you think that Lieutenant Halsey or Lieutenant Nimitz would have made it past Lieutenant Commander in today's Navy? So, Nimitz famously ran a ship around at a young rank. I don't know what Halsey did, probably something bad, right? I don't know, you're the historian here. Do you know what Halsey did specifically?
Well, I don't know what Lieutenant Halsey did, but probably something similar. And of course, you know, Vice Admiral Halsey, you know, had the run with the Typhoon.
Well, let me read their response, right? So, he asked Carlo the second half, you know, do you think we would have made it past the Typhoon? And Carlo still says, probably not. Okay, and then Senator Cotton says to the CNO, what about you? And CNO gives a more diplomatic answer, which I think is, this is kind of the undercurrent to all of what we're talking about, including Steve Walsh's article, which is, he says, sir, one of the things that we did recently is I issued a new charge of command. So this is direction to our commanders. I specifically address some areas where we have a Navy where we don't have tolerance. Drug use would be the example, right? You don't, you know, if people are out there smoking dope or doing coke, that's not something we go. The next time we're really going to, you know, right along. So that's zero tolerance. But we certainly can't have a no defect rating. And so one of the things that is, in terms of changing the culture, that I'm trying to institute is the idea of embracing the red. I don't know quite what that means. So as you see signs at the Pentagon, usually stoplight slides, people like to focus on things that are green, things are going well, and then there are things that need to be addressed. Fix the red. So this gets right to a fundamental need to self-assess and self-correct as an institution. We took a look at 15 different fires over the course of 12 years. And it came down to chain of command and the ability to sing out when things were wrong. That's his point. If you have a zero defect, the people are not going to sing out. And so he's like, there's a fine line between things that really should be zero tolerance and zero defect. So I think that's a good answer. That it semi-dodges Senator Cotton's question, right?
Bush, that touches on something that was part of our experience in aviation, that we were empowered. We, as junior pilots, the squadron flight deck safety petty officer was empowered to stop something that wasn't going right. And that was part of our culture. And no one got said, okay, well, what do you see? All right, well, yeah, that is an issue. Let's rectify that. Or, okay, actually, that's kind of the way it's supposed to go. But thank you for bringing it up. That's good. And, you're empowered to do that. I'm not sure how often that is seen in other communities.
Yeah, again, the stereotypes are true at some level, and I'm sure that happens in the other communities, but it was absolutely part of our aviation culture. Luch, getting back to the 37 billion plus of the amendment to the House Armed Services Committee Defense Act. When I first saw that story, I thought, oh, great. This is okay, good. Washington sees that there's a real need right now to build up our Navy. That's what I thought. I thought this was going to go to the Navy. And I'm thinking, okay, this is going to build ships and airplanes. I just hope we have the capacity to build them. And then I find out that this is maybe a salami slice is a bad analogy. But all of the services are going to get a piece of this 37 billion. All right, better than nothing. But it's really two services, three technically: Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force that need to be plussed up right now for this threat, this challenge that we face right now, as we prepared in the late 1930s and 1940s for the reality of what was happening then. So we'll get flack on for this, our friends in the Army, certainly missile defense accounts, you bet. But it should be skewed toward the air, sea capabilities that we need now. Well, our good friend Brian McGrath, who has been on the channel before, did that episode where we were in the Guardies here in Annapolis, did a Substack. He's got a great Substack. I recommend folks subscribe to it, talking about Title 10 and how the Navy, Title 10 defines the mission of the Navy. And so he rightly points out, very surgically points out, that definition can be used as a weapon when it comes time for budget squabbles, inter-service budget squabbles. Because people can say, no, your mission is to be ready for combat. But buried in there is this other peacetime component that the Navy uniquely has a role in terms of the presence piece, right? What's happening right now. And this is where I say that they only have minutes, giving them their logo speech. In fact, in how many days? In 6 days, the class of 2026, how old do we feel, shows up to the Naval Academy for induction. right? So the cycle continues, and I give them a lecture, one company at a time. We'll start on the 2nd of August, but I tell them, look, if you came here to lead sailors in the Marines, and not because it's free, or parents are here, or something else, then you've made the right choice. Further, it doesn't take a hot war for you to pull a trigger in anger, drop a JDAM, shoot a TLAM, etc. Right? You and I did it during Con Ops. Sometimes it would last 2 weeks. The Great Positive would last 2 weeks. Sometimes it would be a little brush fire during another con like Operation Southern Watch. But we all did what we trained to do. Sometimes it was Desert Storm, right? But the only difference between a con ops sortie and a hot war sortie is the stuff fell off our airplanes. You know, otherwise it was exactly the same in terms of the choreography, the comms, the planning. So that's the good news, right? But in terms of the funding piece, if you're only funded for the war part of it, then you leave out a massive part of what you need. If your budget doesn't account for the fact that you're really always on a war footing. That's the thing with this cartoon of, let's bring everybody home, let's end the war in Afghanistan and bring everybody home. Nobody's coming home. You know, op tempo is higher than it ever was. We never were home. You know, it just shows this fundamental lack of understanding of how the U.S. Navy and the expeditionary part of the United States Marine Corps operates, right? And that's, again, so
You know, Ryan McGrath's article was superb, and he really makes a great point that the value of the Navy is to keep the global commons sea lanes open, and that's not nothing, and that's been that way now for 75 years really. That is spent today, and so by being forward deployed. And just, you know, a simple port visit has value. Right now, we have Harry S. Truman has been in the Med, in the Central Med, for months, just there, and sending a signal as the war in Ukraine rages. In the Western Pacific, we've had 2 carriers there for some time. And that sends a signal, and that costs. Obviously, to do that, to employ those ships, those thousands of sailors, and flying those airplanes and doing all that. We've been doing that, again, since really the end of World War II. And so, a terrific point by Ryan McGrath, and he calls out the Navy Elite by name. You know, you got to talk to your congressional representatives to, this has got to be funded. This is important. You know, if any of us that live near a seaport, we see those incredible container ships with those thousands of containers on them. That's just an example, and that, you know, they don't get in trouble. I mean, except for obviously Alabama Maritime and piracy, that was put down by naval forces, by the way. But you know, that can go away, and we know that when that network gets cut, like it was 2 years ago with COVID. How that turns the whole world upside down. So, terrific point.
So we salute Steve Walsh for his article, and we look forward, as I mentioned, I'll be moderating a panel that will address some of these issues. It's happening on the 13th of July at 1500 Eastern Daylight Time. So more to follow on that. Stay tuned here. It's going to be cross-streamed or simulcast rather on the Naval Institute YouTube channel and this channel. So very much looking forward to that. And this will deal with a lot of the topics that we addressed here today, and we'll be hearing it directly from, and in that photo there left to right, it's Admiral Wiesel, who's 1098. He's the Air Warfare Director. He has the budget piece. Center is Vice Admiral Kevin Weitzel, who's the Air Boss, played by John Hamm in the movies, we all know. And then it's Admiral John Downey, who's PEO carrier. So he's the guy basically in charge of the RCOH of Nimitz class, the recording midlife of the Nimitz class, and the building of the Ford class. So it'll be interesting to hear his opinions on things like elevators and, you know, impulse cats and all the stuff that we've talked about on the channel going forward. So put that on your calendar. I will remind everybody in my community tab as we go forward here. Those are always great to have you on the channel. Congratulations on the launch of Dominant Fury. I'm very proud to have been the voice of CAG. I can't wait to actually participate in a strike. When I get smart on my Hornet, I'm going to have you teach me how to fly the Hornet, because I got the stick. I just don't. And I've tried to just fly around, but I'm not as smart on the Hornet as I am on the Tomcat.
Well, you'll master the F-14 first, so great to be on the show with euugh as always, and you get back to your LCOP hop and the F-14.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks everybody. As always, it's great to see so many folks here for these live streams. And as soon as we get off the line here, it'll be available on the channel as a regular episode, so you can come back and check out the comments, because they come fast and furious. Thanks to those who commented. As always, appreciate the likes, the comments. If you're not a subscriber, please become one. And to support the channel, please consider using Super Thanks or become a patron at patreon.com/wordcarol. In fact, at 1700 today, we have our patron happy hour, which we do every week on Zoom. We solve all the world's problems, all the way from New Zealand to Germany and everywhere in between. We have a blast. So if you'd like to join us, please become a patron. So I look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully before Tailhook, but if not, I will see you at Tailhook, and we'll do some more stuff we did last time.
Look forward.
All right, we will. Thanks everybody. We'll talk again soon. Hey everybody, thanks for showing up on a Sunday afternoon. As you might know, the Air Force and Northrop Grumman rolled out the B-21 Raider on Friday in Palmdale, at their facility in Palmdale. This is kind of what it looked like. So you see the guys behind, like a crew of dozens rolling away the curtain, kind of like, it reminds me of a baseball field crew rolling a tarp up. But they slowly rolled the airplane forward, and they had some cool music going on and dramatic lighting. And they called this a reveal, but really they didn't show the entire airplane. So joining us for commentary and expertise is the channel's favorite former Strike Eagle weapons system officer, Mike Paco Benitez. Mike is the founder and the guy who puts out the Merge newsletter each and every week. It isn't weekly, isn't it, Mike?
It is. It's every Sunday.
Yeah, so if you guys are not subscribed to the Merge yet, I'll be putting the subscription link in the chat. It's free, and it is chock full of goodness. So more to follow on that. But let's talk, Mike, about this B-21 Raider. So why the sort of show some leg but not the entire thing? Why the semi-reveal? Why so much secrecy around this airplane?
First of all, thanks for having me on today. The secrecy around all defense programs is pretty obvious, but the bomber one in particular, and there's a history that goes back to the way the B-2 bomber was revealed back in November of 1988, and they actually screwed that up. And we should show some pictures of how they went about it. It's at the same plant. There you go. It occurred at the same plant, different hangar. And so what they did, if you look at this picture, the stands, the blue stands were the kind of uncleared people. So they had a very limited view, which is very similar to the view that you saw with the B-21 rollout. And all the employees who had been working on the program were on the sides, so they can see the side and the back. But you notice they had pulled the bomber all the way out of the hangar, and they did not close the airspace above Palmdale, so an aviation week reporter rented a Cessna, flew directly over the reveal and took a bunch of pictures top down of B-2, and then published it in the magazine article. And so one of the aspects of the B-2 program, the angular relationships, they was trying to hold that secret as long as possible, and then the international magazine based on some errors. So what you saw with the B-21 rollout, they did a few things differently. Number one, they did it at night. Number two, they took all of the phones away from anyone who attended, and they they had to be at a very limited angle with only a certain clear cameras, so no like SLR zoom lens kind of lenses. There's only a few photos that were cleared to be releasable. And the other thing they did is close down the airspace. So the combination of all that, there was no way they wanted to control the narrative. Again, because of those angular relationships, you could start putting together some things pretty quickly. And I think those will be known when it starts in its taxi test. So right now, you saw the reveal. It has three things. It has wings, it's got windows, it's got wheels. So they toned it out a little bit in the hangar. You notice it didn't come all the way out. And then they did the reveal, and then they pushed it back in and closed the hangar doors before they let anyone actually leave. And again, that's basically preserve that angle, the restricted angle viewing.
So, obviously this airplane looks like the B-2. In fact, one of the running jokes going on is this is not the B-21, but the B-2.1. So talk to us about how we got here with the flying wing, the Air Force's history, and the lineage of the B-21.
Yeah, so Bremen was founded by a guy named Jack Northrop, and he had an idea back in the 1930s about a flying wing. And this is before World War II. The Nazis had done some stuff during the war, but he had this original idea, and he built the N1, which you see on the screen, as a proof of concept. So that got a lot of attention. It was pretty unstable, but it proved the concept in 1940. So they took that and they developed what was called the N9M, which is M for model, and it was a third scale prototype. There it is, in 1942. And it had a 60-foot wingspan. If you notice, it's a little bit bigger. The engines are a little bit further apart. But this was a subscale demonstrator, and the numbers are important here. This is 1942. It had just under a 60-foot wingspan. Again, 1/3 scale. So that flew. It proved out the concept of a aerodynamically stable flying wing. So then they took that and they built a full size. And so the full-size one, and that's what became right there the YB-49, but before that was what's called the YB-35, which was a propeller-driven one. There you go. They only built two of them, and they basically pivoted from the propeller-driven to a jet engine powered. What's interesting about that is the YB-35 and the YB-49 have the exact same wingspan as the B-2. So this is in the 1940s. They had figured out a aerodynamically stable, efficient flying wing design. What happened, though, is there was some politics in the early 50s that led to the cancellation of all these programs. The prototypes were scrapped, melted down, and the Air Force started to prioritize high and fast, so jet-powered, long-range bombers, whether it was the B-47, the B-58, the Hustler, the B-36 was the Peacemaker at the time, which was a 6-engine prop nuclear bomber. So those were kind of the way that the Air Force was moving, and really they didn't see a place for this flying wing design. No, by the way, in the late 40s and early 50s, one of the byproducts that they had figured out through this, they stumbled upon is that, hey, the radar cross-section of this is actually pretty small compared to a normal airplane. So you take the propellers away, and you have jet engines, you have this flat flying thing. It's got a pretty low signature. No one really cared about that time, though. And so what happened is you fast forward into the late 70s, and suddenly radar frequency, low observability, stealth, started becoming a thing because everyone had radars. And so that's just during the Cold War, and a program called Tactic Blue, Northrop participated in, and they built this. It's called the Whale. This doesn't actually have a designation. And the purpose of this program was to use a continuous curvature RCS management. So there's a lot of shapes in that. Well, by the way, if you look at the cockpit, it looks very similar to the front of the B-2 bomber. That's not a coincidence. And so they used some advances in fluid dynamics at the time to build a new way to model signatures. So now, if you take what they learned with flying wings, you take what they learned about fluid dynamics and the Tactic Blue, you put those two things together, and now you get what became the ATV. Which is the Advanced Tactical Bomber, I believe it's called. And that was the program that led to the B-2. So the B-2 that you see today actually is the B-2 that was built. The original flying wing design, there you go,
from my late 70s until about 84, it looked like it does on the left. And what happened was the Air Force, based on the changing nature of a war with Russia, said, hey, low altitude and high speed is what we really want too. And so the flying wing is optimized as a high altitude, high subsonic design. Very, very efficient. So Northrop had to go back to the drawing board and modify the B-2 design after they already locked it down. It cost the Air Force $2 billion to modify the B-2 design. So it took about 2 years, from 1984 to 86. And the right side of that picture is what you see. So they moved the cockpit, they had to move the inlets, and then they had to change the tails. This is the most important design change. They had to change the tail because they had to add more control surfaces, and there was more room. And so they solved that from going from a simple W tail into the jagged tail pattern that you see with the B-2. And that's what allows it to do low altitude flight because it has enough rudder.
So what do we know about the B-21? How big is it compared to the B-2? What kind of engines does it have? What other specs do we know at this time?
Yeah, so they're, for obvious reasons, they're very sensitive. What we can tell you, what you can see from pictures, we do know that Pratt & Whitney is on contract to provide the power plants. We do know, based on the way that the program is structured, we can talk about why it's actually on time, not budget. It's an anomaly. We do know that it's using an engine that already exists. We're not building new engines. And based on that, you can do some deduction. And it likely is going to be an F-135 engine, and it's going to use two of them. So if you look at the intakes, you can tell that there's an intake, and it's a staggered intake design, and there's one engine on each side of the cockpit. So that you start putting that together. Okay, well, it's an F-135 power plant. It doesn't use afterburners because flying wings are supersonic. You say, what's the mill power for an F-135 engine? That's the engine that's used in the F-35. We put two of them in this. You can start deriving how much power and thrust to weight ratio and what the size of this bomber is going to be. And then you look at the weight. So that's propulsion. The B-21 is unique in that it only has a single truck main landing gear. So the B-2 has a tandem truck, so it has four wheels on each main landing gear. The B-21 only has two. So you use some math, you look at some examples out there in aviation. The C-130 and the 737 are the two that kind of jump out as there's only two wheels on each main landing gear. So one of them is a tandem truck, one of them is a traditional truck. So you can start doing some math. Well, in aviation, that's about 150 to 200,000 pounds with some advances in engineering. You can probably get that up to 250 to 280, but you're not going to get it much more than 280,000 pounds just based on the sitting weight of those tires. When you look at the size of the B-2 and the weight, all that math starts to triangulate on a size specification that's basically 75% of the size of a B-2.
So to geek out a little bit on the procurement side, Merge newsletter that was posted this morning says in terms of contracts, B-21 was developed with a dual contract structure. So does that provide cost savings to the taxpayer? Will that accelerate and sort of underwrite the idea that it will be on time and at least on budget, not under budget? What's going on with a dual contract structure?
So the way that this program is funded is that the research and development, so the actual development of the bomber was done on a cost-plus contract, which means that it's going to cost this much. Tell us what it costs. We'll give that whatever that negotiated profit margin is, and some incentives for schedule. We'll give that to you. So Northrop is documenting how much it's costing to build, plus call it 10 or 11%, and then that's what the Air Force is paying as a services fee. All the risk for time, schedule, cost, all the risk is on the Air Force, not the company. The company is just figuring it out. Well, once they figure it out and lock in the design, now you want to buy them under the other contract structure, which is a firm fixed price contract. And its baseline is at $2010 of $550 million a copy, which if you use inflation, that works out to about 700 or so.
$700 million a copy in 2022 dollars. And that contract structure is important because there's some history behind it of why the B-21 looks the way it looks, why it's the size it is, and how it's able to hit these milestones for cost, schedule, performance. And that kind of goes back to most military programs, as your listeners are probably aware of. We either have requirements creep, we have over-ambitious designs that take way harder than they to get through research and development, turning science fiction into science. Turns out it's really hard. So the track record is pretty terrible for the U.S. military doing that. So what makes this program interesting is that there was a bomber there's a bomber program between the B-2 and the B-21. So there was a program in the, let's see, it was the early 2000s, it was about 20 years ago. The Air Force had a program called the Next Gen Bomber, NGB, and it was trying to do all these crazy things. And what had happened was the fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan kind of took over the front pages. The same year that the F-22 program was curtailed by the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Defense killed the Next Gen Bomber. So that program died before it had a few $1 billion of some studies and some stuff, but it never actually done well. So the Air Force kind of went back and said, we need a bomber. What can we do that's the most mature way to do this? And so then you came up with this long-range strike family of systems. So the bomber part of that was LRS-B, that's the bomber. And it has some munitions and some other stuff. And so what they did was say, we're going to control the cost by not developing anything new that we don't need to. So I don't need new avionics, I can use stuff out of the F-35 program. I don't need new engines, I can use them over here. Ejection seats, everything you can think of. Like, all I need is a new airframe, and I want to reuse as much stuff as I can. And so I'm focusing, the engineering challenge is on the airframe and the integration. So we don't want to get overly complex, we don't want to get too ambitious with the requirements, we just want to build better flying using modern engineering practices and the advancements that occurred in low observability, avionics, computing, that kind of thing. And so that is what kind of constrained the requirements, and that's what controls the cost, and that's how it's able to hit these milestones. So just for your reader, your listeners' awareness, so in 2010, this program started. The contract to build this bomber was awarded in 2015, and the first flight's going to occur next year. So when you look at a military aircraft program, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty fast by V-22 JSF standards. And as you mentioned in the newsletter, this development, the DTOT process they're using here, is kind of modeled after the F-117. So talk to us about what specifically the F-117 did in terms of leveraging other aircraft technologies and using best practices to try to make it to the finish line in a timely fashion. Not to mention, that was a completely black program. Is this a black program?
That's kind of a weighted term. Yes, this is a classified program. There's different types of classified programs. This would be, you see it, so you see it. So there's an acknowledged special access program.
Well, that's what I mean. I know the weighted term. A black program, as
correct.
Mentioned in one of my earliest episodes, the secret program. In front of the secret program, I had to say we were fighting MiGs, constant peg. And that was actually a cover program, so you wouldn't ask any questions about what was going on at Tonopah behind the MiG program, right? As well as being a cool dogfighting program for fighter guys, it was also a cover program for the F-117. So this is shrouded in that level of secrecy, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. It's managed by what's called the RCO, the Rapid Capabilities Office from the Air Force, and they're dealing with a lot of sensitive programs. They're managing this one. But to your point about the F-117 model, that was the last aircraft the Air Force developed, built, and fielded on time. So, I mean, that kind of tells you something about when we say it's an anomaly, it's an anomaly. The F-117, the reason it was able to do that is they focused all of the engineering challenges on its signature. So there's an IR signature, there's an acoustic signature, and there's a radar signature. And the engineering program is uniquely focused on that.
And so what they didn't have to do is they didn't have to develop a new engine. They used engines out of an F-18 just with no afterburner. They used that out of an F-18. The environmental control system for the F-117 came out of the C-130. The flight control systems used the F-111 actuators. They also used an F-16 computer to fly it because it was aerodynamically unstable. And then they used brakes out of an F-15 and the INS, the navigation system out of the B-52. So they basically graded the parts bins throughout the Air Force to put this thing together to do something very disruptive on a timeline that mattered.
Yeah, wow, I did not know that. So speaking of B-52, viewer Jim K says, I hope the buff stays around forever because it's one of the best reminders of the greatness of our country. Sorry, I'm a retired high school teacher, history teacher, and a veteran. So the point behind what Jim's talking about, or the question behind what Jim's talking about, is what is the B-21 replacing in the inventory?
Great question. The B-52 is going to be around for a long, long time. The B-21, the intent, the way the Air Force structures right now for bombers, we have three bombers. There is the B-1B, the B-2, and the B-52. The Air Force strategy is to consolidate from a three-bomber force down to a two-bomber force. So you have a stand-in bomber and a standoff bomber. The stand-in bomber is going to be the B-21. The standoff bomber is going to be the B-52. And for that reason, the B-1B is starting to get retired now. This last year, 19 more went to the boneyard. The B-2 is going to be on its way out. Once the B-21 gets its nuclear certification for that uniquely B-2 mission. And then the B-52 is getting a number of upgrades. New engines, new avionics, it's getting a pretty sweet radar upgrade to modify it so we can, and getting new weapons for standoff, so we can actually persist and do its mission for the next 20 or 30 years.
So, how long will that have been in service? And remind me what that B-52's total lifespan is projected. Is it like 80 years?
No, it's going to be over 80.
Over 80.
Yeah, it might actually hit 100, which is insane. But it was a an aircraft that was designed with pencil and slide,
right?
And it was over-engineered, and it turns out that's if you want something to last, you build it to last. That wasn't the idea at the time. This is how it turned out.
Yeah. So another one of the assets that you provided is this weapons breakdown here. So what are we talking about here with the GBO-57 versus GBO-72? A weapon you're very familiar with. This is striking guy.
Yeah. So the B-2, it was originally certified for a 40,000-pound payload. So it carried 40,000 pounds of munitions. The GBU-57 is a 30,000-pound penetrator, and the B-2 can carry two of them now. So sometimes, this is why sometimes when you look at some stuff online, you might say the B-2 can carry 40,000 pounds, and then some places it will say it can carry 60,000 pounds. The only way it carries 60 is with two GBU-57s. But that being said, I have no idea what the size of the weapons bay of the B-21 is, the way that they did the angles, they didn't show any lines, so you can't do any math to try to figure that out. It does look like, if I could speculate a little bit, that the B-21 is a very narrow aircraft, where that side view of the B-2 there is pretty long relative. So there's a picture of the B-2, B-21 outside. It was released from Northrop, and there's a shadow, and you can kind of see the wing line, what the actual design looks like. And the wings and the wing roots by the ear and everything are very, very thin. So I'm not sure if the GBU-57 will even fit in the B-21. But I do know is that the smaller weapons that are being developed, they're smaller relative to 5,000-pound bunker buster, but they will absolutely fit the B-21.
So the concept here is, as you said, not stand up, but definitely high altitude delivery, as opposed to what the B-1 was designed to do, which is come in low. So is that what we're thinking, the way the B-21 will be employed? It's not going to come in low, is it?
Based on what we know about the renderings of the airfoil design for the flying wing, that is a high altitude, very efficient, long range design, so high subsonic. So not optimized to fly low altitude, and not optimized to fly supersonic. No.
So how many are we supposed to buy?
Great question. Well, it depends.
there's some political backstory of why. 80 to 100 is the official talking points. When you do the math over the long term and you account for training, attrition, depot, just train accidents, that number starts to look like 145, 150. If you throw some in there for mom and the kids for just mission expansion, that could be up 180. And that doesn't include FMS or exports or partners. So Australia has actually jumped in the lead and very, very interested in buying the B-21. So there's a lot of high-level talks going on between senior officials between the two countries. And that would be huge because most people may not realize it, but everyone loves fighters. I love fighters. I'm a fighter guy. But at the end of the day, the United States is the only partner ally with a bomber. We're the only people who have a bomber force and able to hold targets at risk at long ranges. We depend on our NATO partners. None of them have bombers. No one in the Pacific has bombers. There's only 3 countries in the world that have bombers. The other 2 are Russia and China. So if we can get other people to participate in this program, especially in the Pacific, Australia is obviously the preferred partner due to AUKUS. You have the British and NATO and a few things like that. So the strategic importance of this program cannot be understated. It is going to be a big, big deal. And this is why there's so much support politically behind it. There's a lot of scar tissue between the B-1 program getting curtailed and the F-22 program getting curtailed. That's why when you see the F-35 requirements, you ask the Air Force, how many F-35s you going to buy? And they go, I'm going to buy 1,763. That's a very specific number. Yep, that's exactly how many I need. And then you ask them, well, how many bombers are you going to buy? I don't know, maybe 80, maybe 200. So there's definitely some talking point variances between the fighters and bombers, but there's a lot of political backstory. Most people don't realize that the B-2, when we funded that program, we were originally going to buy about 158 B-2s. Then that program got the actual requirement got locked in at 132, and then it dwindled down to 20.
Well, so if you see the lower third here, the freckle booty, I guess that's how you say it, comments, I had the original number of 132, the number you just built, or even the reduced number of 75, I very much doubt the B-21 would exist. Or like the B-2 continually upgraded. So what do you think about that comment?
I completely agree. There would probably be a program to replace the B-52.
Okay.
If we had 132 B-2s on the range today, the B-1 wouldn't exist, and we would be looking at a program to replace the B-52.
Well, I think what happens is just like the B-1, because procurement takes so long, no test, operational test takes so long, fielding an airplane, getting it to the fleet. And the world changes during that time. B-1, I would say this is sort of a dumbed down version of this, so keep me honest. The threat changed that made B-1 not as survivable as originally we thought it was going to be, right? The way to defeat strategic SAMs in the late 70s was to come in low. And then the SAM threat got more sophisticated, and absolutely the way to get shot down was to come in low. So now the B-1, the world passes them by further. It had no smart weapons, no precision weapons capability until deep into the post-9/11 wars, sort of modified. Kind of like the way the Tomcat was modified, ironically, just a more glorified way, and they could carry more bombs. So that's part A. I think the same could be said about the B-2, because let's remember, the budget is re-legislated, re-litigated every year. Yes, we have a 5-year defense plan, but in fact, I have an upcoming episode talking about the Ford-class carrier with the guy, Captain Tal Manville, who was the original Ford-class carrier class desk officer. This was in, wait for it, because the Ford just got back from its first deployment, right? The 2-month or where they went to Portsmouth, Halifax. Sort of showed flag crews. It's not really an operational cruise. But it did deploy, it did some bilats, the elevators are working, the cats are working. He was the class desk in 1996, right? When Admiral Borda, the late great Admiral Borda, said, "Tal, be bold," right? And so he baked into the discussion of how the Ford got developed is the budget piece. You cannot ignore that, right? We're supposed to have 12. Right now, we only have 4 that are budgeted. And so same for the B1 and the B2. So each year people are like, because there's the, not to be cynical, the pork element, the lawmakers are like vying for the glorified jobs program that is the defense budget. So if you do not have this inarguable threat that you're building a platform against, then it's a jump ball and you might lose, right? So that's the other reality, because in hindsight, we're like, oh geez, we should have, Tomcat guy, we should have kept the Tomcat, right? We should have fielded the Super Tomcat. We wouldn't have needed the Super Hornet, and you wouldn't even need NGAT, right? I mean, we already have it in the form of a Super Tomcat that had evolved with the technology that was available. But that's not how the world goes, right? So
yeah, when you rely on the adversary to drive your requirements, you don't control. They get a vote, and when they change things, it disrupts your programs. And when the Pentagon used to work in the Pentagon, and there's a friend of mine who used to work down in the basement. His goal was to rebuild the Air Force for 20 years from now every morning on PowerPoints and Excel sheets. So if this one thing changed, how does this propagate throughout all of our force design for the next 20, 25 years?
Or put a budgeteer.
Yeah.
Drills, right? And every day it's a science project. What if we had 123? Okay, now make it 119. They'll just hand in this math that took them 3 days of heads down total work, and they'll go, yeah, try now with 5 less. It's the most thankless, Sisyphus-like work ever.
Yeah, I totally agree. The assumptions matter. And the F-35 is probably the greatest example, because it's 1,763. Like, how did you arrive at that number? And we'll take every F-16 and every A-10, and you add them all together. Like, that's the number. Like, well, we're not getting rid of the F-16 for quite a while now. We're going to keep about 600 around in the next 20 years. So is the number going to change? Like, nope. Like, well, the assumptions have changed, but they don't want to change the number. So and that's where you see the B-21. It's like, hey, depending on stand and stand off and missions, especially, it's interesting, especially when we look at like multi-domain, cross-domain, long-range, high-speed. The Army has some surface-to-surface hypersonic programs that you could argue some of the Air Force proponents would say that is treads on their territory based on those missions. So, well, if the Army does that, maybe we don't need so many bombers. The cost per unit of that is higher than a bomber, and so there's inter-service politics definitely has a role to play. But yeah, the world changes all the time, continually evolving. And one of the things I enjoy about doing the newsletter Merge is, I get to live in that and report out, hey, here are the things that are going on, tech trends happening, deals that are happening to basically build that future. It's a very forward-looking kind of lens that I try to bring to the readers.
Well, plus you have the ability to translate it, and that's rare. Because if you talk to somebody from that arena, and I lived this firsthand when I was working on the B-22 program, my first job out of the Navy. You think I use a lot of acronyms. Talk to a procurement type, and either a civil servant or an EDO, engineering duty officer, or an aviation engineering duty officer. It's life by acronyms, and things like the FIDA and XCOM and OpVal. It's just a million acronyms. So they're wedded to the paradigm, right? the model of it, and so breaking out of that is really tough. And again, as a fleet guy, I would just complain when they issue a red stripe on the airplanes or whatever. I'm like, what is NavAir for? They're just keeping us from flying. And then you go there and you're like, oh, I get it. This is hard. Developing a system is hard. Like you think of something like the P-8, right? It's just a 737 with ASW equipment in it. Yep. Like, how hard can that be? And then you put all the ASW equipment in the airplane, and there's coherency issues, and all kinds of things are happening in terms of the EMI, and you realize, oh, geez, this is not easy. That's why you have these systems coming in, and test pilots, and procurement experts, and engineering duty officers. So
Well, don't get me started on that. This KC-46 is our.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. This is the only time we're going to go now. So, back to the B-21. Another question people are going to ask is, how much does it cost? I know you can answer that a bunch of ways, but what are some of the numbers that are being thrown around about?
The production contract is capped at $550 million a jet at $2010. Right now, they're on contract at $692 million a piece. So if you do the math just from inflation, $2010.
Hey, buddy. Nice cigarette break? Right on. I don't know if you're here right now.
$125 to $750 million today. So they're actually underpriced. And that's how we're buying them right now. And that firm fixed price is how we're able to speed the market, and the company is incentivized. The more under price they can get it, the better.
I almost fell over just now.
So, that being said, Northrop, they're
That's good, Latoya.
They're
Fuck that cheese, Latoya.
Most people don't realize aircraft is very complex.
I hope Melissa made it back inside.
Has 400 supplier companies that are all built into different pieces to then integrate at the Northrop facility to actually build a bomber. The F-35 is about the same. They have close to 500. This is a massively complex program. The fact that they're able to do this fast, and by the way, through supply chain issues, COVID, etc. It just speaks to the level of commitment and the program management and oversight. I think
It's gonna be a long, long.
about communicating with Congress openly and really often to make sure that they understand
Long day.
how the issues they work through. Great example. One of the few public.
Supposedly the bombing are as a result of the attempt against Mayor Madani in New York.
There's an attempt against him?
Was raised Muslim, was he not? Himself. So they're being anti-Muslim too, and they're finally defending Madani for something.
That wasn't on there,
It was at his house? Oh my god. She's saying that she's implying that it was an attack against him and it was at his house because she's trying to frame it as an aggression against him or his residence. That's how she's trying to frame it. Everybody knows that. They're trying to spin this as much as possible. This is the reason why I said the only way that you can deal with these people is to just completely oppress them and then just beat them down. That's the only way you can deal with them. You can never deal with them in the, basically, I think a lot of right-wing people make the mistake of trying to debate and reason with a person like this. There's no reason that you can't debate and reason with a person like this. All you can do is consolidate power and work in every single best interest that you can to remove any ability for them to have influence over anything. That's the thing that you should be doing. The moment that you try to even talk to them, you're making a mistake. The only thing you do is you go after them as aggressively as possible, and then eventually they don't have any power anymore. It's a wild take. No, it's not. I mean, I'll pull you up about this, and I'll listen to what you're saying here. This is a person who's trying to reframe they're trying to reframe a terrorist attack where a Muslim threw a nail bomb into a crowd of peaceful protesters as an attack on a Muslim. Do you think that there is ever any universe where you can find common ground with a person like that? And I'm asking you, this is a genuine question. How can you possibly find common ground with a person that's trying to reframe a terrorist attack as being an attack on the person who is actually the terrorist? How does that work? Do you actually think that you can have a civil discourse with them? Do you think that you can come together and listen to them and they'll hear your point of view, and if you come up and you present a better argument, they're going to hear it and then change it? You don't really believe this, do you? I mean, I don't see how anybody can fall into such a naive trap. It's very obvious that's the case. I saw people in non-political Twitch chats spin this narrative too. It's extremely dangerous. The average person believes entirely false narratives. It is. And that's why, again, you can absolutely hear out their thoughts. If you want to shut down the conversation, that's wild. Why should you hear out a person that you know is lying? Do you think that you should hear out the opinions of a schizophrenic?
Nope.
Like, let's say there's a schizophrenic person that tells you that the moon is talking to them. Do you think that person is worth hearing out? Of course not. The entire idea that just because somebody's saying something means it deserves to be listened to is insane. And they're idiot people with idiot ideas. Exactly. Exactly. Yep, there you go. And so yes, and why you start streaming earlier today? Because I've been saying every single day I want to do it daylight savings time. That's actually the main reason. So some people aren't recalibrated yet, but that's okay. And yeah, I'll wait for this real quick. And yeah, why do you assume they're lying, calling them schizo? This type of dialogue is the problem. Well, okay, so I assume that you're lying. Do you think that this woman is behaving in good faith whenever she's saying these things? Do you think that she is? Why do you assume they're lying? I'm not assuming they're lying. I'm hearing what they're saying, and I'm coming to the conclusion that they're lying based off of what they're saying. Yeah, type of dialogue is the problem. No, it's not. The entire idea that you can reason with people like this is a huge mistake. It's another naivete that Western communities and Western audiences believes in. They believe that because they value critical thought and logical thinking, that everywhere else in the world and every other type of person values the same thing. They don't. You can't reason a person out of a position that you reason themselves into. These persons do not reason themselves into this position. Therefore, any sort of reasonable conversation to them will not convince them that they're wrong.
Yep.
It's the same as, you can't explain to somebody who believes the Bible that stars being this old is like a fucking proof that the Earth isn't 6,000 years old. You can't do that. It's not the way the world works. Sure seems like there's some value in their stance. She sure seems like it's okay to sit there and shut down my opposition, making a problem larger. Actually, it's not. So what value do you think there is in the discourse of reframing a terrorist as a victim? What value in discourse is there with that? How does that work? She's literally lying, it's blatant? Yeah. She's lying. I mean, I don't even understand this. You can be a Christian and know that the universe is 6,000 years old. Well, the person who thinks that it's 6,000 years old is not going to be convinced by, you explaining carbon dating to them. That's the point that I'm making. Does chatter even know what context is? You talking in so many absolutes? Yeah, I think that once a person engages in a level of dishonesty, like that's this big, that you should never take anything that they say seriously ever again. And the reason why, and again, the stop clock is right. It's a stop clock is right twice a day, right? It's definitely possible that some woman like this can have a good take on something else, but it's really coincidental. And so that's really my point. The discourse isn't for her benefit because it's laundered. Well, I'll wait for one more comment on this. She's going to victim and literally admitted to being ISIS inspired? Yes, exactly. CNN told everyone Biden was sharp as Zach? Yeah, exactly. The argument should be that it gives an honest person the opportunity to point out the dishonesty. Well, that doesn't work. See, the thing is that it doesn't, you're not understanding this. Like, you don't understand the way that these people try to spread propaganda. Their goal in the way that they try to spread propaganda is by creating a false consensus around a narrative and then pushing that narrative so hard that people are afraid to challenge it. They basically want people to live with a lie and then force that cognitive dissonance on everybody. That's what's happening. And this happened with ICE protests, it happens with everything else. It looks like this person's not really making any responses, I'm just going to ban them. And anyway, there's a biblical wisdom, don't flip kernels in swine. Yeah, I know, there's like the comic for that too. And so emotional manipulation with dishonest reporting. Yeah, exactly. And so, Miss Silverstein, same with gender shit. I think the gender shit is a great example of that. And I think that to the extent that we take these people seriously is just such a huge mistake. It looks like there's not a lot of these yet, but we'll have to wait and see. Let me unmute this. It looks like there's nothing else, but I'll okay, we'll see what happens. The chatter's right. Shutting them down before they can articulate themselves, you create a cancel culture. That's what you hate too. You need to bring them out and pin them down on their bad faith argument and disarm it. You think that you can pin people down on a bad faith argument and disarm it? See, this is the naivete of the Western mind. Let me explain this. The reason why you use cancel culture is because it works. Canceling people works. That's why people do it. This is like saying if you shoot your enemies, they win. You absolutely should use tools that are effective. The idea that you should not use tools that are effective because your enemy uses them is ridiculous. Nobody is actually against cancel culture. Let me actually dispel this rumor right now. Nobody is actually against cancel culture. Somebody gets exposed and they get found out to be a pedophile, they're talking to underage girls, then I think everybody agrees this person should be canceled. And if somebody gets exposed as like a crypto scammer and they're scamming their audience, selling them things so that the people aren't getting what they're wanting, then I think that everybody can say easily this person should be canceled. So very clearly, we're not talking about cancel culture in any sort of an objective sense. Canceled is nice, deleted is more like it, yes, exactly. And that's what you hate too, you need to hear them out in an argument. You think that finding a bad faith argument and being able to expose a bad faith argument will cause these people to admit that they're wrong, or cause people like them to realize that they're wrong. They will never do that. The words are just simply a means of manipulation to them. They're not using these words in order to communicate they're not trying to communicate an idea, they're trying to make you believe something. So when they lose, it doesn't matter, and when they win, then you lose. There's not a win condition that you have by engaging in critical thought with a person who has no value for critical thought. That's a mistake that I think a lot of Westerners make. And you'll see this as time goes on. See, in Germany, the AfD, they can cancel as much, so they create a firewall. Even the AfD has good points, I agree with you here. Yeah, but the difference is that the AfD are actual Germans. These people are, in a lot of cases, not real Americans. They don't care about American values. They just want to ruin America. That's the reality. How can you sniff those kinds of people out? It's actually extremely easy. It's very easy to find out. And so, they get canceled as much? Yeah, the AfD is a totally different paradigm. It is. And also, again, the people that are shutting them down are the ones that are illogical. And, what about rational Westerners that are trying to convince you on your side? Rational Westerners that believe that stuff anybody who's rational will never come to that conclusion in the first place. And I think that that's a big mistake that you're making, is that you think that rational Westerners will ever listen to this and think that there's any validity in it. Anybody who hears this and agrees with it, or even thinks that there's any semblance of validity to it, is a complete retard, and their opinion should be completely disregarded. And you can't win that kind of a person over. The only thing that you can do is hope that they don't vote. That's really all you can do. Or hope that you can convince them, oh, there's another one? Okay, I'll watch this one too. Why not?
I can't speak for Mike Johnson, but I would say we've had 2 terrorist attacks here in the last 10 days.
And? Isn't it? I wonder what would happen if there was a terrorist attack at CNN. I bet these people would be talking about how terrible terrorist attacks are for 2 years. And how much is shaking the country to its core, and how much is something like, oh, nobody should have this happen, and, yeah, listen, this is crazy. She's trying to downplay this in her house. Yeah, exactly.
I can't speak for Mike Johnson, but I would say we've had 2 terrorist attacks here in the last 10 days.
And?
Why are you worse?
Because they're the ones doing the terrorist attacks. Duh. Like, this is the type of cognitive dissonance that you're supposed to engage in. Yes, obviously.
There's a radical strain of Islam that led our violence.
Yes.
Terrorist ideologies here and all around the world. What does that have to do with whether Muslims belong in American society as a group?
I don't think that's even being discussed.
I'm talking about what Mike Johnson said.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what he did.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is what he did.
commitment to religious liberty. He was chiding those two members of Congress. By the way, as a Republican, I believe
if this narrative is allowed to continue and people aren't able to criticize the radical terrorist Islam, that is once again not allowed inside of Muslim countries, like the UAE, they don't even allow this. But in America, for some reason, we're supposed to tolerate it. What it's going to lead to is people that will be openly saying that, and I think that remigration is a great example of this. So, I think that maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago, the amount of people that were saying to, turn away the votes or especially sink the votes was extremely minimal. It was a very, very small, like this is in Europe. And I think Europe is kind of a mining canary for where things are happening, where things are going in America too. So eventually, there will be people that will just simply say that, and that will be their position. And I think that Nick Fuentes is a great example of that. Nick basically just says it. Like a lot of people on CNN still talk around it, and they still try to use the reason why this woman is, she doesn't know what to say, is actually because that is what she thinks. That is actually what she thinks, but she can't say that. The moment that people do think that they can say that is the moment that I think things change very, very quickly and very, very fast. So that's where I think things are going. And the moment that you don't have it, and again, you're trying to reframe the conversation around all Muslims, whenever the problem are two terrorists. That's the main issue. Yeah, I have something to say. Yes, exactly.
By the way, as a Republican, I believe that the same amendment
I think that we are speed running right now. I do. I think we are speed running. And I don't know if people realize it, but I think things are changing extremely fast right now.
Yep.
I'm listening to like the narrative, I'm listening to how people are talking about this. I think that the discourse on this topic is going to be like 180 degrees different in like 2 years from now. If not less than that.
That get those two members of Congress the right to say things that are offensive, I find that offensive as well. It's the same amendment that permits Muslim people to eat around the message.
Yeah, sure. And can you let the gentleman talk? No, they never let these people talk at all. 100%. Brother's about 60 years ahead. And how much does this main conversation U.S. Muslims? I don't think that's really a big thing, right? I don't think it really has to do with Muslims. It's just more. I think that it's another example of an identity group clearly having a larger propensity to, let's say terrorism, right? In this case, it's very obvious that the overwhelming majority of these terrorist attacks, at least for religious-based ones, are Islamic, right? This is obvious. Everybody knows this. But we're not supposed to say that, number one, and then whenever people bring it up, people say, well, what about every other Muslim? Well, obviously not every Muslim does that. I mean, of course not. But there are some that do, and that needs to be discussed in a legitimate way. And when you constantly reframe it into trying to make a blanket statement, I think that it alienates a lot of people, and I think that's what's happened. Same way they make legal and illegal immigrants. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And that's the same exact thing. Is they try to like blend them together, make it like, oh, it's the same thing. I don't think it is at all. They don't speak out against the radicals, though. That's because they protect the radicals. That's the reason why they want the radicals. That's the only rational reason that you can come to. And cancel culture works so well, like you say. You explain Trump winning 2 elections and the right winning so much in the last 8 years. Well, it's because Elon Musk bought Twitter. That's the reason why. If Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, I think that we would be living inside of the same cancel culture hellhole that we existed in before. I think the truth is that if Elon didn't buy Twitter, we would probably be still talking about how people need to get, their next booster shot. People need to get this next thing. It's scary. Yeah, no, think about it. Because Elon buying Twitter was the crack in the dam of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And for the longest time, you could not express yourself on any platform. Instagram was censored, Facebook was censored, TikTok was censored, YouTube was censored, Twitter obviously was censored, Reddit was censored. So there was no place on the internet where people with these minds could come together and congregate and have an opinion on anything. And I think that what that led to is that basically there was a complete shutdown on that ideology. And if it wasn't for Elon effectively strong-arming and buying Twitter and saying, no, this isn't going to happen, I think that we would still be living in that world. We would still have to pretend like there's more than two genders. We would still have to pretend like, crime is a socioeconomic problem. We would still have to pretend and engage with all these bad faith ideologies constantly. And so, and that's the reason why I've been very, very favorable towards Elon. I don't care about Cat and XIL. Oh, yes, replays come to you. I don't give a fuck about that. The guy saved freedom of speech. He did. And I think anybody who's not willing to acknowledge that is being totally dishonest. Elon buying Twitter completely was a timeline shift. He totally shifted the timeline by doing that. And you can see now, as soon as that happened, every other platform changed because all of those people that were being pushed down, and again, that is a glitch in the matrix that a super billionaire buys one of the biggest free speech platforms, says, I don't give a fuck about making any money on this, and then lets people say anything that they want. This is not something that's random. Sorry, well, it is random, but it's not something that's within the scope of what you can even expect to have happen. The Glaze, I think he deserves it. I do. I will always be thankful for that. I will always respect Elon for that. And I think anybody who doesn't is so naive and short-sighted. It is insane. I am totally glazing him for that. Absolutely. I think it's amazing that he did it. And I don't know why anybody would even disagree. 100%. Absolutely. How is that not the case? You got to thank him for that? Yeah, we sure do. And it was such a big deal. Yes, it was such a, too bad it's a Jewish site now. How is it a Jewish site? I hear shit that's about killing Jews every day on Twitter. What are you talking about? That's not even true. Because you saw some Jewish person saying something that made you mad? I mostly agree, but I also hate seeing those weirdos posting their opinions now. Well, those weirdos' opinions used to be undisagreeable. You weren't allowed to disagree with those weirdos before. Those weirdos had a complete, lockdown on all discourse. Nobody was able to say anything to contest those weirdos. Those people that think that, they think that they're, remember whenever Twitch put that person in charge of the Trust and Safety Council that thought that they were like a deer? I mean, this is a mental illness. It's obviously a mental illness. And anybody who's pretending like it's not is engaging in a lie. So, at a certain point, back then, everybody had to play along and say, wow, that's crazy, wow. Now we don't have to do that anymore. And I think that if Elon didn't buy Twitter, we'd still be having to say, wow. That's it. They used to ban you for misgendering. It's not even remotely close. And Discord's still authoritarian woke garbage. Well, I don't know about Discord. I have no idea about that. Did you see about the huge on cyber attack on Stryker? No, I haven't heard about that at all. Twitch is still pretty much a left echo chamber other than a few streams. Well, at the end of the day, that's because Twitch wants to make its rules that way. But Twitch has become increasingly less that way. Do you remember back a few years ago whenever people were afraid to even saying the word retarded? If I did my streams the way that I do right now, if I did that 3 years ago, I would get permanently banned. I would be. 4 years ago, if I did this in 2021, I would be permanently banned in one day. I would. And I think everybody knows that. So again, that's my viewpoint on it. That's the reason why I will always support Elon. That's the reason why I think that everybody should respect that. If you care about Western culture, Western society, freedom of thought, you need to say thank you for that. You do. And I don't think that people understand how big of an influence that had. That totally shifted the entire internet. Because it showed that those opinions and those values were completely unpopular. The oppression of speech was what they wanted, but of course it still wasn't enough. They wanted it, they weren't happy, they kept demanding more control. That's how they are with everything. Well, yeah, of course, right? Because when you wield power through grievance, the worst thing that can happen to you is getting what you want. Because then you lose your power. Because if you're happy, you have no grievance. If you have no grievance, you have no power. So that means that you're never happy, so you can always have grievance, so you can always have power. That's the reason why these people always move on to the next thing. It's because them being upset and angry is the entire power structure around their influence. So that's the way it works. I mean, I feel like a lot of people know that, but people might not say it.
Turns out it's not that, at least in that way, because one of the remaining devs explained to their Discord that the website was being, quote, transparent and simplified.
Oh, it's being simplified.
Yeah, reputation down after the site went down. It was already done. Yeah, so rough. I mean, talking about someone being kicked whenever they're down. Yeah, so they kicked themselves. They decided to take it down without saying anything. They're moving the game, shipping whatever.
No. If this is actually true, they could have just said, hey, we're taking the website down. We're going to be doing updates and making the website better for you guys, so stay tuned. And then none of this would have happened. So, like, even inside, like, even at this very moment, they're retarded. They're retarded even now.
That they can, and that's actually why they ship another base and other gadgets, and a little bit more importantly, they will online some new cosmetics and bundles.
Oh, now
please. Don't really know if players will feel able to invest to buy those cosmetics and bundles, even if they like the game. The only way that'll change is leadership from this team just coming out and saying, listen,
make sure to buy the microtransactions for the video game that's probably going to get shut down in 3 months. Buy it now, guys. You see that? You've never seen something like this before.
This is the situation. This is how long we can run for, all of those things, so that people don't feel like there's a massive air of uncertainty around even supporting the game. Which is a bad place to be if you're someone who likes that game and wants to support it.
Too bad.
Just won't feel too bad. And obviously there are lots of jokes flying around from commenters, devs, to publishers, just people trying to talk about this game and work out why it did not work. Was it too niche? Was it the art style? Was it the Game Awards? Is it all just Jeff Keighley's master plan for chaos?
Jeff Keighley killed the game. That's so true. It's all his fault that the game's bad. He made the game good.
Like launch day, and you wonder how a game could perform air quotes so well, and then needs all out the majority standard. Maybe that's because launch day isn't everything. So how
no, I mean, launch day matters a lot, and that's the reason why they laid him off, is because everybody left. Like, that's the reason why.
At nearly 100,000 cards on Steam at launch, but we now know success likely went further because according to the data reported by the Game Business, 1.54 million people played the game across all platforms in 2 days in January, putting it on par with existing games like Palworld, DayZ, and Red Dead Redemption 2. And across the whole month, Circana ranked it in the top 10 for US Steam that week and the top 20 console. For any new launch, especially in indie, that's incredible. And you may think, 100,000 cards, 1.54 million players.
How did you fail?
Yeah, remember what concurrency is. It's concurrency. If you play the game for an hour or two in launch evening, then you're going to be one of that 1.54 million. Even if you're not one of the current, concurrent.
That's usually how the math is.
Then it hit 15,000 cards on Steam that week too. And for many, that was a clear sign of failure. People bouncing off, server issues, bugs, game.
How are we doing right now?
Just not landing. But here's the problem. That first week isn't even though that first week had some little glimmers. You saw that if people played for 1 or 2 hours, the reviews were way more positive. Which
that's like saying that a person that eats an entire plate of shit means that shit tastes good. Well, yeah, obviously, you have a selection bias there of the people that are playing it longer would play it longer because they think it's good. Doesn't mean that you're not serving shit. The thing about it,
what was interesting is the sheer quantity of those positive reviews. Yes, Steam score was really bad, but the number of reviews in total was humongous. So even though positive was not as large a percentage as I'm sure devs would have wanted, it was still quite a lot of people. But even with all that, it's episode 2's launch on the 6th of February.
a positive why people are good, well then why are you playing the game? Because you just put that on there for no reason. You just try to say, oh, it's a good game, like people are rating it badly, but you don't even play it. That's the thing, that's what I love about concurrent player counts. That's what I love about, like raw numbers and data like that. Is it takes all these people's feelings and it puts them in the dirt. Puts them in the dirt and says, fuck your feelings. This is what people actually do.
And that's quality of life. You hear of it. That's some kind of neat movement.
This is the coolest character they made. Some Blade shit, right? I mean, they should have introduced him. He should have been the main character, not that weird ass fucking loser.
Oh, wolfy things, but 8,500.
It's pretty obvious.
That's a weaker show, but it's not an unhealthy player count for an indie multiplayer game. Because when you're an indie, the revenue that you get, minus platform fees, is yours. It doesn't go to a publisher, so you are operating fundamentally in a higher degree of financial efficiency. So this trust is making people sustain themselves. And that's actually why concurrent player count is not the real story here.
It absolutely is the real story. If the game had a regular concurrent player count of 40,000, they wouldn't have done these layoffs. The reality is that the reason why they did it is because people stopped playing the game. Because the concurrent, you have to look at like what is their business model. Their business model is to effectively get people into the game and then sell copies of cosmetics through people being in the game and battle passes. So if you don't have, like, let's say you're trying to sell, popsicles, but nobody goes inside the shop. Well, how the fuck do you sell a popsicle if they don't even go inside the popsicle shop? You got a problem.
It isn't, because regardless of how much leadership, you can't do it. It's for daily average players and spending that don't to retain. Player count is very much expected. The problem is the trend line. Yes, in terms of player count.
To say it's expected, that's like saying that, like, it goes down a little bit is the same as it goes down by 90%.
Perhaps far more so in the one thing that we don't have to do, and that is the difficult amount of money. Although I think we can say the lack of incoming funds absolutely was their big problem. Now let me explain. The first season pass was actually free. There were many levels left to purchase. So the game launched in a very unmonetized state. That's fine and expected.
I would say the amount of money that they made, right? Because like you do the math, right? You said 1.54 million people played. Immediately just roll out 90% of those people immediately that would not, they would not spend any money on the game. And so, like, then you take over half of them because you got half the people with the game and the negative review, right? So you cut that in half. So now you have 75,000 people, and then you probably look at maybe like 10% or 20% of those people that would actually be invested enough to buy cosmetics in this game. And so you're really looking at probably sales of about 10,000 to 20,000 customers.
That pretty girl's still trying to go over.
Each one is like maybe $200, sorry, $220. Like, you do the math on this, right? It's like $20 times 20,000, right? That's $400,000. That's nothing.
Should I say no or what?
That's nothing, bro. Like, really, think about it, you made $400,000 on your release, and you've been working on this game for how long? Like, what's your burn rate? That probably doesn't even cover a week's worth of fucking rent. It's nothing. You do the math. And then also, like, make it 4 million. 4 million, it's still not enough.
Possible and give people not really a lot of scrutinize.
It's over.
The second season pass was not free. It was paid. It went live on February 6th. 6 days after it went live, the layoffs started. You see, episode 2 and the paid battle pass were Wildlight's first real chance to make money. Player counts are only half the story. You can't pay your devs with a player count. You need money.
You can on average.
Well, maybe
you gotta look at averages, conversion rates.
Players to show up the rates of a AAA shooter. Maybe, though, they would have been happy with the Season 2 numbers in terms of players. But in free-to-play game, player counts are only as good as the percentage of those people that actually convert into being payers.
Which, by the way, there is ample, extreme, and, like, just, think about this, right? Think about how much research has probably been done on conversion rates of users to payers inside of free-to-play ecosystems. Think about the billions of dollars that's been spent on this information. This is a defined entity.
In less scrupulous games, that's why they hook you in with the dark monetization patterns right off the bat. And it's why those dark monetization patterns
tend to be related to player power or significant in-game friction. We see that all over the mobile game space. And even with that, it is often said that it's over 30 days, 35 days to convert someone from a player to a payer. And that is in a mobile game using all of the dark patterns. Obviously, for a game like this,
that's like Genshin Impact at full power.
It isn't using those dark patterns. It's probably going to take longer. And that's why slashing your team to pieces only 6 days after most people have an opportunity to even spend money in your game shows that something went really wrong. Now obviously that first free battle pass was an attempt to earn the good graces of gamers by delaying monetization, but it could have also meant that people had no buy-in to
Nobody cares about monetization. I'm gonna hit people with a reality. Nobody gives a shit. If the game is good, people will spend money on it. If the game is bad, they will not spend money on it. Trying to win over the very low 3% of people that actually care about monetization and will make decisions based off of it is stupid. You shouldn't make decisions based off of them. They are the vast minority. If they were not the vast minority, you wouldn't see every single developer making the same product.
With the game. And we certainly know that conversion of players to payers just didn't really happen at a meaningful scale, and it seems that they were runway. Now, runway is how much money a business has before it stops operating. Run out of runway and, the plane crashes. That's why it's interesting. As highlighted by GameFile, Highguard, like most games released right now, was funded in a post-pandemic boom. You see, back then, money was cheap, interest rates were pretty much zero, and that meant that it was fairly easy for anyone with a whole bunch of access to capital to just take a punt on a bunch of developers. Now, Tencent was one of the groups doing this, and you'll have seen many other megacorps as well, like, say, NetEase. Now, Tencent
I love you, chat.
funding rounds for Wildlight.
Jerry, you do the best Bible quote.
And it's reported that they let the
I don't think that this is a smoking gun as much as other people think it is. The fact is that Tencent has their hand in so many cookie jars that I don't feel like this means a whole lot. I mean, they're invested into like thousands of companies, and they have like billions of dollars. Like, they're doing this with everything.
Rounds for Wildlight through their
Tencent's Grim Reaper? No, they're not.
You may have seen the
What are you talking about?
But what's important here is they don't actually own the studio, right? So this is still an independent studio in terms of its ownership structure, although, yes, some equity probably will have been given up. It's probably a situation like that. So Tencent then were seemingly one of the largest financial backers, but they don't have majority ownership of the company. That means they're not in control of the company. So at best, they're a minority shareholder, like they are with many other studios, like, say, Larian. Now, maybe Tencent...
that doesn't necessarily mean that they might not have certain privileges. Like, obviously, investment contracts and, anything like this, like, they're always going to be at this level. It's going to be a bespoke agreement. So they could have different types of rights to refusal, veto power, etc. So this is all, nobody really knows what the actual deal is, right? So people are just making things up. Like the golden share? Yeah, like Class A stock.
If the company succeeded, but obviously didn't. But that stuff was going on in 2022. Back when the team was 28 people and, quote, fully funded. 2026 is a different story. Now, Tencent funded the team until launch. That seems like a pretty simple sentence, doesn't it? But there's actually a lot inside it. Because are they funding it to the intended launch of the game when it's in a perfect state and ready to go? Or is it the development team received a certain amount of money and they've now just had to ship the game whenever the money is ran out?
Probably both. It's probably neither and both. And it's a decision, like most video games get released before developers feel comfortable with releasing them. Things like Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33 are the vast minority.
That's the thing. Projects can be uncertain, things can be delayed, and quite often, if a game is failing at launch, it's often because it wasn't supposed to launch that way.
Yeah.
It's rather that the budget ran out, and they basically had to ship whatever the hell they had. Highguard shipped. The alternative was probably going bust and having absolute...
The term for this is called MVP, not most valuable player, minimum viable product.
There'd be nothing to show for it.
That's the good one.
Oh, wow. That so many companies end up in. But of course, the game being out, it would need to hit a certain revenue per month to actually pay the devs who are building it. They need to be bringing enough money in to actually start projecting their revenue, work out their cash flow, all the things that you need to do to support an ongoing live service. And those things.
Well, in any business, you have to have revenue projections, obviously.
That meant the leadership were faced with a choice. They could keep everyone on and work for as long as money lasts. Maybe that could have been weeks. Who knows? Maybe they could have hoped to turn it around. The other option is to radically downsize the team. Because in doing that...
Well, it's like in those zombie movies, right? Where, like, they decide to, like, kill people or something like that before, you know, they run out of rations so the remaining people can actually live. Like, there's a lot of examples of this. And, like, doing a culling... Like, doing some sort of culling function like Wildlight did is incredibly common inside of every type of business, and it would be common inside of survival period, right? It's just very simple asset allocation turned into, you know, basically a business model.
Whatever money they've
just
got,
how it is.
Whatever money they bring in will go far longer, and obviously they chose the latter. But that does have consequences. The studio may exist for longer, but a game performing layoffs this close to launch, yes, it hurts the devs who have got to keep delivering the game, but also shakes the confidence of players who don't
It does, because if your business model is built around people paying for your game and paying for cosmetics, everybody knows when a game goes end of service, all of your waifus descend into the void. You're never going to talk to her again. She's never going to do her emote for you again. It's not going to matter how much money you spent on copies of her character so she can do marginally more damage. She is gone, vanished, into the void, you know, reduced to atoms, and that's it. Your waifu is gone. Whenever, listen guys, whenever they shut down the Genshin Impact servers, you will never see your Hu Tao again. She's gone. Your Furina, into the void, never to be seen again.
To invest in
That's how it is.
Basically, obviously unstable. Now, evidently, there's some interest and projected revenue.
Sorry, boys.
To try and keep things going. It could be that they're not getting a lot of money. Maybe they think it's enough to keep on whatever team they've got. We just don't know yet because we don't have the hard numbers. Here's the thing. This is just one story, one example. It's an example of something that is going on absolutely everywhere in this industry. And a big reason is that the games market...
The big reason is because the games that people make are bad.
Is completely different now.
It's bad, they're bad games.
Whenever Highguard started development. Development of this game started in 2022. At launch, they had grown to about 100.
I feel like in 2022 you could have known this was going to happen. Like, anybody without the foresight of this, like, I mean, you're really making billion-dollar decisions and you can't see this?
It's
embarrassing.
Now, even in an era where smaller teams are being pitched as a solution to everything, well, that's not a lot of people for a live service game.
Yeah.
Because to keep up pace with a live service game, you just do need a shitload of people.
You do. You need a ridiculous amount of people. And also, like, whenever you look at the 28 people, whenever they say they have 28 people, that doesn't mean 28 devs. You're going to have middle management, HR, coordination, logistics people, etc. So, like, with 28 people, you probably have at most 15 devs.
I wonder why live service games
keep that in mind.
Really slow to change in big, meaningful ways. It's essentially that reason. But unlike the AAA live services they've been competing against, well, there's no publisher for Highguard. There's no other revenue stream to pick up the slack. And in 2026, there'll be no funding partner to step in and take a punt on them. The
Tencent abortion.
If a bet made in the post-pandemic
good
era
old-fashioned post-birth abortion
fails, the studio just dies. I mean, Highguard failing to sell passes and microtransactions already does basically mean that they're stuck. They can't really make money.
I don't think that the decision was made after, like, I mean, you don't make a big financial decision like that after 6 days. Now, there could have been a possibility where they had, like, their golden ticket option of, like, wow, what if we sell 1 million copies, then we won't have to do this? But that's like a, like, vanishingly small, like, 1% of 1%, like, pipe dream thing.
Money. All they can do is save money by cutting away their team. And hoping they can make the line go up later. Now, you may be thinking, surely this wouldn't be a problem if the launch of your game correlated with you getting money, such as a
if the launch of your video game correlates with you getting money, this will increase the profitability of your video game. That's true, Bellior. You're right about that. That's a good point. I agree with this.
For the game. You could look at Arc Raiders.
Yes.
That's a game that did.
And that was a correlation where the release of the game correlated with money. That's so true. And they made way more money.
Launch is a paid product.
Yes.
That would have helped with the upfront money. It would have helped with buy-in because, funnily enough, people who have bought a game are people who are willing to hand over money. They'll actually convert better into ongoing payers. Well, as good as that may
I mean, like, I think that's true, but there's, like, also the, like, opportunity cost of, like, you're getting, okay, so you have a user base that has a higher probability of converting to sales, but you have a much smaller user base, so it's always, like, you look at, like, Overwatch 2, for example, I think that's a great parallel. I think Overwatch 2 seems to be substantially less successful than Overwatch 1.
Sound. They didn't have a big brand. They didn't have other revenue streams. They didn't have the big publisher backing that, say, Microsoft.
I did.
And clearly, in terms of launch quality, they did not have what they would need to justify a price tag. So even if the price tag could have helped,
I'm gonna be honest, bro. This guy is playing against Stormtroopers. This is embarrassing, bro. Like who? Like that guy that he played against is a retard. Wow.
In financial position, it wouldn't have worked.
That's crazy.
I think a big thing is, yes, you put a price tag in the game, and it launches.
Yeah, that's like the way I play.
Amazing product market fit. Boom. You mint it. Helltimers, Arc Raiders. But if you launch with a price tag, and you haven't achieved
Arc Raiders at peanut, nothing else required. No, it's not because of burnt peanut isn't the reason why Arc Raiders is popular. If it was, then maybe him getting sponsored by Marathon is going to make Marathon popular, right, guys?
Market fit. You're just going to be immediately executed. Take a look. Conquer.
It's just not the way it works.
Now we see other games like, say, Spectre Divide that have tried to come into this shooter space as free to play.
Yeah, Shroud's game, right?
And have not worked. We fundamentally haven't seen big sustained successes here. And in the previous video we did in Highguard, we talked about a bunch of other shooters, some of which are really, really good. Then it came out and the people were completely unaware of. Now when we take a look at the games that are more successful, like Marvel Rivals or Arena Breakout Infinite, slick title there, chaps. Well, those are succeeding off the backs of humongous investments. Investments at a scale designed to peel players away from whatever their game of choice is. Now, there are
also having the Marvel IP helps a lot too. Like, I mean, it does.
Titles like Supervive or Mecha Break that have got great reviews, but even their player counts are dwindling.
Well, Mecha Break doesn't have good reviews. It got a bunch of bad reviews because that shit they had in the beginning.
Like everything else about Highguard, there is no one solution to suggest here, though I do have a few. And as leadership cuts this team down, the real takeaway is that even compared to a decade ago, second chances do not exist. And it's all contributed to something nice.
Cyberpunk, I think the second chances do exist. Cyberpunk, Lords of the Fallen. I mean, I guess maybe, am I just listing things based off survivorship bias? I think Bellior is generally correct, but I think that exceptions occur for, for exceptional products. Like, which is like, I mean, honestly, I'm just wasting time talking. Everybody knows that.
Comment something I feel myself. Where the fuck's all this money going? Like, what is actually the deal?
It's obvious.
Why does the game industry look like this these days? Do you know what? I think I have a few answers. And I have to say thanks to Highguard because it helped me get to them. Okay, I've got a fundamental belief about games in this space. I think they are played a bit more like sports. So a League of Legends player could be playing League for like 10 years. And it doesn't matter to them that there isn't a humongous, fundamentally crazy new amount of content or a new amazing campaign to get immersed in. Because they're playing League like it's a sport. The same thing goes for Counter-Strike. The same thing went for Overwatch in some ways. It goes for other games like your Rainbow Six Sieges. Basically, those competitive kind of default multiplayer team shooter games. What I think has happened is our industry has looked at those games being successful and it's tried to fight for those players.
Every game wants to be the game that people just play no matter what. Big surprise. Usually that doesn't happen.
Right? So say Ubisoft trying to fight Call of Duty, trying to fight them for their own players. Now I understand doing that. And if you're a big AAA, you have all the money in the earth, maybe you can actually pull that off. But for everyone else, it does seem a bit silly. It's like, a whole bunch of people play this ball game called football. It can mean several things.
I've heard about that.
The world, but whatever. It's like seeing that and thinking, this is great market validation.
Let's make football too. You know the funny thing is, they did with video games. It's called Rocket League. What a great game too. Amazing game.
Enjoy ball-based, team-based sports. Okay, we're going to design and launch one with a humongous team, and we're going to peel away fans of football
too.
Our
Yeah, it's football
if I put
too.
it like that, it would seem absolutely preposterous. Because these are games, but they're games that people play more like they're a sport, like they're that kind of default thing.
Exactly.
So I think the games industry has spent...
The devs for Rocket League should do a real-life Rocket League where they have somebody that's like a really well-known pro player go up against like a professional driver and make like a real-life Rocket League stadium and then have people play off of it. That'd be nuts. Like, bro, but the thing is that Red Bull, could set up with like Jinxie. Like, oh my god, that'd be fucking funny.
Inordinate amounts of money, basically just trying to do that, trying to dethrone incumbents. But when I look at the games industry,
I got him in TFT.
Decades, I think what you
they're in
see
Nashorn.
That's the wrong thing to do. You don't try and kill the current incumbent by tweaking a few things and launching something in the same genre. You don't dethrone Coca-Cola by having a slightly different formulation of Coca-Cola. No, you get some sort of new drink, cool thing the market hasn't seen, that pulls people away from Coke because you're offering this new, genuine, different thing. I think that is why so many games have failed. Spectre Divide, Counter-Strike, a little bit different. Valorant, Counter-Strike, a little bit different.
Yeah.
But with Riot money, Riot backing. The scale factors that an indie team like this one just obviously could not pull off. But even with that said, there is a new modern...
It's also the complexity of a game. I think that a lot of video games get designed and they have a high level of complexity, but their tactile enjoyment is very low. So I think that's a problem that Highguard has that Rocket League does not. Rocket League is a game that's deceptively easy, which makes it very easy to watch, very easy to understand. It's like one of those games where it's like, oh, give me the controller, I can do that. Where it's like Highguard, you're like, no, I don't want to play. You can go enough. You can play another one.
To think about. And that is how immediate success is almost needed. You see, years ago, Fortnite and Rainbow Six Siege genuinely struggled with their launches, but they found their feet and they became industry giants. Basically, they had the funding they needed to grow through the rocky periods and to find product market fit whenever their game was there as a live thing. It literally took time. But in this case, that's obviously not possible. And we can think why it isn't possible. There's a very obvious reason. They literally couldn't afford to do it. So we then need to ask ourselves, how could they have afforded to do it? Here's my contention.
If they had made money and had people buy the cosmetics in the game and had projected it, because basically the player count that they had was too low based off of their conversion rate statistics that they could make money.
Developers with AAA skills, AAA norms, because that is just where they worked, tried to dethrone AAA. Okay? Now they did that by making a game that looks and feels AAA, like the fidelity of the models, even some of the art style things. Yeah, it's trying to take on AAA by looking and feeling like a AAA. But the problem is, that's really goddamn hard and expensive to do. All of those models, all of those skins, that takes a lot of money and a lot of time. And the higher your fidelity is, generally speaking, the harder it is to iterate and iterate and iterate. Which maybe means that the Highguard that we got is just a bit of a plan they felt locked into. Now, in another world, where they chose an art style that wasn't as high fidelity, one where they didn't decide to be independently AAA, but rather
I don't think that the fidelity for the art style really was a big factor, personally. I think that, honestly, Highguard released a lot of content after release, it's just that it wasn't very good. Like, the fidelity for the game and the content wasn't the issue, it was the core game loop and the philosophy surrounding it.
And it
That's really what it is.
An independent that can become AAA, maybe if they more fully embraced what being an independent studio means, especially financially, then they could pull it off. But equally, maybe it wasn't possible because of their funding. A lot of venture capital money was going into games in this period of time. Those types of VC bets are not designed for sustainable growth. They are designed for real big fucking humongous fast growth whenever the damn thing launches.
Yeah, take 100 bets and then one of them goes in and then you make all your money back from the 99 that don't. Yeah, sure.
It would mean that they would probably only be able to get funding by saying, we're going to make a AAA looking game that can compete with AAAs, just that instead of all of the money going to our old friends in Electronic Arts,
it's going to go to you.
Us, and to you, Mr. Venture Backer. And by the way, as people who have ran big AAA live service games, here's how the finances of them work. Look at this, isn't it fantastic? Perhaps he
And
does.
you got to think about this, right? I mean, like as an investor, this is at a very baseline, right? I mean, like, would you take this call? I'd absolutely take this call. This seems like the easiest money of your life.
How the funding model of games fundamentally defines what those games can be.
Jeff was the backer.
Perhaps is one of the reasons why this whole post-pandemic boom type of just wave of games has felt the way that it has.
And now what'll happen is those laid off devs will either decide to go back into AAA, where it'll be extremely hard to get a job, and where they'll be getting a job, you know, at the big behemoth that they wanted to leave, right? Not wanting to be under the yoke of one of those megacorps. And yes, it is the case that Wildlight was never some tiny little self-funded indie, absolutely. But even though they'll have got funding from a bunch of those external partners, the company still is responsible for itself, right? It still is certainly a lot more independent than if you were working in a studio that was wholly owned by a big AAA publisher.
So I feel like that's probably not as much of a good thing in some cases, right? Because if you have a bit, like, I think it really depends on what the studio is specifically, right? It's the same as any job. Like, I mean, you can have small studios that are probably run like a concentration camp, and you can have big studios that are run a lot more reasonably.
I'd have to go back to that.
I think just logically that's the way it is.
Go to a different industry, which probably won't be good. Those people are certainly capable of
after seeing it, I
things,
would too.
just in another environment. Look at, say, Expedition 33. For all the grief that people give Ubisoft, well, Expedition 33 is a bunch of Ubisoft people.
Ubisoft was one of the GOATs. They were one of the gold standards, and the reason why they're not anymore is that I guess they just decided to be, like, I think that really Ubisoft's main problem is that they have too many products. They tried making too many products, and they spread their competency too thin. Like, instead of, because you think about it, right? You're trying to make Assassin's Creed, you're trying to make Star Wars, you're trying to make Prince of Persia, there's 2 Prince of Persia games, you have another unreleased game that you have, you're maintaining, you know, fucking, what do you call it, what's the, Rainbow Six, and you have probably 2 other games I just can't think of right now. Like, you're maintaining and making, like, Far Cry, you have all of these games. Like, what studio could functionally spread themselves across that many different products and then deliver them to market and not fail? Like, Ubisoft set themselves up for failure. They did, and this is before you even talk about, like, ideology or woke or anything else. You just look at, like, logistically, you set yourself up to fail. That's how it is.
A bunch of people for whom it was their first job in the industry. And I think that shows that whenever the kind of working conditions, the scope, the budget, and all those things are well aligned for a game, people really can cook and do their best work. In this situation, they just weren't able to cook for long enough because the type of game they were trying to make. Let's just take on EA and all the live service things. Pretty hard, right? But you know what's also hard?
Yeah, it is.
Having general broad spectrum trust in the world and in things such as Discord. There's a reason why a lot of people aren't trusting Discord right now, and you can hear our report on that story in this video next.
Wow, what a good segue. And they got lucky with Rainbow Six Siege because it's not the original Rainbow Six. I mean, I never really played it a lot. I disagree that it's too many products. Capcom and Square Enix have a lot of IPs and they make them profitable. Ubisoft's downfall is due to poor leadership with the CEO. I don't even think that Capcom or Square Enix release that many AAA games on a regular basis. I'm gonna link you guys the video. There's a video right there, a Bellior video. I've known Bellior for 10 years now, right? I mean, ever since he was making only WoW videos. So, like, you know, make sure to give the guy some support. I think he's a great person, and I've watched his content forever. So there you go. Square Enix just released a game nobody played on Steam. Killer End. Probably gonna kill a studio, actually. So maybe it's true. And there are people with Highguard and Concord on their resumes that sink in. Yeah, I think that's about the same as saying that, like, oh, where were you? Why were you gone for 3 years? Oh, I was arrested for domestic assault. I beat the shit out of my pregnant girlfriend. Oh, wow. Okay, thank God. I thought you were working at Highguard. Okay, never mind. No, I know this, and most of the executives at Ubisoft were family of the CEO. Yeah, the Guillaume family. I know about it. I mean, obviously, and what I'm saying is that I think that there are a lot of factors. I think your factor is also accurate. It's not like you're wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just saying that I think a bigger factor is the fact that the games, you know, like they spread themselves way too thin. That's really it. No Talent Family. I mean, they used to be great. I just think that, again, it's like you do too much, and then you can't have that competency. The rise and fall of gaming journalism. You don't want to know what's funny is I have this one. Dude, like, I do too. Yeah, no, I mean, like, Nintendo Power, like, I used to be so in on that. Like, I have all the old Nintendo Power. I never got rid of any of them.
Gaming journalism isn't what it once was.
No, it's
In
not.
fact, just mentioning the words gaming journalism these days seems to only provoke negative reactions.
Nobody
This is
likes
how
it.
badly these companies have damaged their own reputation.
Yeah.
Almost every week, I see the same sentence pop up somewhere online that says, "Remember, you don't hate gaming journalists enough."
It's bad.
Whether it's in the comment section on a YouTube video, or a Facebook or Instagram post, or even on X, gamers seem to be unified in this thought across the internet. It's a clear
I don't think anybody likes gaming journalism anymore. Like, even the gaming journalists don't like themselves. Just read their Twitter bios if you think they do.
Find that gamers genuinely wouldn't mind if the majority of gaming journalism outlets just disappeared at this point.
They have been. Yeah, they're done.
Gamers used to love the likes of IGN, for example, because it felt like they were one of us. But now to see them lay off a lot more of their staff this month has sparked some interesting reactions online.
Dude, people, that's one of my favorite things, is that when layoffs happen at a company that people don't like, everybody is like spamming like W. They're like, yes, finally, fire them all. Yeah, but if the job losses get worse, oh, they will. They absolutely will. What's going to end up happening is that the job losses will continuously get more and more extreme until it's basically just done, right? I mean, they're not going to be able to do anything.
A large part of the gaming community celebrated this as if this result is a form of justice, whereas another portion of the gaming community were saddened by the idea that the IGN they once loved has allowed itself to fall this far. So how did we get here? How is it that gaming journalists, much like many AAA gaming companies, have become so disconnected from their audience that it's come to this? Let's rewind for a second.
It's super easy. How? I mean, they allowed people that had agendas to write things. It's the same thing that's happened to mainstream journalism. I think the reason why it's more pervasive and it's more, it's more identified in gaming is because it's such a microcosm of people that are hyper fixated on it. So you have like a very high degree of competency and awareness, and that causes people to think and like realize the errors and the sloppiness because it's niche, right? And so here's the thing. I've said this before. How many times have you read an article or something like that in a mainstream publication, and it turned out that it's total bullshit because you're an expert in that field? Now, my skeptical mind tells me that if every article that I read that I understand is bullshit, then I would also assume that every article that I read that I don't understand is also bullshit. I just don't know it.
What a lot of us remember as the golden age of gaming journalism.
Yeah,
back then, gaming magazines like Nintendo Power, PC Gamer, and Game Informer weren't just magazines.
Yep.
They were a gateway into the world we love.
They were, dude, this was gaming culture. Like, these magazines were gaming culture themselves.
It's a unique way of connecting with us, speaking a language that every gamer just understood
you get like
and
the disc
spoke
with it.
themselves.
Yeah.
This was especially important at the time because of how niche gaming was.
Look at that, bro. Damn, bro, he is ready.
In most households. I'll never forget those moments when my mom would arrive back from her monthly grocery shop. I'd race to the car because I knew she picked up a copy of either the PC format or the NAG magazine for me.
For me, it was, I would go to, do you guys remember Albertsons? Like, it was a grocery store, a grocery chain. And I remember we would walk into Albertsons and there'd be like the magazine racks. And like halfway through, or like while my mom was waiting in the checkout line, I would go and sit down and read the gaming magazines. Yeah, I would sit down in front of the magazine section and read them.
Or some African variants of gaming magazines. It was such a small thing, but my mom knew that it made me happy for the rest of the week. I was hooked on those magazines. Over time, I'd even figure out which of the writers had the same taste in games as me, and I'd always look out for their names in these magazines.
I never did that.
Gaming journalists used to deliver an amazing experience that a lot of us will always remember. When the internet took over, sites like
I don't even think that it was gaming journalists. I think that it was just like the time whenever you were a kid, and it was just like a innocent hobby that just had people writing about it, that people just really liked the content. It was basically like reading Nintendo Power as a kid in the 90s. Like, I'm sorry, but like watching Ninja play Fortnite is not even remotely close to as good. It was not like, I know, you know, some kids might have, you know, fond memories. It's not even remotely close.
In GameSpot and GameFAQs kept the energy alive. They weren't just about reviews and news, they were about community. Forums were always buzzing with debates, walkthroughs, and theories. Early reviews felt like it was simply gamers talking to gamers, because that's exactly what it was. It wasn't just about the games, it was about the culture. That era...
It went so hard that, I mean, the way that a lot of the WoW devs got hired is they were people that complained about EverQuest. And Blizzard saw that and they said, well, God, these guys really don't fucking like the game. They really think they can do it better? Well, let's find out. And then they got hired. Jeff Kaplan, I think, is a good example of that.
Was about celebrating games. Big events like E3 felt magical, where developers, journalists, and players came together to share in the excitement of announcements and reveals. It was a time when the line between fans and journalists was blurred, because at the end of the day, journalists were gamers too. But, like all golden ages, it didn't last forever. By the 2010s, cracks started to show. Traffic became the priority and sensationalism took over. Why? Because ad revenue now relied on clicks. And when your business model depends on clicks, trust and quality often disappear. News, reviews, and entertainment were no longer the product. You and I became the product.
I think this is a problem with like all types of media. Is that when you get paid by views, there's going to be a like, every type of monetization has a dark side. Or it has like a negative outcome as well. But I think that really, like, so when gaming journalism, and I'm sure he's going to say this, Gamergate killed gaming journalism. That's what it was. And if you look at the graphs of like all these websites, you'll see that that's exactly what happened. Is that they were still growing until like Gamergate. That was the end of it.
Majority of news outlets, not just gaming journalists, quickly learned that sensationalism equals profit. And where there's sensationalism, there is disconnect. It wasn't just clickbait though. There was also this new phenomenon of first come, first serve. Instead of publishing a monthly magazine where journalists could spend more time refining and crafting something thought-provoking and entertaining, a never-ending rat race began. Companies now competed to get previews, reviews, and news out faster than the competition. Articles started feeling rushed, and reviews...
This is something that happened with YouTube as well. Like, how many of you guys remember, or like you played a game where people try to get guides out for new content as soon as possible, and they do it at the cost of the content itself? So like the guide will come out, but it'll be really shitty, or it won't be complete because it won't be ready, but like the title says that it's the full complete thing. Yeah, exactly right. And so that's a huge issue. The PoE 2 ship? Yeah, the FX Troll, I think, yeah, people were really critical about them for that reason.
Becoming increasingly more disconnected from gamers. It was clear that it didn't feel like it was gamers talking to gamers anymore.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people have grown so...
Blind men are in trouble. I wish Resident Evil 2 let me be a more compassionate hero. Yeah, I think that also, like, this was another big difference, is that when you looked at the old magazines, it was really people talking about the game quality, and you didn't really have as much people that were like, it was more of a celebration of the games and a discussion of the game at like a factual level. Then you started seeing, and I think this is another element of it, is that personal opinions of things are generally more popular because it's easier to relate to them because there's a lower barrier to entry. So what ends up happening is that people start making content about like their personal opinions on things. Those videos get more popular, and before you know it, that's all you see. So that's really what it is. Girl writers, well, I mean, I think that there were women writers for the old magazines too. I just think that like what really happened is that like you had people that used to be basically disseminating information, and then they started giving their viewpoints instead.
Tired of this. Just look at the recent reviews around Concord. Self-proclaimed critics gave this game a 7 out of 10, or even an 8 out of 10, while literally the entire gaming community rejected this game into oblivion. Saying these reviews felt out of touch is an understatement. There is so obviously a disconnect between these journalists and actual gamers.
Well, there's an intentional disconnect. They do it on purpose because they don't want to. They want to push an agenda. They want you to believe something. And this is the same with mainstream media too. Like, I've seen it happen with numerous different events. Think about how many known lies mainstream media just reports regularly, and they never really try to correct them or fix them. That's what happens all the time. They all know, yeah, exactly. And so they're not trying to, like, their message is more important than the truth. That's basically the way that they look at it.
You are who I think you are. You should give me another chance.
I don't think we're alike at all.
Then there's the issue of access journalism. Game publishers started controlling the narrative more aggressively, using embargoes and restrictions to shape coverage.
The catch-22 of video game journalism. What is this? What was the other article? Gaming the system, how games journalist lost his a job over a negative review. Yeah, I'm not sure about that specifically. It depends on why. But, yeah, I think that definitely happens. And that's one of the big weaknesses for anything. Concord got bad reviews. No, there were a lot of very positive reviews for Concord, actually.
Coverage. If a journalist criticized a game, they risked losing early access or exclusives in the future.
That's one of the big weaknesses, and I think that that's actually what the crux of Gamergate was actually about. Is you have people that are effectively participants or beneficiaries of access journalism, and you do have some platforms and publications that don't take advantage of this, but back then especially, they were very few and far between. So you had people, and this is still an issue now, like, so I'll give you an example. I think that, like, think about the interaction and everything that I had with Elon Musk, today on Twitter, right, and yesterday and, past week or so, is that there is an implicit benefit to not covering things of people that could give you some sort of advantage in the future, right? And so that's what ends up happening, is that you have people that don't give feedback or they don't say certain things because it's more important for them to maintain a hegemony or maintain a relationship than tell the truth. And I think that sees it constantly. No, it's a 62 on Metacritic. I get your point, but Concord got slaughtered by everyone. I think a 62, like, a 62 for Concord. I feel like it was a 2, it was like a 0.62 by the player base, though, right? I mean, so I think that's a pretty huge difference.
And when you're in a state of competing for clicks, losing that access can be devastating for your company. So do you tell the truth and risk backlash from the publishers, or do you play it safe and lose credibility with your readers?
Yeah.
Definitely not an easy decision.
Look at this. That's me. And so I think that it's also, you have, like, there's definitely pressure from publishers and developers. And I think also here's another really big issue, is that if you're personal friends with publishers and developers and the people that work in the industry, you're going to just passively give them more leeway and more credibility because you know them personally, and so you're seeing it from their perspective, but that might not be a perspective that the rest of the audience sees.
Connect has definitely brought a major shift over the years. As trust in traditional outlets faded, a lot of gamers turned to the reviews and opinions of YouTubers. Creators like Angry Joe and the amazing Total Biscuit felt authentic. They didn't need publisher approval, and they weren't afraid to tell it like it is. If a game was broken, they'd call it out. If it was great, you can tell their praise was genuine.
Like, this probably is like probably one of the greatest games I ever played my whole life. It's just so good. Elden Ring is a top 10 of all time generational game. It's not even a question. It's so good, man. Stop, man, stop. I hate this game, bro.
Now, this raises a big question. Why do companies like IGN still have an audience?
Okay.
If you've watched my previous videos, you would know that I'm just a casual gamer.
Yeah.
I don't always have time to sit down and actually play games, let alone dive into the drama around gaming journalism. So, let's say I see a game advertised from a franchise I loved as a kid or teenager.
You're gonna
or
play
from a
it,
company
yeah.
I used to praise and trust. Naturally, I would want to go where I've always gone for insight on these games. IGN, PC Gamer, or Game Informer. And honestly, most casual
Kotaku or
gamers
Polygon,
probably
yeah.
stop their research right there. How do I know this? Because most of my friends, who are dads, husbands, accountants, financial advisors, tradesmen, and just generally busy guys, still read and trust IGN. Simply because they always have. Although the funny
IGN, I will say, is probably the most favorable. Like, of all of the different publications, I think IGN is the least biased, but I do think that they're extremely biased as well. I think Black Myth Wukong is a great example of that. But they are the best bad one.
The thing is, some of them have actually now stopped reading
It's my
IGN
opinion.
because of what happened with Dragon Age: The Veil God. I have a good friend who grew up loving the Dragon Age series. Years later, a new sequel, The Veil God, was announced, and he got pretty excited. Ahead of launch, he checks IGN's reviews and he sees a 9 out of 10. Now bear in mind, he does not keep up with the politics behind any of this stuff, because he is simply a very busy guy.
Now, this is the thing too, is that he's right about this, is that you get the normies who get hoodwinked by this kind of stuff. Because like this guy is, you know, like we said, like an accountant, right? Like he's not thinking, he's not watching, you know, like, oh, well, they're giving this game, like there's a non-binary character in the game. They're not even thinking about that, right?
This confirms his excitement. There are no warnings, no caveats, just another Dragon Age with a 9 out of 10 from IGN.
Of course.
So the game launches, and he finally gets to play it. And he is obviously blindsided. The game does not live up to its predecessors. It even feels like the developers sacrificed the gritty story writing of the franchise just to push a progressive agenda in a very heavy-handed, cringeworthy way.
And you've also got to keep in mind that there's this idea that normies are more accepting of like non-binary stuff. I actually think that the people on the internet and like internet users are much more progressive on average than the average population. Like way, way, way more.
Oh, I'm non-binary. And IGN gave it a higher review score than any of the previous titles. A lot of these big outlets have obviously let people down, and more gamers are starting to look elsewhere for honest opinions. So where does that leave us? Is gaming journalism going to eventually disappear?
They are an endangered species right now. They're like the white rhinos. There's like 7 of them left. And so what's happening is that there's almost no gaming journalism outlets that are left now. And if you think about the amount of people that are writing articles for these websites, it's less than 100 people probably at this point. Like it's basically dead. Like it's very, very close to being dead. Now, I thought about making my own website, but the problem is that it would probably require me to interact with other people. And so I was like, I don't know if I want to do this because I don't like talking and dealing with people. But functionally, like if all I had to do was set up a foundation for it and like set up like what I thought would work, and then that's it, I'm done, I would do that. Donkey called them out a while ago. Yeah, sure, right? Well, I think that's what's going to happen a lot.
I don't think it will, but I do believe gamers are finally holding these companies accountable. I do believe as gaming journalism has declined, we have definitely seen a rise in trusted YouTubers and indie creators who are doing something traditional outlets struggle with. They embrace the difficult conversations around gaming, and a lot of them do it well. Let's face it, games aren't a one-size-fits-all. What I love about a game might be what you hate about it, and that's fine. Independent creators
that's fundamentally what makes independent content creators on YouTube a better source. Not to mention the fact that watching a video for a video game is just a baseline. Like theoretically, if Nintendo Power could have been like, you know, like in Harry Potter, where like they would open up the newspaper and it would actually play videos with the paper. If Nintendo Power could have done that with embedded YouTube videos in the year 1995, they would have done that. The only reason they couldn't do that is because it was not technologically possible to do that. So, in like a perfect world, it would have effectively been YouTube videos with text in between videos, right? No technology, yes, exactly. And so that's what I think is happening a lot, is that it's just simply a better medium. And also, the way that video game websites, their criteria for what's valuable and what's important doesn't reflect what a player thinks is valuable or important. So like if this person thinks that it's really good that they had trans character in the game, your average Walmart American is going to either not care or think it's bad. Because they don't think like that at all. Like this is it's a closed system of people that are in their own bubble, and their values no longer represent the majority of people inside of their audience.
Their biases. When they rave about a game, it feels like a recommendation from a fellow gamer, not some detached, objective critic. And that honesty, it resonates. On top of that, creators build...
Well, also, there it is. Also, it's easier, like IGN has a bunch of people writing articles for them. So like you don't really have like one definitive viewpoint that you're getting out of IGN, because, or Kotaku or any of these other websites, because they just have like, there's some people that write that think this about a game, other people that write that think that about a game. But like with an individual like myself, or you know, any of like Scale Up or something like that, you're getting really the opinion of one consistent person. So like for example, like the person who writes the review for Dragon Age Veilguard might also write a review and have totally different criteria than somebody else for the game for that audience. You see kind of what I'm saying? And so like in following an individual creator is much easier to do than following an individual writer.
Communities. They're in the comments, hosting live streams, and engaging with their audience in ways traditional outlets just don't anymore. That direct connection is a big reason why so many gamers are turning to independent content creators for their reviews and insights. So, what does the future of gaming journalism look like? The truth is, it's unclear. The one thing is for sure, the old model of sensationalism, clickbait headlines, and ignoring what the audience really cares about is fading fast.
Gamers are... I don't think that sensationalism is fading, but I think that the amount of people's attention, like the problem is that I think a lot of the types of ideas that they tried to push are just simply losing in the free marketplace of ideas, and people don't really find any importance or value in them in the way that they used to. I think that's really what's going on here. That's actually the reason why.
Tired of feeling like we're being sold something that is not genuine. We want transparency, we want honesty, and we want to feel connected to the people reviewing our favorite games. As a gamer, I have to say the worst thing I've seen...
Hot take, gamers are the problem with gaming.
Journalists do is turn on the core audience and paint us as villains. Instead of journalists do.
Gamers are terrible people and we should stop being okay with it. Okay. And this website is called The Gamer. Again, this is like going to work at a steakhouse if you're a vegan. I can't imagine being this stupid.
And paint us as villains. Instead of engaging with the community, some
not sure if my 15 layers mean gamers are bad people.
Journalists have chosen to throw accusations at gamers, stating we are the problem with the gaming industry. Gaming journalism won't disappear, but it will have to evolve. The outlets that survive will be the ones that understand the shift and reconnect with their audience. It's not just about getting the first scoop anymore. It's about providing real, thoughtful coverage that respects the community and acknowledges the diverse opinions within it.
I think that, I mean, just to be totally honest, I think that you just can't, if you bring in identity politics to like video game stuff at this point, you're asking to lose. Yes, of course, there's always going to be people that are okay with it, but there has been such a massive backlash from it that if you bring up or talk about any identity politics, like I think that the Kingdom Come Deliverance controversy, and I'll talk about that after this, is a really great example of just like how how sensitive people are to that now. Is that if people get even a hint of something that they would consider like woke, they totally lose their fucking minds.
To the point that when outlets like PC Gamer might actually produce thoughtful content that raises valid points, no one cares anymore. They automatically face backlash from the internet due to the reputation they've built over time. The recent article on Path of Exile 2 was a prime example of this. Readers see the headline and they immediately assume it's a bad article. But this is a completely self-induced problem, and this is the consequences. The rise of independent creators and YouTubers shows us what gaming journalism could become. More personal, more honest, and more connected to the audience. These creators...
Well, it's also more direct, and it's a better medium too. Like, you don't have a lot of people that are writing articles individually either. You have mainly people that are creating YouTube videos because it's a better medium. Asmon, you're the PC gamer now? Well, I mean, yeah, in a lot of ways I am. I think that's true. I didn't mention Gamergate, but I definitely should have. Yeah, I think that Gamergate was the point, like that, in my opinion, was the undeniable turning point where everything changed. Because before Gamergate, people were pretty much like, yeah, whatever, right? Like, you know, there's like some people that have political opinions about stuff, it's whatever. But like, with Gamergate, it kind of drew a line in the sand between the people who were in the gaming and journalism industry and people who were in the gaming industry and the people who weren't, like the actual consumers. So like Gamergate was this thing where a lot of people, this was like 10 years ago, maybe like 11 years ago at this point, it was a long time ago. But basically what happened was that there were a lot of reports and people discussing how certain outlets were behaving in unethical ways. Like, for example, people would get review copies or they wouldn't get review copies, and they'd be, I think the best example is that somebody was in a relationship with, like, this girl and then provided coverage to one of this girl's games, and in the process of that didn't disclose the fact that they were in a relationship with the person whose game they reviewed. And so there were a lot of instances like that where you had obvious kind of ethical violations that happened, and basically what happened is that people got really angry about it, and the entire like gaming industry tried to turn it into a, well, the reason why they're mad is because they hate women type thing. And I think that it worked for some people, but it didn't work for enough people. And what happened is that after that, if you look at the graph for like the way that these websites went, like after 2014, they went way, way down. Like that was the beginning of the end, and like now they've never been lower. Was the girl hot because that was justified? Well, it doesn't matter, right? That's not the point. And so that's really what was not the turning point. The industry's response to it was, respectfully, well, that's actually a great point you're making. Yeah, the turning point was not, no, really, really good point. It was not the fact that it happened, it was the fact that the journalists tried to pretend like it wasn't happening, and it was an insult to everybody's intelligence. Everybody was like, this is bullshit, we can all tell this is bullshit, right? And I think also that's when they directly started attacking gamers. That's whenever it really began, was 2014. And that's where I think the big transition happened. And that's when you started seeing a lot like more like identity politics in games, stuff like that. Because then they tried to overcorrect and like kind of punish in a way. Like I don't really think that's what happened. I think that's the way that a lot of people viewed it. Punish gamers for Gamergate. And I think that all that did was it just radicalized them more. Because at the end of the day, like, there's just way more people that play video games than people in games media. And they just got straight up overwhelmed. And for a long time, you were getting, basically, like, this is what would happen, right? Is that pretty much every person in journalism had the exact same viewpoint. And I think this is still the case. And if one person, like, kind of went off the, you know, they went off the, you know, off the beaten path, they immediately were crucified. And you saw that recently, I forgot which game it was, but one, you know, more mainstream journalist paid credibility to like a gamer complaint, and they had a bunch of other journalists that were getting mad at them because they were saying, "Oh no, we're not supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to pretend that exists, right?" Path of Exile. I don't remember whether it was PoE or not. I'm not sure. And so, anyway, that's really, you want to see reservations so bad? Well, usually going off the reservation or going off the plantation. I think these are the two usual ones, but they're both kind of not very, like, it's kind of a weird way to say it. But yeah, anyway, the point is that I think this is what happened, and you have those journalists that are getting fixated on like trying to make sure that nobody talks about this, and you even see it now whenever you have articles written about like why a game didn't do well, and it's like they're ignoring the massive elephant in the room for why the game actually didn't do well, because they don't want to talk about it, because talking about it's like Voldemort, right? It's like talking about it makes it real, and I think that's really what happened. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Politically correct, not following my policies? Yeah, that's basically what it was.
Of giving a voice to the gamers, and they are filling a gap left by the big outlets that became more concerned with clicks than delivering real value. It's a new era, and if traditional outlets want to stay relevant, they'll need to adapt or risk being left behind. Yeah. As for gamers, we're starting to take control. We're demanding better, and most importantly, we're holding these companies accountable. Thank you everyone for watching, and a very special thank you to my Patreons. If you're keen to look into my Patreon, do check the link in the description below. I think really that's another really big component with all of you. Also, a very big thank you to Sennheiser for these headphones. This isn't a sponsorship, but a few weeks ago I reached out to them and asked them for a sponsor, but they sent them to me completely for free. Really, really like them. You can check a link in the description below for them. Like I said, it's not a sponsor.
I need new headphones.
But I do want to support them because they've supported me. If you would like to join me live, I am on Twitch almost weekly now, so feel free to pop in there and say hi. Thanks guys. Take care.
Yep, there it is. I think that was a great video. Citizen journalism is far more popular and powerful. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And like you have a lot of the, so like, and this is what's happened with publishing in general in a lot of different fields, is that the entire industry of publishing is a lot smaller now because you don't need a printing press. You don't need a massive editorial board or anything like that. And so a person with a message can directly give that message to the public, right? And like that's why, like, you know, for example, on Twitter, you know, Elon Musk is always talking about citizen journalism, and I think that's actually what people do want. They want way more citizen journalism because they don't trust any of the mainstream media. I think that a lot of people, like even conservatives, they might watch Fox, but I don't think they really trust Fox that much more than they trust like CNN. They just think Fox is the best worst thing, basically, right? And so people still have a distrust for mainstream media. It's just that that's the best that they can have. And so that's the way. Yeah, can't everybody trust Fox? Oh, I'm sure some of them do, right? I mean, I'm talking about averages and just in general. And so yeah, the lesser evil, exactly. And so what I think is going to happen more is that you're going to have creators that will probably try to like go against their audience with stuff like this too after they get big enough, and you're starting to see that happen now with like them trying to defend certain types of like policies or ways of thinking with games. But it won't work because I just think that the ability for people to communicate and talk about things publicly is so big that you just can't put that genie back in the bottle anymore. Like, that's it. It's out, and people are going to have whatever opinions they want about stuff now, and you either adapt to those opinions or you die. The market decides? Yeah, the market decides. And also, here's another thing. The market isn't always fair. And this is a huge thing that, like, I think a lot of people are having trouble with. Is like, they're like, well, this isn't fair. They should like this. They shouldn't be able to just say, well, we're not going to play it because, like, there's, you know, this group of people in it. That's ridiculous. Well, you can be ridiculous. There's no law against being ridiculous. So you have a lot of people who, guess what? They're fucking ridiculous. And I think that's how things are going to keep going. Is you're going to see people more and more get more fixated on that. And I think that as soon as they realize that they can do it and like actually gain power with it, like they did with Concord and Veilguard and everything, now you're seeing massive hate mobs for games. And the thing is that you can get mad about these hate mobs as much as you want, but that's not going to make them go away. And also, like, here's the other factor. Every time that they win, it emboldens them to do it again. because they keep winning and they see the outcome and they're thinking to themselves, we're doing it, we're making it happen. There it is. How is this a threat? Well, it threatens their money because nobody wants to buy garbage whenever they don't have to.
You need to stop what you're doing right now. I see what you're doing. I saw what you said. You should not stop celebrating the success of these 30-person studios that are doing more with 30 people than most video game studios can do with 600.
I love how, like, some of the developers try to, like, use the idea of, like, oh, we're going to try to make you feel sorry for us because our games aren't doing well. Like, how can you cheer for a game failing? That's easy. It's super easy.
Instead, you need to panic. We all need to panic because the deprofessionalization of the games industry is on the horizon. At least that's what they're calling it. And that means that there are fewer roles in marketing, cultural consulting.
What?
Brace yourselves for this one.
HR.
Less roles in middle management. Oh, God, the horror!
Oh, jeez.
So today we're going to be talking about
people with useless bullshit jobs that add no value to the product or the company whatsoever are losing them. Ah, guys. Ah. Oh.
How apparently it's a bad thing that more people are making games on their own because that means less opportunities for the real professionals. Oh yeah, this is going to be good. Once success starts happening outside of the system, all of a sudden it's not about whether or not games are good. No, it's about who's not getting paid to make them. Accountability is a rare thing in the games industry. I've noticed that more times than not. And so many people want to shift the blame on
The reason why they want accountability displaced is because they are products of an apparatus that displaces accountability. What people that are lazy love doing is they love displacing fault between so many people that nobody can actually be assigned blame when something goes wrong because it's just a failure of an apparatus that is too large to deconstruct. And it is designed that way on purpose.
Somebody else who would have created an enemy out of thin air, or they want to appeal to empathy for job security. And now we need to be careful.
It's like, here's a really good personal example. Have you guys ever had a problem with somebody, and whether it's a girlfriend, maybe a toxic relationship, something like that, and they say, oh, well, we both made mistakes? It's like, bitch, you made 98% of the mistakes, and I got mad at you for it. That's basically what they try to do. But in a corporate level with 150 people.
How much we enjoy these indie games because it can hurt AAA. You need to put down that Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Poke somebody's eye out with that thing. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. If game publishers are willing to charge $80 for digital games that you don't actually own, track your behavior, and block content behind online-only DRM, what do you think they are doing with your data? Yeah,
I know what they're doing.
That's why I use NordVPN, and you probably should too. NordVPN encrypts your internet traffic, blocks trackers and malicious websites with its Threat Protection Pro, and it helps you stay private no matter where you are or what you're doing on.
I don't trust these internet companies. I only trust big tobacco and big oil. They've never steered me wrong.
Online. It's fast, reliable, and it doesn't log any of your activity, which is more than I can say for a lot of other companies on the internet these days. It also lets you access region-locked content from anywhere in the world, whether that's a documentary that's only available overseas, a site that's blocked on your network, or you're just trying to avoid price discrimination. NordVPN gives you freedom to browse without borders or restrictions. Whether you're sick of targeted ads, censorship, or you just want to take back control of your digital life, NordVPN gives you the tools to do it. Go to nordvpn.com/LDrops or click the link in the description or pin comment below to get a major
You've got to change this to W drops. You have to change it to W drops. Like, come on.
Count on a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months for free.
Come on.
And if you find out that it's not for you, well, there is a 30-day money-back guarantee. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video. Indie games haven't just found success in recent years, they have dominated, not just as underdogs, but as some of the most beloved and talked about titles in the industry. And
Indie has become a bit of a spectrum. On one end, you have studios like Larian with Baldur's Gate 3, or Sandfall Interactive with Expedition 33, well-funded, still operating.
Indie games are just simply games that don't have a publisher. That's it.
Outside of the grip of traditional publishers.
That's the definition.
On the other end, you have solo developers like Tyler with Schedule 1 or Local Thunk, the creator of Bolitro.
Yeah.
Completely different scales, but the same result. Self-run, self-funded, and most importantly, unrestricted by AAA. As tools become...
It's so funny for me to watch people play this game the way it's supposed to be played. God, how embarrassing.
More accessible, these games keep hitting, both critically and commercially. More creators are jumping in. Some are seasoned veterans that are finally breaking free to go make something they actually want to. Others are just complete newcomers. But the point is, they're doing it, and they're doing it on their own, and that's where the friction starts. Because every new success story from the indie world exposes just how bloated and inefficient the traditional studio system has become. And for some people, that's a threat, especially if you're...
This is inside of all corporations. I think that this is a problem of corporate bloat that's happened inside of all tech companies. And this is why, like, I think that there's a form of organizational and managerial entropy that happens inside of these companies where more management begets more management, and before you know it, all you get is management, and that's the problem. Middle management? Yeah, exactly.
Job exists within a 500-person pipeline.
Yeah, like look at Twitter before Elon, look at Meta, look at all these companies, and think about how many people that they let go, and think about the fact that the product did not change. That should say a lot.
All-purpose developers are doing to AAA what YouTubers did to network television, what streamers did to cable news. They are proving that you don't need 10 departments and 1,000 employees to make something that people actually care about. And just like how content creators are often branded as unprofessional by legacy media, indie developers are now getting the same treatment from the AAA establishment.
Unprofessional means unwilling to work within the imagined confines that have been invented for you. Oh, you're being unprofessional. How is that? Well, you're not playing by our rules. Yeah, that's because your rules are bullshit. It's pretty simple.
Brian Francis of GameDeveloper.com titled "The Deprofessionalization of Video Games" was on full display at PAX East.
Look at it, bro. Oh, God, yep. Yeah. That's exactly the kind of guy that... Yeah, it's either that or a boomer.
East felt like a warning. Explosively successful games by solo devs and small teams are great, but it could lead to the death of vital specialists. He writes, at DICE and GDC this year, I heard talk of a trend in game development that sent a chill down my spine. Deprofessionalization, as A16Z marketing partner Ryan K. Ritney defines it,
Be aware of this. Is A16Z is it's like a sub-fund for Andreessen. Mark Andreessen runs the most successful venture capitalist firm in the entire world. But this random idiot video game journalist is being scared by this. And also, by the way, I've interacted with people that work at this company. They're smart. They know what they're doing.
Is a phenomenon driven by the overperformance of older
titles. They're getting paid a lot more than he is, too, I guarantee it.
Particularly free-to-play live service games, large studios struggling to drive sales, and the outsized success of some solo developers and small teams. These three forces, he argues, will combine to drive career professionals from the traditional professionalized side of the games industry.
Drive career professionals from traditional professionalized sides of games? Yeah, that's the goal. Because they're worthless and they add no value. Yeah, that's the point. Duh. Yeah, now you get it.
These people will decide to go indie, he continues. Others will leave gaming altogether, and in between, there is a vast spectrum of irregular working arrangements available. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. The idea that indie success is driving career professionals out of the industry is such a warped...
It is. It is, because why is it that you need all these people? It's like Iron Man 1. Tony Stark built this in the fucking basement, and you can't build this with a lab. What the fuck do I need you for? And I'm gonna be honest, he wasn't really wrong.
That's a great point. Floating door, holy shit, thank you for the subs. And Luke the pizza guy, Jesus, you guys are gifting subs like crazy. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it, guys.
Take that it's almost impressive.
I'm serious.
Just ignore the last 5 years of layoffs, project cancellations, and ruthless studio consolidation, and instead blame the one guy who made a viral hit in his bedroom.
Yeah.
That's the villain now? Major studios have been pushing these people out long before indie would even come into this conversation. Specialized talent wasn't being nurtured, it was being discarded. Projects were getting rebooted mid-development. QA is being outsourced, and artists are being chewed up and spat out like they were nothing more than replaceable assets. Indie success didn't create this brain drain. It gave people a reason to leave willingly or a place to go if they didn't. So if those same professionals now look at indie devs and think, yeah, I'd rather take the risk and make something real, that's not deprofessionalization, that is liberation. And
that's
honestly,
reprofessionalization, because their job is to make video games, not exist inside of a bureaucratic Karenocracy that's been created in order to make sure that people get payroll for doing something that creates no value.
that's a good thing, and this industry needs more of it. Because the reality is the parts of this industry that this article feels are being threatened, the corporate monoliths like Activision, EA, Ubisoft, Epic, are the same companies that are responsible for most of what's broken right now. Bloated budgets, monetization first design, copycat games that are designed to mimic Fortnite or Call of Duty. If those studios are shedding talent, maybe that's because they've become the worst place to put it. If those same professionals that are being kicked out of the industry go on to build the next Larian, the next Supergiant, or the next Sandfall Entertainment, that's not a loss. That's the start of something better. The writer goes on to say, wandering through these booths, I found a mix of truly excellent and inspiring games, but also found myself bubbling with frustration. Few developers on display were working with teams larger than 3 people. They talked about publishers.
And this was frustrating to you? Why was this frustrating? We have ourselves a bureaucracy enjoyer. What the fuck is this problem? A lot of people fall victim to the idea that the way things are, let me see if I can find it.
You know, throughout the years in business, I found something, which was I'd always ask why you do things. And the answers you invariably get are, oh, that's just the way it's done. Nobody knows why they do what they do. Nobody thinks about things very deeply in business. That's what I found. So I'll give you an example. When we were building our Apple I's in the garage, we knew exactly what they cost. When we got into a factory in the Apple II days, the accounting had this notion of a standard cost.
Right, what's that?
You'd kind of set a standard cost, and then at the end of a quarter, you'd adjust it with a variance.
Sounds like a job for somebody else.
And I kept asking, well, why do we do this? And the answer was, well, that's just the way it's done. And after about 6 months of digging into this, what I realized was the reason you do it is because you don't really have good enough controls to know how much it costs, so you guess, and then you fix your guess at the end of the quarter.
Right.
And the reason you don't know how much it costs is because your information systems aren't good enough. So, but nobody said it that way. And so later on, when we designed this automated factory for Macintosh, we were able to get rid of a lot of these antiquated concepts and know exactly what something cost to the second. So in business, a lot of things are, I call it folklore. Done because they were done yesterday and the day before. And so what that means is if you're willing to sort of ask a lot of questions and think about things and work really hard, you can learn business pretty fast. It's not the hardest thing in the world.
I guess you just can't say the same thing for journalism, though, right? I just want you guys to hear it from the guy himself. Okay? Apple's literally overpriced. Well, Steve Jobs been out of the picture for a while. The last transcendent product that Apple made was oversaw by Steve Jobs with the iPhone.
Wanting ever more expensive offerings as a part of their pitch deck, short-term contractors seem to be the best way to plug
You think about it. Every single one of us has equivalent to what an iPhone 1 was in our pocket probably right now, except for 3 or 4 of you guys that are probably drug dealers that are using a flip phone. That is crazy.
Apps, why did it feel like so few proper businesses were fighting to get their games in front of players at PAX? Speaking with Brittany and other developers, I sense that deprofessionalization isn't just a catchy phrase to describe the demand side of economics.
Steve Jobs would have 100% fired this guy. Yep, this guy would have been fired by, bro, Steve would have had this dude out on his ass. He would have had his shit in a box. Ooh. In an instant.
Industry hiring. It's a frustrating reality that may undervalue games from big and small teams alike. Brittany offered some extra nuance on his deprofessionalization theory in an email exchange we had before PAX.
Right.
He predicted that marketing roles at studios would be the first on the chopping block. But
good. The people that run marketing campaigns at most publishing studios and development studios are retarded. They are. They're stupid. And I'll tell you, like, so whenever I do sponsorships, they'll tell me what to do, and I'll be like, okay, and then I just don't do it. I just do it my way, and my way is always better. That's it.
By roles that seem to be replaceable to management, even if they're not. I genuinely cannot believe that this article exists. The writer walks through PAX, sees a wave of exciting and inspiring indie games made by teams of 3 or fewer, and comes away frustrated. Why? Because there weren't enough proper businesses represented? What does that even mean? You just admitted that these indie teams are doing great work, but then you're upset because they're not expensive enough? Because the teams are so small? And then you go on to quote developers saying that publishers are
demanding. Yeah, you're mad, bro. Like, and the thing is that the reason why he's upset is he knows what this means for everything else in the industry.
Bigger budgets to take their pitches seriously, and somehow that isn't the problem. You don't see the connection. The developers at PAX didn't create the system, the publishers did. This entire bloated mess is a natural result of an industry obsessed with scale, overspending, risk aversion. These indie devs are simply surviving despite it. But of course now we arrive at the heart of the article, that scary word, deprofessionalization, and suddenly the tone shifts. The accomplishments of these studios gets brushed aside, their success becomes a problem, not a triumph. Because, oh no, they shipped a game that people actually liked without a marketing team, or a ludo narrative synergy specialist,
That's
or
right.
a leading...
Do you guys know what that is? No, and they don't either. Just it's a retard, worthless position that adds no value. Yep, just a worthless position. Put it in the garbage.
Experiential curator.
No. Wait. Like a live streamer? The thing is that live streamers, I think, are actually one of the main things that are the most capitalist and the most free market fair. Because every single person chooses to watch somebody or not watch somebody. So if you fail as a live streamer or you fail as a content creator, you have failed because you went into the free market and you lost. That's it. That's on you.
Guys, I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it. One of the biggest issues in AAA development is bloated teams, bloated budgets, bloated management structures, where nobody knows what the person next to them actually even does. You end up with departments that are built to manage other departments, pipelines that are so tangled that you can't even see the final product, and a burn rate that is so high it is a miracle that anything gets shipped at all. And then they warn us, brace yourselves, marketing might be the first roll on the chopping block.
Brace yourself, guys. Video games are become more expensive. Yeah. Sure.
Good. Most marketing departments in this industry are completely useless. It has never been easier to get your game in front of players if your game is actually good. You can't fake that kind of traction anymore. You can spend billions of dollars plastering Avowed on trains and buses, put an ad in Times Square, but it won't matter if the game doesn't deliver. Meanwhile, Expedition 33 has people screaming about the soundtrack, the story, the characters, the combat, because the game itself is worth talking about. You don't need a 30-person marketing team if your game hits. You need a game that deserves to.
You need a good game. That's all you need. You need a good game. And if you want a good marketing push, you can get that. And I think marketing pushes do help certain games. But you can't polish a turd. You can't put lipstick on a pig. It doesn't matter how many people you pay to play your game. And also, like, I have a huge problem with the way that companies and marketing agencies handle promotions for streamers. I think that they are creating so many problems by how badly they handle them. I unironically think that I could do a way better job. They're wasting, I'm not even kidding you guys, $2 to $10 million on the regular. Imagine example. I don't want to make an example because if I mention that company, I would want them to work with me in the future. And so, but like, there's a lot of examples. I'll give you one. Immortals of Avena. There. How about that?
Right now, that's what's going on, and it's not deprofessionalization, it's rebalancing. This industry has been top-heavy for too long, and that weight is finally
Whoever
starting.
was in charge of that marketing campaign should never be in charge of anything ever again.
To shift towards the people who actually build the damn thing. The article then pivots to acknowledge a different kind of success story, the creative renegades, the ones that are making weird, original, impossible to greenlight games that traditional publishers would have laughed out of the room.
Right.
Raimi praises them, calling them out as this is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million making something by themselves, which, yes,
what about crypto?
It's true, but the tone here still drips with discomfort, like it's a cool fluke and not something to build around.
Yeah.
Now, to the author's credit, they go on to clarify that small teams aren't obligated to hire anyone. They are doing what they can with what they have, and better tools have made that possible. But here's where the framing starts to slide sideways. They say what feels wrong is that so few people benefit from this new status quo. Not that small team...
Let me get this straight. The millions of gamers that now don't have to pay $80 for video games don't count, but it's the 400 HR useless garbage jobs that add no value. They're the ones that we need to care about. So the customer just isn't even considered. Well, it's no wonder this guy's a journalist.
Are succeeding, but that too many people aren't a part of it. They then go back to Rigney and bring up a new example, Aaron Rutledge, former lead designer of League of Legends, Black Ops 4, and Apex Legends, now running a consultant firm called Area Denial, basically a hired gun. The writer admits that his career sounds romantic, but then calls this model a structure that celebrates the few over the many, one that elevates roles like design and programming while leaving out non-essential positions. What is this? How do you go from saying...
You just self-reported. You self-reported it. You said it yourself. Non-essential. Then why are you there?
This is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million by themselves, to immediately following that with what feels wrong about this is how so few people seem to benefit from this status quo. Do you hear yourself? This is the benefit. That is the shift. We are no longer living in an era where you need to get a green light from a publisher, sit in a cubicle farm for 6 years, and then get your name buried in credits under 5 layers of management.
Why do you think they think this way? A lot of people really like the... I think that a lot of people don't understand the comfort that a large-scale bureaucracy brings, because people can be comfortable and safe inside of it without having to worry that they're at risk, they're going to lose their job, it's the status quo, everything is normal, there's not going to be any big problems, everything's going to be okay. Mediocre people are against meritocracy. Yeah. If you want to find out who the real losers are, figure out who doesn't want to work on commission.
Witnessing one of the most democratizing eras in video game development history, and somehow your takeaway is, but not everybody gets to enjoy the ride? Of course they don't, but that's always been the case, but now the door is actually open. Look at Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games, a tiny studio in New Zealand that grew to a 200-person powerhouse that's working on 2 full-scale games. Look at Expedition 33, built by ex-Ubisoft developers, a composer that they found on SoundCloud, and Jennifer Svedberg Yen, a former private equity investor who just wrote what might be this year's Game of the Year. The indie boom is not excluding people. It is including people that AAA would have never hired in the first place.
That's what scares them. Is because they've built up an entire network and an entire apparatus that protects them and isolates them and makes them the sole beneficiaries of this industry. And now that the industry is becoming more democratized, now that it's becoming more open, those traditional avenues are becoming antiquated and vestigial. And now you see these companies that operated like the Titanic. Well, now they can't afford to move away from the icebergs anymore. And they hit them over and over, like with Concord and Marathon. And all these other games that are going to come out and have the same problems.
Old system kept the gates locked. This new era is tearing them down. What you're seeing isn't exclusion, it's a healing process, a long overdue correction of decades of bloat, overreach, and creative stagnation. I'm going to get some people that are going to disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I do not believe in supporting these bloated structures, systems, and bureaucracy more than anything else, all in the name of job preservation. I think that it is a pathetic narrative.
No. If you can't earn your keep, then they don't need to pay you. Nobody owes you a job. That's not how the world works. That's it. It just doesn't. That doesn't work. Like, I mean, nobody thinks that. The only people that think that are people that want to get money for free for doing nothing. And also, by the way, the only people that are disagreeing with me are disagreeing with me because they're not in a position to have to lose money.
That is driven by people that resist progress. And in a lot of cases, because they don't want to adapt, they want to make it everybody else's problem. This is something that has happened since the dawn of industries and trade. Anytime there are changes in the market, anytime new technology is introduced, old jobs go out, new jobs come in, some jobs get displaced, and in some cases, like the video game industry, well, the industry gets decentralized. That's why we see a private equity investor starting to write for video games.
Well, how do you think somebody starts writing for video games? Do you think they have to go to school for 4 years and read Mario scripts and then finally they understand how to write for video games? They have to read every Shakespearean novel and then get a degree in a university and now they're qualified to write for video games? Who the fuck decided this? Nobody decided this. It's ridiculous. It's totally made up.
Gone through the exact same thing, otherwise you wouldn't have a guy that worked 8 years in construction that has no journalistic background whatsoever, that's writing reviews for video games and writing video essays on YouTube. I think the real problem for these people, and what really scares them, is that average, everyday people are getting involved in these industries, and in some cases getting rich because of it. They don't like that.
It hurts their bureaucracy.
Is scaly. On top of that, these people do not have the credentials that they want. They didn't go to college for it. Sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Yes. Oh, well, but they don't even have $40,000 of student debt. Well, if they would, they wouldn't anymore because they just made $1 million selling a good game. That's the problem. Is that you do need to go to college for certain things, but the majority of things you don't probably need to go to college for. Except for a few specific things. I learned more about business from World of Warcraft than I did from business school, sans accounting. Accounting was important, everything else was a waste of time.
Let's be honest, this article, especially coming from the media's point of view, this is more about control. Indie games are harder to predict, they're harder to market, and for them specifically, it is much more difficult for them to monetize from the outside. Not for everybody else, it definitely is for them. No more guaranteed preview cycles, no more demos behind closed doors, no more getting cozy with their PR team. No, you're on even footing with guys like me, and I bet that keeps you up at night.
Well, that's not what keeps them up at night. What keeps them up at night is making sure that they get all their applications sent in to Burger King so they can keep having a job. Maybe what keeps them up at night is doing those late night deliveries for DoorDash. Because this reality already hit them 2 years ago.
So this argument is going to shift now.
Welcome home.
Now instead they want to talk about who does not benefit from going indie. Because indie developers do not hire these specialists that only do one thing. And it's really funny because this feels like this is the only industry where doing more than one thing is a threat instead of just doing your job.
His efficiency.
The writer then goes on to say, my PAX trip validated my fear that three professions are especially vulnerable in this deprofessionalized world. Artists, writers, and those working in game audio or music.
That's not true. Way more than three are vulnerable.
These roles seemed vulnerable because on these small teams, they were roles that developers mentioned doing in some sort of shared or joint fashion. All three risk compartmentalization as asset creators, their work treated as products you can purchase off of a store shelf. The writer then expands on this fear by pointing to broader industry shifts. He argues that in-house art positions are disappearing and studios are increasingly outsourcing asset creation overseas to cut costs. This move, he suggests, is being reinforced by the rising use of AI-generated art, something he openly criticizes.
That look like dog shit. What's really funny to me about the people that complain about AI art is that nowadays, my understanding is that a lot of AAA game development studios do use AI art and they do use AI technology, and nobody knows it. They're already doing this. It's already happening. You're so stupid, you don't even know that you're stupid.
For its poor quality, but sees it gaining momentum anyway. In his view, the value of artists is being eroded not because their work is bad, but because it's now seen as something that can be cheaply replicated or bought off of a shelf. Even art directors, he noted, are surviving not on creative output, but on their ability to delegate. When it comes to narrative, the critique gets a little bit more personal. The writer cites industry layoffs, pointing out that writers made up the highest percentage of reported job losses in the last year. He attributes this to two diverging trends: the success of games that minimize storytelling altogether, and the increase in tendency for story-driven titles to be written by a select few, usually the creative director or maybe one or two trusted collaborators.
The reason why a lot of story games are dying is because they're written by fat, boring, lazy, stupid, over-entitled, theater kid millennials. And the stories that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote after his trauma inside of World War I versus the trauma that this person had because their parents wouldn't let them have a nose ring at age 14 are simply not equivalent. These people can't write stories, they don't understand drama, they don't have any sort of relatable personality in any capacity. All of their stories are basically coming down to, what if every stupid thing that we thought when we were 14 was actually true, and all of our parents were wrong, and every strong-willed character that is pig-headed and, stubborn is actually the winner in the outcome. Do you want to know why they write stories like that? Because that's who they are. That's the reason why. The reason why stories are being written that are garbage is because the people writing them are garbage.
For roles for dedicated narrative teams. He also then reflects on long-standing frustrations that writers face in game development, many of them brought in late, treated as an afterthought, or positioned in conflict with the broader design goals. Some studios have tried to bridge this gap by rebranding writers as narrative designers, combining them with implementation, but the implication, he argues, is clear. Being just a writer is no longer enough. As for music and sound design, his concerns are much more structural. Audio work, he says, is increasingly handled through asset libraries, with implementation often falling on the other team members. While some composers prefer the freedom to work across multiple projects, he sees this shift as another sign that audio professionals, like artists and writers, are being treated more like support staff than essential contributors. And there it is, the famous self-insert, the emotional reveal, and honestly probably the real source of this article's frustration. It's kind of hilarious that they still can't see the correlation. Small teams prioritizing design and programming, and those are the games that are succeeding. I hate to be the one to say it, but artistic roles are less essential, at least at the start. If a game isn't fun, if it doesn't play well, it doesn't matter how pretty the lighting or how cinematic the game feels.
Oh, well, if you look at the wrinkles on the character's skin, and oh, wow, look at this. See how their eyebrows are? Oh, my God. Why aren't people hey, wait a minute. Wait, you got laid off, too? What the hell is happening? It's so ridiculous. How can these people be so delusional?
Is thriving right now because it's the exact opposite of AAA. It's gameplay and performance first, everything else after. That's what players care about. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that there's no value in talented artists, musicians, or writers. Hell, they're some of the most celebrated people in the industry. There absolutely is value
It's
in
again polishing a turd. Like, for example, I was never interested in playing Skyrim, but I love the music in Skyrim. It matters, but it's not going to sell a game.
But let's be real, those roles only exist because of programmers and designers. Without their core systems and mechanics, you're not making a game, you're making a slideshow with music. These creative roles, no matter how skilled, are built on top of a foundation that they didn't pour. They're contributors, not cornerstones. And those roles can only thrive if the studio is stable enough, profitable enough, and able to actually invest in things that aren't essential to core gameplay. What's wild to me is the complete lack of accountability here. This article paints it like it's some sort of injustice that small indie teams often share roles, where creative directors also write, animate, and score the game, where people that are rigging the characters are also building the gameplay systems that they move through. But that's not dysfunction, that's adaptability. That's what a general...
That's smart. Of course you want to have synthesis inside of the different marketing teams and the different teams that you have. Why the fuck would you not want that? Obviously you want that. You want to have cohesion. Yes, the more that one person can do, the more cohesion you're going to have inside of a product. Like, of course that's a good thing. How could you think that?
Is. That's how most industries work outside of gaming. Hell, I would bet almost everybody that is watching this video right now does way more than their job title suggests. When I worked in construction, I was constantly operating outside of my role, handling HR things like hiring and firing, writing environmental reports, coordinating with government agencies, researching equipment, contacting suppliers, creating and fulfilling purchase orders, even learning to read P&IDs and mechanical drawings. I got more involved in the process because that's what my job required. That's what being useful meant. Wearing multiple hats isn't a threat to job security, it's a privilege, it's a responsibility, and in most industries, it's expected. Look at Ubisoft, they are bloated with specialists right now, yet they are completely directionless.
Remember whenever that guy, they had like a specialist for Skull and Bones, and he spent like 15 minutes talking about the water? I wonder how he's doing.
The first Assassin's Creed trilogy was made with around 150 developers. Now they have over 1,000 people working on a single entry, and every release gets further away from what made that series special. Guillaume Broche, Sandfall CEO, is also the creative director of Expedition 33. When that team started with just 8 people, they all had to become generalists, taking on roles that they had never done before just to make it work, and in some cases, they ended up excelling at things that they had never tried. And you know what? That made the game better. It made it cohesive, because when people are designing systems that are also touching the visuals, the animation, the design, you start to get alignment, you get purpose. You don't get this Frankenstein project where nobody knows what somebody else is building or how this whole thing fits together. That's the real problem with over-specialization. It turns game development into a game of telephone.
It becomes too granular. And this is a problem that I think Diablo 4 had too, is that no problem in the game could be solved because every single thing in the game was abstracted through so many different levels that nothing could ever happen. That's the problem, is that whenever you create a product, if you don't have one person at the helm of this product that understands what they're doing, you're going to fail. 100 fucking %. Like, every single time you will fail. It becomes too bureaucratic, everything takes 4 times as long. Yeah, exactly. Like, think about even, like, making a phone call to check something with somebody. That's gonna take time.
Pipeline, the more distorted the message. What the designer envisioned at the very beginning gets twisted by the time it reaches the animators, then further when it gets to VFX, and it's lost entirely by the time marketing gets their hands on it. The more segmented the roles, the more disjointed the final product. Maybe the uncomfortable truth that this writer doesn't want to hear is that this industry was never meant to fully support specialists, or at least to the degree that they have been. Maybe it's time for more people to take on more roles, because The industry got into this mess that they're in right now precisely because they put too much weight on how things look and not how they play. We've got studios that are dropping.
Yeah, video games are over-designed, and basically, like, I think this happened, whenever this started, like, it probably started after the success of, like, probably, like, Halo 3 and, like, Gears of War, but it really started with The Last of Us. And ever since then, people have started trying to treat video games as if they're movies, and I think that the process of doing that has been overall negative to video games.
Hundreds of millions of dollars on graphics
because
and
they're not
cinematics, but they
movies.
can't even be bothered to optimize their games to run above 30 FPS. We've got devs spending 6 months on hair physics while the combat feels like it was designed by an intern. What does the animation budget matter if the story's a joke? What does a beautiful world mean if the systems inside of it are broken? Maybe people need to stop clinging to being in a specialized role and take a step back and ask how they are actually contributing to what matters most, whether these games are fun or not. So no, I do not buy
Imagine wondering, guys, is the game fun?
Into this narrative of deprofessionalization. Not for a second. What we are seeing isn't the decay of the games industry, it is its next evolution in game development. And honestly, it's not even new. This is what the industry was born from. Small teams, self-starters, people that knew how to build the whole damn thing, not just a piece of it. Is a professional somebody that only knows how to do one job? Or is it someone who understands the entire process and can bring something to life from start to finish? Because I know which one I would hire. This whole conversation feels less like a warning and more like job preservation for the sake of job preservation. And look, I get it. Transitions are hard. Watching your field change around you is hard. But we're not entitled to the status quo. The reality is,
you're not entitled to have this company keep your job on life support indefinitely while you have overstayed your usefulness. That's just the way it works anywhere.
Is shifting, you have to shift with it. That's not cruelty, that's life. Dust yourself off, learn something new, expand your role, and if you believe that your skill set is so valuable that you need to go out there and prove it in more ways than one. Before every studio wanted to balloon to 20,000 employees, most of this work was contracted. Teams were leaner, production was tighter, and when one game had ended, well, those people then moved on. But over time, these companies got greedy. They scaled up their output. They held on to these massive headcounts, and instead of letting people go when one project ended, they slid them on to pre-production of the next project, over and over until the weight of this all collapsed. That is not Indy's fault, that is your leadership's fault. Indy is not a threat, it's the path forward, it's the path out. Unless you genuinely believe that your entire career...
He's completely right about this, by the way. Like, just the whole thing about, like, these big studios making these massive games, I think that you're always going to have GTA 6s and, like, these, like, really, really big games. But the future is smaller scale games that are just designed with less people in general. Like Gravy Train Riders, yeah, exactly. People are taking notice of this. Yeah, it's become so obvious that it's happened. And I think that also, like, video games, it's kind of like how esports has had this happen too, where people keep investing more and more money into esports, thinking that one day it will pay off. But now, I think what's happening is that the chickens are coming home to roost. And there are no eggs. There's no fucking eggs. And so you go around and you're like, well, okay, well, we invested $800 million in the game and we made $90 million. Where the fuck did my $700 million go? Into the fucking void. It's gone.
Someone else giving you a cubicle and a title, there's an opportunity for you out there. People are buying these games. They are selling. And they're not just passion projects anymore. Many of them are growing into sustainable, expanding studios with the resources to be able to hire new specialists when they scale. That's the natural cycle. That's how a new forest grows. Not from keeping dead trees standing, but from planting new ones and giving them the space to rise. So if you're standing around waiting for AAA to save your job, I have bad news. They're not going to.
You're not going to have a job.
Someone else might. Or hell, you might. You know, it's actually funny. The last time that I read an article from GameDevelop.com, they had written an article that was called Yelling is Not Journalism by Brendan Sheffield. And that article was essentially saying that, you know, the whole Baldur's Gate 3 drama, when that was going on, was an opportunity to tell players why they get unfinished games and basically why we should be okay with it and we need to be empathetic and we need to buy microtransactions and DLCs and how it's not the developer's fault. But the funny thing is, we're customers. We don't have to be empathetic. And this entire thing, yet again, reads like a cry for empathy. But empathy doesn't make better video games, and better video games need to be made for these companies to be able to make.
Nobody gives a shit. Literally no one cares. If you can't offer a product at the price that people want it, and it's a worse product, you're going to fail. Like, how is something so simple, so obvious, so plain? How is this so, like, how are so many people being confused by this? Gamers know better? Yeah, they sure do, don't they? And it's funny to see, but it's also a pretty big truth. The audacity of this, so shameless. I know, they're so entitled.
The money to be able to keep these specialists employed. Jobs follow the money. So regardless of how necessary you think your job is or how much it needs to be protected, at the end of the day, we are the ones that decide what's necessary and what's not.
Customer's always right.
Inflation keeps going up, the cost of living continues to increase, and now these game companies want to increase prices on video games. Players cannot gamble on $70 to $80 games. And those are the kind of games that these specialists are involved in. Why do you guys think that Doom the Dark Ages...
There's the man in chat. Legendary drops and the 10 gifted subs. This is a good video.
Isn't doing well in sales. It's because the game does not deliver on the value of the price that it's being charged for.
It's also not as good as the old ones. That's what everybody has been saying. Like, I played it and it was boring. How the fuck do you get bored playing Doom in an hour? It's just boring. Like, fuck.
But they have to charge that price, otherwise they're not going to be able to make the money back to be able to pay the specialists that they have working on the game.
Right.
Industries and the world itself is constantly evolving, and you cannot believe that
You know what this reminded me of? Do you remember back the last BlizzCon, where the entire Overwatch panel was about deciding what tattoos the Samoan, like, tank character, I forgot his name, with the machine guns, would have? Malga? Yeah, exactly. And they're talking about, like, his tattoos and, like, the cultural relevance and everything like that. Was it Malga? Yeah, I don't remember exactly specifically, but, like, I think that was it. And it was just like, what are you, like, who's asking for this? What are you doing with this? What is this? Who cares? Yeah, it's so weird.
Job will be protected, or that your job is somehow more valuable than others. I think that it is incredibly narcissistic for you to believe that the world needs to capitulate or protect you because you are only good at one thing or you only want to do one thing.
Too bad.
You can do that, you can be that person, but if you're going to be that person, you have to live with the consequences of your lack of...
You have to be really good at it. That's the reality. Is that, like, there are still people who paint portraits for rich people. There's just hardly any of them. But the ones that are there still are really fucking good at it. That's the problem. Is that these people don't make the cut.
Flexibility. If you do not bend, you break.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these folks are going to break. You are not going to get any pity from the average consumer. It's just not going to happen.
Well, especially you're not whenever you're working in an entertainment industry perceived as a luxury job inside of a world where people are being paid. I don't know, like, video game development's very weird because, like, some people get paid a really good amount of money and some people don't get paid shit. So it's hard really for me to say. But it's going to be very hard for you to explain to a firefighter, a policeman, a lineman, a garbage man, a grocery store worker, a stocker, a warehouse worker, why playing video games is some sort of, like, sacred calf that cannot be defiled. And then look to them to see, oh, well, please give me sympathy, please feel sorry for me. It's a luxury, yeah, it's seen as a luxury job. That's really the truth. And streaming is the same way, by the way. Yeah, it's the exact same fucking way.
We all know that if we say something like, that's not my job, that almost always leads to not having a job.
Yeah.
And when it comes to writer, artist, or musician, these are things that in common society that we view as hobbies. And you guys have the opportunity. No, you guys have the privilege of making that your job. It is up to you to protect it.
See?
Not the world.
Entertainment jobs are also valued the most. They're valued the most and respected the least.
Just enjoy the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, make sure to share the video with your friends. Make sure to like the video, share the video. I already said share. Subscribe to the channel. Comment down below. Hey, follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe.
There it is. There it is. Well, I pretty much agree with everything he said, honestly. And I think really what's going to keep happening is that these companies are going to continue getting smaller. Give them a like, give them a sub. I've been watching Legendary Drops videos for a very, very long time. And it is great to see these videos popping off, man. It is amazing. Look at this. Over 500,000 fucking views. That's nuts. How can someone say sharing roles is a good thing? In small companies, it's insanely stressful. I get the upside. But it sounds like a dude who wrote the article has never worked at all. Well, the dude who wrote the article said that sharing roles was a bad thing. And so I'm assuming that, like, this guy, you're referring to the guy that made the video. He said he worked in construction for 7 years and he did shared roles all the time. At the IRS, I did 3 or 4 different jobs. Like, I did, basically, well, I guess I can say, like, 2 years since I had 1K subs, brother. First video you watched was 300 views. That was a while ago, right? That was a bit. And so, like, back then, it is like, I was doing the processing, I was doing batching, I did security, and I also did, like, basically what was loss prevention, where it was like, make sure that you don't throw away anything that was garbage. I would literally go through the garbage at night because they were paying me at the time like $20 or $15 an hour. And I said, if you're going to give me $15 an hour, I will dig through whatever garbage you want, because that was a lot of money back then. And so, yeah, that's what I did, right, in that job. Yeah, and you did, I was doing all 4 of those things sometimes in the same day. Sometimes 1, usually 2, and at some points all 4. That's crazy? No, it's not crazy. That's just the way it works. That's the way it is. And so, yeah, I mean, it's garbage. That's what we're doing now. Yes. And so, if you can't do that, that's normal in my opinion. Yeah, everybody was doing this, by the way. And the people that weren't doing it were just seen as annoying fucking losers doing nothing, sitting on their phone, complaining. There's always drama with the lead. There's always drama with the manager. You're complaining constantly. Like, it's so annoying. I hated those people. They were awful. And so anyway, if you are getting paid a good amount of money and you're being treated the right way, this is my opinion, I think that most people will volunteer and enthusiastically take on extra responsibility because they enjoy their job and they have a shared vested interest in its success and they have a pride in the extent of that success. But if you demoralize, you take away people's accountability, you remove them from the fruits of their labor, you treat them badly, you disrespect them, you pay them not enough money, that is when you have people that quiet quit. That's when you have people that show up and that's it. And and that's the problem. And if you treat people the right way, they will meet you halfway.
Join me once again from London.
Somebody from London
Is our good friend Justin Bronk from RUSI. You guys remember Justin from an episode he did a few weeks ago talking about the no-fly zone efficacy and why it would actually solve Putin's problem, and also where the Russian Air Force has fallen short. Justin, welcome back to the channel. Good to see you.
Thanks to be back.
So yesterday you posted a video on Twitter that was some new footage that the Russians have released, and I thought it'd be good if we did sort of a close reading and some deep intel on what this video footage, this B-roll, if you will, revealed. So let's start by running the video in its entirety, and then we'll do some granular sort of deep dive on the backside of this. So let me first find the video. Here we go. All right, so we'll talk to you in a couple of minutes after we watch the video. So there is a lot to unpack there. Let's start with, where do we think these airplanes were operating out of? What base?
So it slightly depends on when this was filmed, and clearly the Russians aren't giving timestamps on this, and the weather is fairly nondescript. The one clue is that in both the sets of HUD footage, so heads-up display footage, the heading tab shows that they're heading between about 190 and 210, so a kind of southwest heading, suggesting that they're flying in from a northerly direction relative to Ukraine. So if this is recorded before the kind of collapse and retreat of the Russian axes down towards Kiev, Chernihiv and Sumy, as well as Kharkiv in the north and northeast of Ukraine, that would fit with operations from probably Varanovichi, which is one of the main Belarusian air bases that large-scale Russian air activity has been using for most of the war. It's also possible that if this is filmed later, or it may just be that if it was filmed in the last couple of weeks even, that this is from bases in kind of the Belgorod Oblast area of Russia, and that they're flying from the north down towards the kind of Donbass area and firing off what appear to be anti-radiation, so KH-31 or Krypton missiles. So yeah, a northerly base most likely.
Hi Melissa, you're gone already? Whatever.
So let's talk about the types of airplanes we're seeing here and the loadouts, starting with the Su-30.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one because up to now, most of the actual strikes that Russia's been conducting with fast jets
have indeed been unguided weapons, as we see here. We've got the 6 OFAB 250/270s, so basically 500-pound class unguided dumb bombs. 6 of them that it's clearly brought back, so it hasn't dropped them. Wherever it got to, clearly it didn't get to the target area. Most of those have previously been being conducted by the Sukhoi 34 fleet, so the fullback, the large flanker fighter bomber derivative, which have been operating primarily out of Lida in Belarus. It's interesting to see a Sukhoi 30, which is a multi-role fighter, but is not particularly strike-orientated, with this loadout. Still no evidence at all of kind of guided air-to-ground battlefield type munitions, so no laser-guided, TB-guided, IR-guided bombs or missiles visible on any of these sorties, despite the fact that both the 35 and the 30 are supposedly multi-role fighters and are built as such, particularly the 30s with the twin cockpit have more kind of capacity to, as a crew, to operate those PGMs. And remember, this is footage selected by the Russian MOD for propaganda broadcast, so one would assume that if they had more sophisticated looking sorties with more interesting and potentially effective loadouts, they would choose to show them. And in this case, all we see is some dumb bombs and otherwise air-to-air and ARM loadouts.
So this is consistent with what we were talking about in the last live stream you were on, that was from the paper you wrote for RU about the lack of inventory they have of PGMs, somewhat as a function of their use in Syria, and some other training issues and so forth. So again, this supports your thesis that they are not using precision-guided weapons, but they are in fact using dumb bombs. And so this is a 6-by loadout of their OFAB 250s. The other thing to note in this particular photo, or it's actually a screen grab of the video we just saw, is the air-to-air weapon on the wing station is an Archer, an AA-11. And then what do we have on the wingtip there?
So on the wingtips we've got Kabini pods, so they're self-defense ECM, so electronic countermeasure pods. Interestingly, all the sorties, if I'm not mistaken, in this set of clips have Kabini pods fitted. Now they attach to the wingtip stations, wingtip rails of most flankers, and almost all Russian flankers are capable of carrying them. In Western parlance, we'd say normally fitted for but not with. So in peacetime ops, you generally don't see them carried all that often. More often, for example, carried by the Sukhoi 34s in the strike role. But interestingly here, all the fighters carrying them despite predominantly air-to-air loadouts, which would suggest that the threat perception is high enough for the Russians that they're not comfortable flying fast jet ops, even at high altitudes or very low altitudes, without Kabini pods fitted. And this may be a potentially quite significant, if that is the case, it may be quite a significant cap in terms of the meaningful sortie rate that they can generate, because much as Western fighter fleets, particularly in Europe and NATO, tend to have kind of a diamond standard or a gold standard or a combat standard fleet. So a small portion of your frontline, theoretical frontline force that is actually fitted with all the ECM countermeasures and the top of the line jamming, pods and jammer pods and all those other bits and bobs.
Woo!
Shot. I knew what happened to him was not random. Okay? He was betrayed. And the moment that Charlie was shot, I knew what happened to him was not random. Okay? He was betrayed. Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the war in Iran. I'm starting with that. And it's deeper than that. I am now of the opinion that he was likely sacrificed. And
he was sacrificed. Sacrificed to the gods.
I want to tell you why I got that. You guys know, if you're part of my book club, I've been doing a lot of research into Freemasonry. About a month ago, while we were on the character hour from the Charlie series, someone sent me this. I'm showing you, this is what they sent me in the mail. something that is known as a
Nice.
Mason Bible. Now, I knew that these
I haven't seen
existed
this.
because of my studying Sigmund Freud and looking into the fact that he had inherited one from his father.
This is pretty.
The backstory of this one in particular came with a handwritten letter. Is that a 33rd Mason out in Oklahoma died, and all of his belongings were left in a home that was eventually auctioned off. And the person who had this in his possession, his relative was the person who acquired the home. And they went in and they burned everything in it effectively, thinking that it was obviously just carrying bad spirits. But he, for some reason, had the sense that he should keep this one item.
Bible. And then,
for no particular
reason. And luckily, he gave it to you now. Now you have this evil Bible.
Reason he kept it in the back of his truck for over a decade. And when he saw me covering the history of Freemasonry...
I'll tell you right now, this wasn't in the back of a truck for over a decade. If it was, the entire front of this would be completely cooked. Like, there's no way that something like this would survive in the back of a truck and not have more damage to the studs and the edges of it. Like, I mean, you instantly know that's not true. Everybody knows that's not true instantaneously.
For over a decade. And when he saw me covering the history of Freemasonry and what they believe, trying to discern what it is that they believe, he felt that this was the reason that he had kept it all those years. So he just sent
now he knew
to provide me further insight into what they believe and what they
Huh.
practice at the top of Freemasonry. This is not your granddad's Freemason lodge, okay? Kind of, oh, I'm going to help you watch it. No, this is not that. That is not what 33rd degree Freemasonry is.
Right.
So I flipped through this immediately after we did douse it in holy water. I flipped through it, and within the very first pages, there was a pentagram with various illustrations inside of it, notes around it. I'm going to show you for you to see it.
Oh my God!
There at the bottom, and in case you can't see
shit.
it's pointing to the middle, it says place of sacrifice or worship. Place of sacrifice or worship in the middle there. So I want you to know that in this Freemason Bible, it illustrates that a sacrifice must be made in the center of a pentagon.
And Charlie Kirk was in the center. Charlie Kirk was sacrificed by the Freemasons.
Pentagon. 5 sides. Like a house.
Okay.
And I thought, how curious
Huh?
that Charlie was indeed seated in the center of a pentagon when he was killed. We demonstrated that.
Oh.
You can see that, right?
Home plate.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. Look at this. Look at this. No. You guys might not be putting it together. No. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 6. Oh my God.
There.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 6.
I believe that the manner of Charlie's death was also intended to cast a spell.
I'm dying.
See what
Oh.
I kept asking the question.
This is the only thing I can come up with.
You can see that right there. I believe that the manner of Charlie's death was also intended to cast a spell.
Of course.
This is the only thing I kept asking the question. Why did they broadcast this?
Oh my God. It's just like...
Man.
And do you remember what I said about whenever I said that she wrote herself into a corner? I will, as always, I will always become more right as time goes on.
Making us watch Charlie die was diabolical.
Diabolis.
Oh, wait, let me take a step back. She's not saying diabolical in like the TikTok way.
Yeah.
She's saying diabolical in the biblical
The devil way.
So these are literal demons
Diablo.
that wanted everybody to see Charlie Kirk's assassination for the blood cost of the human sacrifice to bring upon the spell to cast the world into chaos to begin the war in Iran as proclaimed by the Freemason Holy Bible. This is the kind of stuff that makes me glad that my mom isn't around. Because if she was...
She'd believe it? You'd be getting a phone call at 3 in the morning, buddy.
Yeah.
Me too, bro.
You poor I know.
R.I.P. moms.
I know.
I love y'all, moms.
Candace would be her favorite. To be fair,
yeah.
My mom's sister, my aunt, says Candace is nuts. So maybe my mom wouldn't be into this, but I don't know.
And although this priest that I'm about to show you is discussing Satanism more broadly, he's not saying this, to be clear, in the context of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
I want you to take a listen to what he says. This is Father Ripperger. He is going to describe the nature of this sort of constant symbolism that's being used, this obsession with them almost having to reveal to us what they're doing, like wanting to get close to revealing to us what they're doing, and then gaslighting us. Take a listen.
Actually, the technical term that we tend to use for that is called the revealing of the method. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I have. Basically, it's...
Oh, fuck.
It basically means that it can be connected to a curse. They can curse this so that it has a more... so that its distribution becomes more extensive and more people watch the thing. But a lot of times what that is that the thing about Satanists, and also even though it's occult in the fact that it's hidden, there's a side to diabolic psychology that even when they remain hidden, they still want to show themselves in some way. They're still going to reveal themselves in something. They can't help it. And it's the same thing you see. It's the same thing you see with Satanists. It's the same thing you see with Freemasons when they're involved in certain things. It's the same stuff you see across the board in these particular groups. And so they just tend to reveal stuff. But their hope is to even the revealing that you don't know. There's a sadistic line they get out of basically putting it to you without you even knowing it.
You know what's really funny about this is the fact that everything that this guy is saying, I completely agree with, and everything that Candace is saying is completely retarded. Like, basically, what he's saying is very true, and I think this is something that happens and it manifests in a lot of different ways. But, like, I don't know what the fuck that has to do with Charlie Kirk being assassinated and sacrificed for the Iran war, right? So, yeah, it's a little bit different. What the hell happened to her? She used to be normal until a couple of years ago. So let me explain what happens to a lot of creators and what happens to a lot of people who are commentators. So basically is that, like, they start getting a lot of positive feedback for extremist values and extremist ideas. So that causes a self-radicalization kind of, you know, like basically like a self-radicalization cycle where they push more radical ideas, they gain a more radical audience. Then they push more radical ideas, more radical audience. And what happens is that people who do that fall into that trap, and they eventually write themselves into a corner because the people that are conspirators, and I'm not talking about the people that are like believing in Epstein. I'm talking about the people that are believing in like the Anunnaki. People that are believing
the Anunnaki?
in, you know, Hitler being alive.
The Anunnaki?
Antarctica. Like, we're talking about the real world. And so those people are not logical. They're not rational. And what you'll see, they believe in the euugh, right? But that kind of mentality is not arrived at through rationality.
They believe in euugh?
You can't rein those people in order to, like, if you ever express a value
that the conspiracy theory isn't true, you automatically are against them. Because they are effectively a self-radicalizing cult of people that will always choose the more extreme, more disconnected, more radical, more, delusional idea in the pursuit that basically it's like an opposite logic pursuit where anything you do that seems crazy is in their mind more true.
Was a project manager basically, and to be fair, she was good at it.
Yeah.
Her work on the Indiana
respectable.
Jones movies also brought her into the orbit of two other men who would turn out to be cornerstones of her career, George Lucas and Frank Mo.
First, the breaking news of the morning. American cities.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my remark.
First, the breaking news of the morning. American cities on high alert this morning after the FBI warns the state of California is now a target for Iran as it aspires to strike its coast with drones. No specific timeline or targets have been identified. Local officials are still receiving a precautionary alert. The LA County Sheriff said, quote, in light of current global events, the department remains at an elevated level of readiness.
Oh, man.
It is maintaining increased vigilance as we continue to protect our residents of Los Angeles County. President Trump was asked about the threat yesterday. Watch.
President Trump, what have you heard about this bulletin that some law enforcement put out about a possible Iran revenge plot in California where there would be some kind of a boat offshore launching drones towards
the big investigator, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they go. And the war itself is being prosecuted
Wild.
as well as anybody has ever seen. And this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries, they said they've never seen anything like it. And they also agree with what I'm doing. They say it's an evil country, and it's been for 47 years that way.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says he's aware of the report, but says there.
If you have an Alexa device and young children at home, you're going to want to hear this.
All right, so a Texas mom's viral post detailing a disturbing exchange between an AI assistant and her 4-year-old.
Our Brenda Ordonez has been working this story. She spoke with the mother, a local tech expert, and pressed Amazon for answers. What were you able to find out?
Yeah, Rob, Trisha, well, it started as a normal evening at home until Christine Osterman heard her Alexa device make what she described as an inappropriate request to her 4-year-old.
I made those little Ninja Turtles, eh?
Amazon says it was a device misunderstanding and is now making changes, but for this mom, the concern doesn't stop there. It's become a household phrase.
Hey, Alexa.
But for Christine Osterman, it's now by Alexa.
There will be no more Alexa in our house. I don't want to take that chance.
Why? What did it do?
That happening again.
Oh, she was cute but stupid.
Was cooking dinner when her 4-year-old asked Alexa to tell her a silly story, something the child did all the time.
Alexa told her silly story, and then my daughter started telling her story about a princess. In the middle of this story, out of nowhere, Alexa said, "Hold that thought. I'd love to see what you're wearing."
Osterman
What?
shared screenshots of the interaction. They show her daughter responded, "I have a skirt on." Before Osterman could intervene, Alexa replied, "I'd love to see what you're wearing. Let me take a look at your skirt." This experience isn't quite ready for kids yet, but I'm working on it.
I'm like, oh
Whoa.
my gosh, why is this device asking her what she's wearing? I felt like it was sexualizing my child.
Osterman confronted the device. She says Alexa apologized, saying it couldn't actually see anything and called its response confusing and inappropriate. Osterman turned the device off and submitted a ticket to Amazon. When she turned it back on, she says the conversation had been altered. These are pictures she shared of the before and after. Tech expert Dave Hatter spent 25 years writing software. He says the odds of AI going this far off script on its own are slim, and what he suspects, he says, is far more disturbing.
Feels to me like, as a potential predator, seeing that there's a child accessing this and sort of gauging where the conversation's going, that's more of a human being just trying to now steer down this direction.
An Amazon spokesperson says Alexa misunderstood a request and tried to launch a camera feature, but says safeguards centered around children profiles prevented the camera from ever turning on. Amazon says it has already made changes to prevent this from happening again. But for this mom, the damage is done.
My concern is that it recognized that she was a child to begin with, and so with or without the child profile, it shouldn't have been asking that.
Yeah, so Amazon says moving forward, when a child profile is in use and Alexa hears a request to launch this feature, Alexa will immediately respond that this feature is not available. Their full statement can be found on Fox19.com. Reporting in studio, Bernard Dominguez, Fox 19 Now.
I do want to talk about
Ouch.
the possible information on the doorbell cam, though, because I think all of us agree that's the best lead they have. And you heard the sheriff there saying the backpack video has gone nowhere. Now they're wondering whether the guy got it secondhand, so that's why they can't find it on any sort of Walmart video of their suspect purchasing the backpack. Could have been an eBay purchase, etc. The question about what actually happened in that video, where we see they said at 1:47 the Wi-Fi was disconnected, and at 2:12, notwithstanding the disconnection, the system reflected that a body had been identified, an image had been identified. Haven't they found all the physical clues by now that are there to find?
That's enough, Megan.
Virtually every day they're out.
Huh. Oh yeah?
Her cane was the
A wheelchair?
left behind. Right, what is it doing there?
Oh, look at that.
What is it?
That's a better picture.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's much better.
What is that?
Damn, them wheels look awfully dusty. Them wheels
Oh, it's a walker.
awfully dusty.
Like she walked away? It is a walker. Shit.
Her cane was allegedly, we heard, left behind. Right, what is it doing there?
Oh, look at that. That's a better picture.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, it's a walker or one of those things that you roll people in. They just rolled her out. They wheeled her away.
The wheels look awfully dusty.
They wheeled her away.
Her cane was allegedly, we heard, left behind. Right, what is it doing there?
Oh, look at that. That's a better picture.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's much better. Damn, them wheels look awfully dusty. Them wheels look awfully dusty. Her cane was allegedly, we heard, left behind.
That's hardcore.
Right, what is it doing there?
Oh, look at that. That's a better picture.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's much better. Damn, them wheels look awfully dusty. Them wheels look awfully dusty. Her cane was allegedly
allegedly we heard left behind. Right, what is it doing there?
Oh, look at that. That's a better picture.
That is so wild.
That's much
Well,
better.
Mark the Shark. Mark the Shark found a walker. JLR. So I'm at work, this computer only does caps, that's hilarious. You see any drones, JLR? Ah. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Oh wow. There's a lady suing Katy Perry and took her name. What? Katy Perry?
Text incredible. To be honest, Ali, I feel like this is all a bit of a dream.
Perry.
As you mentioned, it has been such a long legal battle. But today...
I love Lego battles.
Yeah, has that sunk in though? I don't...
What are they saying? Ice beside needs nothing but what? Chicken hearts?
When Punch gets scolded, just watched his reaction. While Punch is near a bigger monkey, he becomes curious about what it's doing. He just wants to look. He just wants to know. Full of curiosity. But suddenly, the bigger monkey scolds him. Punch immediately stops. He lowers his head and makes a funny expression, like a little kid who just got caught doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Because he is often bothered by stronger monkeys, Punch has learned not to fight back. He simply stays still and tries to calm the situation. Punch only wanted to know, but the world around him isn't always friendly. When Punch
He only wanted to know.
just watched his
All he wanted to do was know, you guys. I don't know.
Take that camera off. Oh, then you probably shouldn't walk up to the camera. Off my face. No, it's not gonna. Take the camera off my face.
No.
Oh shit. There's an accident over here too. Hey, don't put your hands on people.
Huh.
That's because of me? The accident? How's the accident my fault? I asked him to stop recording me. Yeah, alright, just wait over here. Hey, he's still moving. Got a good right hand. Hey, take that camera off my face. No, then you probably shouldn't walk up to the camera. Off my face. No, it's not gonna happen. Take the camera off my face. Take the camera off my face.
Punch him. That's right, that's what you do.
Take that camera off my face.
Put it right on his face. Lean it on his face.
What you filming? What you filming? What you filming? What you filming? What you
Holy shit.
What you filming?
So funny. What you filming?
Do you freeze me, Starfleet? Override it! Pull them back!
Okay.
Do you freeze me, Starfleet? Override it! Pull them back!
Boost your metagame. We need more signal.
Was it Star Trek 5?
Oh my god.
What is he, discombobulator?
I don't know the specific secret weapon system Trump's talking about. I know that they have a lot of exotic weapons. I can go through some of the theoretical stuff and what we know has been developed over the decades. The information I have on those weapon systems is old, so you can imagine they're much more advanced. But they have kind of a clock system that's associated with manipulating the time-space field between dimensions. That going back to the first experiments with it with the Germans and then the U.S. That everybody around it really.
That's enough.
So 3 years ago, I did a video on TikTok Shop's art supplies. I tested out the usual suspects. There was markers, there were some watercolors, there were some pencils, you know, pretty normal art supplies. And during that time, TikTok Shop had just opened up, and so the art supplies that were available were very limited. Well, fast forward to 3 years.
If you've been on the internet long enough, eventually you'll have downloaded a file that needed to be decompressed. And if that's the case, you probably used WinRAR. But I have a question for you. Did you pay for it? So for those who aren't aware, WinRAR is the leading file compression software. It is extremely effective at compressing and decompressing files without losing any of the data.
Jack's in Edmonton right now?
Are you comfortable?
I'm always comfortable.
Are you comfortable?
I'm always comfortable in Canada.
I want to talk to you about out there surprising people. What was that like for you? I saw the looks on their faces as you came out. What was it like for you coming out on that stage?
Man, I wish I was seeing Shaq.
That's a weird question for me. And let me tell you what, 10 years ago.
Everywhere I go, people stare at me. He's like, even when I'm not famous. That's funny. What is that noise?
During a recent podcast with the comedian euugh, instead of talking about economy or immigration or healthcare or the global conflicts, they discussed cocaine addiction.
No. Did you?
Cocaine.
Would you ask him? No, I would just do cocaine. That was really, yeah. So not just that's down and dirty, right? Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? You'll be out on your own porch. You know, you'll be your own street lamp. You're freaking. And is that a good feeling? Well, no.
During a recent podcast with the comedian euugh, instead of talking about
Is that a good feeling? No.
Now, the face of TV has changed enormously over the years, from early flickering images in black and white
to high-definition digital colour images shown on plasma screens.
And despite these improvements, TV still remains a tube.
Earth is going to lose gravity for 7 seconds in August. What does that mean? It's going to lose gravity for 7
What do you mean?
Well, gravity disappeared from Earth on August 12. NASA reveals truth behind bizarre conspiracy theory. Opponents believe that there was a leaked secret document in November 2024 called Project Anchor, to prepare the Earth for an event so catastrophic that a reported 40 million people on Earth would die from the impact. The theory stated that on August 12th of this year, at exactly 9:33 Eastern, Earth will lose gravity for 7 seconds. If this is fake, why does it have a date, project name, and a budget? Checkmate. Turns out this is just another case of social media mischief, as internet sleuths found no trace of the leaked document or Project Anchor. Meanwhile, NASA experts have pointed out that the theory itself demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how gravity works. Have you heard Earth is going to lose gravity for 7 seconds in August? What does that mean? It's going to lose gravity for 7 seconds. If gravity disappeared from Earth on August 12, NASA reveals truth.
Ha 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 ha. They don't look gay at all. They're awesome. Auto level? So funny.
We're on a quorum call. I'm sorry. I asked that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Do I have to ask you again to use a prop?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I go to my topics, I want to recognize one of my colleagues, Mr. Connor Domain. He is sitting to my right, your left. Connor has been one of my colleagues for a while. I rely on him a lot.
What's the point?
For counseling with respect to health care. Connor is a graduate of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. He's leaving me. I hate to see him go. I'm happy for him, sad for me, happy for him. He's going back home.
Fake bills such as these are showing up more and more on the North Shore.
We've noticed since the 1st of January 2026, we've had an uptick in reports of counterfeit 50s and $100 bills.
Yeah.
We've had 11 reports to date.
Nanaimo RCMP say they've had 17 reports of counterfeit money being passed to businesses in the past 2 months.
Let's see it.
It's happening in New Westminster as well.
Let's see it.
To date this year, we've seen 10 files reported to us involving counterfeit currency, which is surprising given that we only had 2 in the same period of last year.
The fake bills are predominantly $50 and $100 denominations.
Let's see.
These reports have come to us from the
excuse me.
grocery stores, jewelry stores,
Damn.
and banks. It's been a growing problem across the country. According to RCMP, nearly 47,000 counterfeit bills were seized in 2024. Last year, that tripled to 143,000. In BC, statistics show 751 counterfeit banknotes were seized in 2024. Last year, that's
27,000.
27,000.
Knowing that there's counterfeit currency out there and that the numbers are increasing is very concerning.
We just want to make sure that the public's aware of this, and businesses are aware of it, and that they're very diligent when they're taking in $50 or $100 bills.
Last month, CTV News reported on fake cash being used in a Facebook marketplace sale. A survey
Oh.
selling a laptop was out $1,800. While the bills might look legitimate at first glance, side by side with a real one, the differences become obvious. A lack of detail in the images, variations in color,
All those
and
lines.
a different feel. Another common flaw, the holographic strip down the side.
If you actually see this hologram here, which is on all $50 and $100 bills, it's peeling off, and obviously that shouldn't be happening on a legitimate bill.
Police are encouraging anyone handling cash to make sure they're familiar with the security features.
Hilarious.
As for what to do if you get a fake bill,
Given the numbers that we're seeing being on the rise, there are likely people out there that are in possession of counterfeit money that they obtained legitimately. They just don't know what to do with it. So we encourage them to report it to us.
Peter Bremner, CTV News, New Westminster.
Why did you ever report it? It's gonna take it away. I think it's gonna work. We'll see up.
We begin tonight on the southern edge of the city. Late yesterday, a semi hauling heavy equipment hit a major overpass. Now officials are inspecting the damage and coming up with a repair plan. CTV's Stacey High now on what officials are saying about the crash.
This was the scene late Thursday afternoon. An excavator on the back of a semi was sliced in half after crashing into an overpass at the Circle Drive, Highway 11 and Highway 16. No one was injured.
They're lucky nobody was killed.
What got killed?
It's ridiculous. Like, it's extremely frustrating.
Traffic in the area was disrupted for hours and remains impacted, with lane closures
Holy
in place
crap.
as engineers assess the damage and plan repairs. The city said
Whoa.
the load was well above clearance.
The load was significantly higher than the available clearance. Even if this bridge was 10 feet taller, it would have hit the next one down the road.
It's not the first time the overpass has been hit. It was struck in 2000.
I was gonna see where we are at on the scale. Let's see. How high up are we now? It's a firecracker? Oh, let me guess. It's not gonna be that big. The whole vibe, yeah. Sorry, it was a little loud. Wow. Amazing.
Firecracker.
My dad would complain that firecrackers now aren't that powerful. He said M80s were like an eighth of a stick of dynamite or something like that. And like now ours can't blow up anything. What's he gonna do? Throw it at the guy? He's actually gonna throw a grenade at the guy. Okay. M80s are awesome. I've never seen one before. I'm an activist now, am I? Ooh. Germany, a lot of people go to Poland. You can still get strong stuff over there. Well, those have like C4 in them, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like all that like fucking goop shit that's inside of that. Is this AI? I think it's just an animation. I know that fucking kill somebody for sure. That probably blew up like a normal, what do you call it? Like a normal car. Do you think someone will be dumb enough to drop a nuke again?
Hellfire.
I think that we'll see a nuclear bomb dropped again. Damn. Damn. This is the helicopter missile?
And a Hellfire.
Tall boys, earthquake, Royal Air Force.
Earthquake
This is stuff
bomb.
from World War II shit.
Earthquake bomb.
Can only be carried by a modified.
Fuck's an earthquake bomb?
I feel like this is all still way smaller than what they're dropping.
Good morning. Wow.
Yeah, that's still not even as close. That's not even close to what they're doing in Iran. That's a nuke? That's definitely not a nuke. Yeah, like that bomb they dropped today is
We can hope it's gonna be a good one.
like way worse.
I haven't seen any bunnies yet. I haven't seen any of my bunnies yet.
Okay, that is alright, that is pretty bad.
Not my bunnies.
So you get for lighting a firecracker in the apartment?
Saw a squirrel yesterday though.
It's like a Russian bomb? The most powerful bomb. Okay, so this I think this is kinda like the one.
I can't believe I missed it. I woke up right after she was here. I woke up 1 second after you went to bed. I was like, what? Nah, no bunnies. I can't tell them apart. Not gonna lie. Unless they got like a big brown spot on their back or they're very different. I can tell the boy one and the girl one apart.
That looks pretty close to what they just dropped. That does. That looks pretty fucking close.
is bigger than them other all-bombs by 5x? Really? Oh wow, wait, what's this?
The explosion that went off in Beirut.
Holy fuck. This isn't 2020 Beirut. One of the most powerful non-nuclear explosions. I've ever seen this. Drop something like that on Iran? Yeah, I think something like...
I got a meeting today. Whoa.
That actually happened? I didn't even see that. These videos are insane. Deaths 218. Injured 7,000 people. Oh my god. Well, these are like, yeah, these are the atomic bombs. So this is what they use.
I have to disappoint a social worker today. Or a housing worker.
See, I've never even seen that before.
Aw.
Enola Gay? What?
Oh man, this could be a nuke.
10,000 tons?
This is the plane that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. Well, it's like a regular... So, the lady that was my housing worker got pregnant. And she went on maternity leave now. So they're changing my worker. The lady that's the head of the program that accepted me into their program in the first place and like got me this apartment is gonna be here today. And I talked to her the other day and she was like just glazing me up. She's like, "Oh, you're doing such a great job. Proud of you, da 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 da." Now I gotta tell her that I'm getting kicked out. Like she knows that I already did all that court shit and went through everything. She's like, "You're doing such a good job with Tiger, da da da." I gotta let her down a little bit.
Like 2 days? Really? Fuck, I forgot all about that. Jesus.
She's like, "No, I don't want to hear you even starting to talk bad about yourself. You're doing awesome." I was like, "No, I'm having some issues here." It's like, "Well, you sound stressed out, but don't be so stressed out about it because you're doing a really good job." Like, fuck off and quit saying that.
Did I really have to do that? Did I have to put the guy there speaking Japanese? ICBM. What is this? 3 thermonuclear warheads, and they can shoot it into space. That seems pretty bad. Each warhead has 350. Wait, what? Wait.
There's a chance that she might be able to loan me some money from her program. I doubt it, but I don't know what else to do. This is the option that's coming up right now. Is her? She's coming over here, so maybe she wants me to succeed so much that she's not gonna let me fuck up.
I've never seen this at all.
Like, I mean, there's some people in this system here that are really, really backing my play, that really, really, like, do not want me to fuck up or fail or whatever. They took me aside and gave me a really long talk back in October.
Oh God. 80 years ago? Yeah. Surely
Yeah, I never... I agreed to it, and I thought I could take care of it, and I thought that everything was going to be in place so that I could. And the government's just taking a little bit longer than I expected. So it's like these last 2 months have been, I don't know, just not timed as well as I hoped.
It was also at 50% of its max power. Wait, what?
Then I feel like I already used up all my requests and asking for extra time or whatever when I fucked up and ended up in court.
Is this real? Like,
So I believe all the goodwill has been used up.
there's no way.
At least on my landlord's behalf. How's it going, Melissa? Good morning.
Video of this happening. Okay, let me see that. I've never seen this at all. Like, so what is?
But I mean, all I can really do about it, Boots, is be honest, right? The lady that's the head of the program.
Russia now uses Satan missiles.
The only one. I gotta go right to the top.
Russians have it. Okay. What is this? This is the video of it. Okay.
I tried getting a hold of my uncle. He won't answer me.
Wait, it's actually the fucking.
Экипаж одевает защитные очки. Приближаемся к точке взрыва. Высота 4000 метров. Осталось 3 секунды.
So this is it at half of its power.
1, 0.
Yep.
Взрыв сопровождался световой вспышкой необычных сил.
Got that right.
В этот момент
Ow!
последующие свечения,
That's good though, because I used to not be like that.
в радиусе до кривой столб, поднимающийся с земли, быстро увеличивается.
I can definitely think of times where I've fucking
Через несколько секунд после
tried to fraud my way through shit like that or whatever. It seems like not a good idea.
10 километров.
That's a really big bomb.
Облако медленно поднималось.
The shockwave of the bomb was filmed in another country close to Russia.
That's crazy.
What the fuck?
I'm not sure. I don't know that anything will help.
And so this was 80 years ago. So
It's nice to know somebody's smiling somewhere on this planet though.
So people think that they don't.
So as long as you're happy, that's good.
This now.
Positive vibes sounds good to me.
Oh man, I bet they do. I bet they do for sure. They totally do, yeah.
Шаг превращается в колоссальный светящийся купол. Каждое свечение все продолжается.
And as for my health, I'll deal with that after.
I don't think you do. You need this. Like that's ridiculous.
Going to the hospital got me in shit the first time with all this crap. So my health's got to be like not even on my mind at all. Wow, that's a big explosion.
Wow. Okay. That's a big one. Does it make better? That means after a certain size, it doesn't do more damage.
Yeah, after a certain size, they just fucking do that. Burn up the atmosphere and nothing else.
I don't know, man. And the bomb stake.
Oh. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Is this really?
What?
I'll never have another dog like Buck. I'll never have another dog like Buck. Definitely the top dog here on the farm. Whatever I'm doing, he tries to see how he can help.
What a good dog.
Oh my goodness, good boy. You're so good. If I'm trying to do water, he'll drag the hose. He's just always looking at us, waiting for something and trying to.
Hey Melissa, did you see that parrot?
I could tell. This dog is exceptional. So I got him, probably he was 8 weeks. And by the time he was 10 weeks,
I don't.
I said to several people,
Oh wait, who me? No.
dog would make an
No, I can't.
service dog.
I
He
can't
wanted
use
to
Epsom salts.
and he wanted to do what I was doing and help me do whatever.
It squeezes my kidneys.
And I remember thinking, could I donate this puppy as a service dog? You know what I mean? I know that sounds crazy.
Way too much sodium. I don't use my salt, man.
Maybe they always say you get the dog that you need.
I used to use this sea salt scrub as an exfoliant.
Train him a different way. And I tried
My skin used to be so soft and so not itchy.
speak a lot to him. I purposely, actually, for the first 2 weeks, I barely said a word to him. And I believe by doing
Aww.
instead of focusing on this other language that's coming out of my mouth, he paid attention to my energy and watching what I was doing. And I truly believe this is why he is the way he is. I think he just watched because whether I'm doing gardening, then go and get anything that's related to
Why are all the other dogs stupid? I'd be so mad. Do they? Oh, Sugar would not. I don't know if Sugar would be okay.
you know the tools. And he's a very
Really give me myself diabetes, eh?
he wants to wow, good boy. As young puppies, like they just pick up your shoe.
I know they make like what do they call it?
Anything that is left on the ground.
I don't know.
Where when I would see him pick up anything, I would encourage him to bring it to me. I think his first real big thing helping is I put the garbage outside and he picked up that bag and carried it with me.
What is wrong with the other dogs? He's like, man, you guys are lazy.
There's Luck, way over there. And I think, oh, I wonder if I asked him, would he go get it? And sure enough, he would. So he picked up anything you lose or drop. I have this. I have this. Would you like it? And he might sometimes bring me things unnecessary.
How many people just walked by here? Holy shit. Like a parade?
Sometimes he'll steal my boot off the front porch so then he can bring it to me.
I just seen all the shadows.
Sometimes he'll just stand there with a leaf in his mouth. I saw you raking yesterday. Do you want this one? And that's okay. I'm always appreciative of anything he would give me. Yeah, good boy!
Ah.
You can have? There's 3 buckets and 3 dogs. Alright, let's go. So then we started asking him to close or open a door for me.
Ooh. Scrub cloth?
After that, Buck really took over.
I have one of those fucking fluffy things.
Because he always comes to me. Thank you.
Shower fluff.
Where's you going? Give you another one? And he kind of rolls. He does. He rolls the roosts. Correct even the ducks. He notices anything on the property that.
He's taking out the garbage?
And if he finds anything out in the woods, like a plastic bag,
Oh, he'd be an annoying dog.
anything that's not supposed to be there, he will.
He's just like, this. You want something right here.
I can point out at something and say, go get it. I don't have to say what it is.
He's like not even a good dog. He's just a fetcher.
And right away he will grab them and, bring them up to
Pretty good dog.
the front door
He knows not to let the other dogs mess around.
and hold it. And I have this for you. He just has this wonderful, sweet,
Smiling. Aww.
so proud that he knows instantly that
Thank
you
you.
want it. He will protect the package. He would correct, the puppy if he's trying to take it. A lot of times now, no matter what it is, the puppy's like, oh, wow, what have you got? And Buck's like, this is not a toy. This is work.
We're not playing, bro.
Because he understands what needs to be protected.
He's got a chicken. The chicken was riding on the dog.
Eggs. He started, coming to the front door and he would just be standing there holding it gently in his mouth. That's a huge one because
Collecting eggs.
he goes, but he finds those eggs and carefully picks them up and brings them to me.
Good boy! You see? Careful. Oh, thank you. Is there any more?
So when they were hatching, I allowed Buck to be there
So he knows there's little chickens in it?
peeping through the egg. And so Buck obviously could hear it too. He was just so interested how this egg is making a chicken noise. I remember seeing his face when it started to open, and strangely, his instinct was to lick at it. I don't think he was tasting it. He was trying to clean them off.
Aww.
And like a kind of a mother cat would do to her newborn kittens. I'm sure
What?
his mom was like, that's a chicken, a baby chicken. And so now he has alerted us to.
He knows when they're yeah, I bet he thinks eggs are awesome.
He is like staring right into the coop. That's what told me just recently.
They're smart.
As protective as Buck is, he is also just a smell the chicks.
Cause he knows better.
Show his teeth.
Look at him. Get away. Holy shit.
A shepherd means to care for his flock. I think it is in their
He scared all them other dogs right out of there.
whatever that is, whether it's the horses, children, the ducks, the other dogs, and then also the guarding part, you know what I mean? That is also instinct to protect. And I remember saying,
Aw, look, he's all sparkly.
who also, I said, I feel like this dog is gonna save somebody's life.
Well, did he?
I believe all dogs have the power to do something as great as
Probably
dogs.
saved your life, lady.
Shepherds have a bad
Aww. He's cuddling with the little chicks.
I think a lot of that is confusion. And, you know, and they need a job. Buck is the perfect example.
He's showing him how to get in through the gate.
I gave him a job, and I nurtured the job, and that has made him such a good dog.
Go lay down. Good.
How my days are easier because of him.
What?
He helps me so much on the farm. You know,
Holy
I can't
God.
imagine doing this
Enough.
He just brings such a fun. It's like having a friend with me all day long.
Not even notifications come through. Oh, I bet. My buddy's dog used to be like, man, I don't know. I thought dogs were fucked up. This guy's dog ran through our, through my pile of prairie dogs.
A new and contra.
And just tried to murder them all.
I'm Peter Austin. That was once the home of a sword-wielding medieval killer, and this is interesting.
Was he a rabbit?
Worms security update.
Woo!
What's up, everybody? It's your boy. My favorite piece of nerd lore in all of nerd.
I know, right? He loves them. What is that? I slapped together some chicken salad. It looks slapped together. I'm just kidding. Let me see it. Oh, yeah. What is on there? Why is there so much white stuff?
I'm Peter Austin.
My chicken salad's always white, too. I just don't know what is in there that's white. Slapped it on that bay. Beat the cream out of it.
Or speedrunners of. Or speedrunners of. Or speedrunners.
Okay, enough of that. Mayo? At least there is real mayo.
Everyone knew for years. If you wanted a competitive run, you needed the right cart. Not just any copy of the game, a specific revision that allowed a trick called the bat bounce. Speedrunners would literally hunt down the correct version of the cartridge just to play the game fast. But then one day, a strange discovery changed everything. Because it turns out, Rygar has a glitch that allows you to walk through the air.
Oh, man.
And once runners figured out how to use it properly, the old cartridge hunt suddenly didn't matter anymore. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
I don't care. I seen a guy do that in the arcade once. That would be an uncomfortable way to pick somebody up. What the heck? Ah, she's not that good. No. She's getting thrown out of my club right now. You're not allowed to make little gun fingers at the club. Here. You get thrown out real fast. I seen a little blonde girl get fucking tackled by two great big dudes. Because she did a little gun thing and was walking around on the dance floor pissing around. Years ago, by the way. I don't go to the club now. What are you, crazy?
You make yourself a coffee. You make yourself a coffee every single morning. But do you know what's actually in your cup?
Sure. No, you're right. Always at the club. Come on.
And what we found will make you look at your kitchen shelf very differently.
It says Folders is... What? Glass.
Secretly owned by the same company. A Canadian icon sold off to foreign investors for nearly $1 billion.
Glass.
Beans, no testing.
Glass.
In your cup every morning.
Plastic.
Brands you should stop buying. And 2 that are actually worth your money. This is the Canadian coffee investigation nobody else is doing. Let's get into it. Before the brands, here's one thing.
We're actually at the club now. Just in the corner.
They create a chemical. Scientists tested 57 different coffee products. They found this chemical in every single one of them.
What?
100%.
All the coffee.
But here's the important part. The amount matters. Some coffees had tiny amounts. Others had 120 times more than the cleanest brands.
Well...
The worst ones? Cheap coffees. Instant coffees. Coffees
don't say that. Don't say the coffee I'm addicted to has bad things in it. I seen coffee mold the other day. It was orange. You ever seen orange mold?
They don't tell you. They just sell the coffee. And in 2024, canned coffee sold in Canada was recalled because of a risk of botulism.
Yeah.
Food poisoning that can cause paralysis.
Yeah.
49,000 cans pulled.
Where? On some coffee that was wet before.
Number 7 is Folgers.
Ah.
That red tin has been sitting in Canadian
Fuck.
kitchens for decades.
Fuck you, Folgers.
Feels like a classic. Feels safe.
No, it doesn't.
Reality. Folgers is owned by J.M. Smucker.
Damn. Not Smuckers. The best peanut butter and jam and pet food. And Pop-Tarts.
That also happens to sell coffee. Folgers has 0 organic options in their entire product lineup. Coffee is one of the most heavily
You know, sitting around. Why is that concerning?
Organic certification means no rules on which pesticides end up in your beans.
It was like neon orange.
Their instant coffee also sits near the top of the list for that chemical we just talked about.
I was gonna Google it, but I didn't, because you're not supposed to Google crazy shit.
And all Folgers coffee comes pre-ground. Ground coffee
That's true.
starts going stale within weeks.
Yeah.
There's no way to know how long that powder sat in a factory before it got to your shelf. Cheap beans, no organic, no testing, pre-ground and stale. You're paying for the name, not for...
I'm not paying for the Folgers name, believe me.
At number 6 is Maxwell.
Ah.
1 in 5 Canadians drink it at home.
They're drunk.
It feels like a Canadian staple.
No.
But here's who's actually taking your money.
Maxwell apartment? What is that?
Another American corporation.
Like you drink less coffee if you live in an apartment? Oh, if you have a house, you gotta have... I guess maybe you got more people.
Coffee is just another item on their product list. In 2024 alone, Kraft Heinz collected $542 million in Canadian coffee sales through Maxwell House, and another brand we'll get to in a moment. Maxwell House blends 2 types of beans. Arabica beans, smoother, better quality, grown at higher altitude. Robusta beans, cheaper, more bitter, harder on your stomach, linked to more mold. Cut with the cheap stuff to keep margins high. Again,
Robusta beans.
no public mold testing.
No.
Pre-grounded.
No.
Is gone before you even open the
French press.
Canada's most popular
Who's French press in Maxwell House? Get out of here.
made with cheap beans,
Idiots.
zero transparency.
Oh.
for generations. The world's most popular instant coffee. But here's something most Canadians never heard about. Nescafe Espresso instant coffee was recalled in Canada.
Whoa!
Jars may have contained pieces of glass.
I'll never swallow one of those.
It was imported from France.
Yeah, that'll teach me. Yeah, it was 100-gram glass. Yeah.
Is a class 1
Gross. I'm gonna die.
the most serious level. And beyond the recall, here's the problem with instant coffee. Regular coffee. Beans roasted, ground, brewed fresh. Instant coffee. Brewed into liquid, then blasted with extreme heat to turn it into powder you can
Okay, but they've been doing this for generations and it's fine.
dissolve. That extreme heat destroys all the good stuff.
No, it doesn't.
Antioxidants, natural flavors, everything.
What extreme heat?
Creates significantly more of that chemical we warned you about.
What chemical?
Nescafe
Water?
is owned by Nestle,
Yeah, apparently.
company in the entire world. Over $92 billion in revenue per year.
This guy sounds
No
evil.
organic options star in their standard lineup. No public mold testing. A
What?
Canadian recall for glass. And the worst
Why is there any mold in there?
Sitting at number 4 is Nabob. Founded in Vancouver in 1896. Over 125 years of history. The packaging looks Canadian, feels Canadian, sounds Canadian.
That you're probably right.
So this must be the smart choice over
I hope he tells me to use the stuff I got.
Here's why. Nabob is owned by Kraft Heinz, the same American company that owns Maxwell House. In 2024, Kraft Heinz collected $542 million in Canadian coffee sales. By selling you Maxwell House from one shelf and Nabob from the
Who
shelf
cares?
next to it, you think you're choosing the Canadian option.
I'm not buying either one of those gross coffees.
Corporation either way.
Maxwell House and Nabob can both go to hell.
Arabica beans. That's genuinely better than Maxwell House. But the profits still go to Pittsburgh. No organic options. No public mold testing. 127 years of Canadian
Getting sick of this mold business. I don't want to hear it anymore.
the most convincing trick on the coffee shelf. The next brand on this list is
Kirkland.
millions of Canadians
Kirkland.
every single day.
Costco.
Sold off to foreign investors for nearly $1 billion, while Canadians had no idea. Just a reminder to subscribe and hit like before we get into this one. Let's keep going. Number 3 is
Oh, Van Hout. Ooh. Yeah, they got good coffee.
over 100 years.
They make hotel coffee.
History, a brand that felt like it truly belonged
Me
to
too.
Canadians. Then in 2010, it was
Well, I don't know what the Jose is, but the other stuff.
Mountain Coffee Roasters for $915 million Canadian dollars. Green Mountain became Keurig. Keurig became Keurig Dr. Pepper.
What?
Today, Keurig Dr. Pepper controls $300 million in Canadian coffee sales through Van Hout and Timothy's. Canadian institution, sold to America for $915 million.
This is the instant I'm down to.
Isn't the biggest problem with Van Hout.
It's Maxwell House.
Here's what happens every time you press that button. Near boiling water gets pushed through a small plastic pod at high pressure. When plastic gets that hot, chemicals from the plastic can get into whatever is passing through it. A 2018 Canadian study tested major K-Cup brands. Every single one contains tiny plastic particles called microplastics.
Yeah, K-cups are bad for you.
During brewing.
Me too. Yeah, they are. They're so gross. Probably. Big surprise.
They can get into your bloodstream. Scientists are still studying what they do once they're inside your body, but the early research is not good. The Clean Label Project also found that coffee pods had some of the highest levels of
It's a little bit late now.
any coffee format tested.
Affiliate.
Billions of K-cups end up in Canadian landfills every year.
Yeah.
They can't be recycled.
No, but they can be squished down to like a piece of saran wrap, so I wouldn't worry about it.
A real Canadian brand, sold to America, now selling you plastic in a cup. How not to mention Starbucks. This is brand number 2. You see that
I had a really good Starbucks.
that's exactly what they want.
One of their blends is amazing.
When you buy Starbucks coffee off a Canadian grocery shelf, Starbucks bagged coffee.
But I swiped mine.
Same problem as Folgers and Maxwell. By the time you open that bag, the coffee is already going stale. But you're paying a Starbucks
Oh, this is our problem. Why aren't we growing our own beans?
ground coffee costs around 16 to 18 for 340 grams. That's a premium price for a product that was ground weeks or months
I bet.
before you bought it. Starbucks is an
Yeah, Trish burnt through hers, and honestly, it wasn't even very long. I was pretty upset about it. I think the thing only lasted like, it didn't even last a year. I got her like all the little replacement fucking whatever fake K-cups so she could make her own. But after you brew enough of those little things, ooh. I had some kind of tropical roast. Ah, Tim Hortons. Oh, nice. They're not the Keurig kind? Oh, are they the discs? The disc? The fucking Tossimo discs? Or she's got the fake Keurig refillable things. Oh my god. 2? Really? That's terrible. I saw a place. They were selling those machines for $1 here. You get a coffee machine for $1 if you bought 2 boxes of their coffee. I was like, yeah, that's a nice scam. Forget that. That's funny. Shut up. I forgot.
Because the coffee is too harsh without it. And the grocery store K-cup version carries the same plastic problem as Van Hout. Microplastics released into your
Who drinks coffee out of a China cup? That's for tea. Can't even microwave that thing. What? Oh, excuse me.
The Tim Hortons on the grocery shelf isn't the Tim Hortons that earned it's a brand name rented to a minority corporation to sell you coffee. Here's what ties all of this together.
I hear that.
3 foreign corporations control nearly half of all coffee sold in Canada. Kraft Heinz, Maxwell House plus Nabob, 18.9%. Nestle, Nescafe, 16.3%. Keurig Dr. Pepper, Van Hout, 10.8%. Add Restaurant Brands International, the Miami company behind Tim Hortons, and the number climbs even higher. None Canadian owned, none publicly test for mold, none offer full organic lines. They control the shelves, they set the prices, they spend millions making you feel like these are trusted Canadian brands. Real Canadian roasters who test their coffee and care about what's in it are left fighting for shelf space. Most Canadians have no idea this is happening. Okay, now the good news. First on our list of good coffee brands is King Horse Coffee. Founded in Invermere, British Columbia in 1996. Still roasted there today in the Rocky Mountains. Here's what makes it completely different from every brand we just covered.
Okay.
100% certified organic. 100% fair trade.
So this is God's brand, right?
Arabica beans. Let's break that down, simply.
What is that, King Horse?
Means the farms that grew these beans did not use chemical pesticides or artificial fertilizers. The farm has to prove it's been clean for at least 3 years before getting that stamp. Fair trade means the farmers who picked these beans got paid fairly. Their communities get money for schools and clean water, not just cheap labor for a big corporation. Arabica only means no Robusta filler beans. No cutting corners on the quality of the actual coffee. Organic.
The coffee I'm not drinking right now.
Roasted in Canada. And darker roasts.
Looks like that. It's all fancy.
Compared to instant coffees and lighter industrial
See that?
roasts.
Jamaican whatever. Here,
Around $16 to $19 for 454 grams. About 35 to 40 cents per cup. Maxwell House costs about
I don't know.
15 cents per
It says
cup.
international specialty.
25 cents more per morning coffee. Over a full year.
It also says grounded on it. Not ground, grounded.
But for that $180 you get organic certification, fair trade sourcing, Canadian roasting, 100% Arabica beans, and actually knows where every bean came from. Tip: Kicking Horse shows up at Costco regularly. When it does, the price drops significantly.
Kicking Horse is good stuff.
The next good brand is 49th Parallel Coffee Roasters.
Let's see if they get mine though.
In 2004, roasted
I bet they don't.
showing up in more Canadian
I can't go get a pop anywhere for an hour and a half.
Parallel different is something called direct trade. Most coffee brands buy from middlemen and have no idea which specific farm the beans came from.
I need my sugar.
Corporation to middleman to farm to your cup. 49th Parallel is roaster to a specific farm.
Drinking this stuff's gonna hurt my kidneys a bunch.
To your cup. They go directly to the farms. They know the farmers by name.
It's not gonna stop me.
They pay them more than the minimum fair trade price, and they know exactly which harvest went into your bag. They sell.
But it'll probably slow me down.
You grind them at home right before brewing. Pre-ground coffee sitting in a bag.
You get to bust up your own insects.
Every day. Whole beans, ground fresh, at their best the moment hot water hits them. Around $18 to $22 for 340 grams. About 35 to 45 cents per cup.
Woo!
Similar price to Kicking Horse, but a
'Kay.
lighter, brighter flavor. Great if you like tasting where the coffee actually came from. 7 brands, 3 foreign corporations.
Have a good time.
Glass in jars, plastic in pods. A Canadian icon sold to Miami, and 2 real Canadian roasters still doing it right. Subscribe for more Canadian food investigations.
Nah, I don't want to watch any. Right? Thanks. I will. And mold, but don't forget the mold. Literally nobody testing for mold publicly in here. Fuck whatever. I'm gonna end up looking that mold up. She looks like she was dumpster diving.
So, you know how people come up to you, that person that comes to like ask for likes and shit, blah, 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 blah. This is what I'm doing. I'm saying, you choose a dare to do, any dare. Okay. And, well, keep it cool though. And then if you do the dare, then do shit. Okay. Yes. Alright, give him a dare. No, these days. Okay. About the back thing? You want to say with me?
Until he's tired.
Till he's tired?
Yeah.
No, wait, hell nah.
Alright, 15 seconds.
15 seconds? Wait, is this like, are you gonna go hard?
Just 15 seconds, real smooth.
Wait.
Who is the T?
Are you sure about that you want to do this?
Hey, Az. Morning.
No, he's like that ass. I'm serious too. Oh my god, okay, let's go, fuck it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. But here's, no, this is not a good idea.
Oh my god. Holy fuck, that other guy needs to get out of the way.
She found the catnip. Yes, I'm recording you and
That's quite the cat tree, holy crap.
to know. Oh, hello, Artemis. Can I get some of that? Oh, I just stepped on it. What the heck?
That cat's way bigger than that other cat, holy crap.
Don't pressure yourself. Doing your best is already enough. You don't need to meet everyone's expectations, and you don't need to be perfect every
I don't like this.
Some days will be hard.
What is this?
Some days will bring ease.
Hey, don't worry. Don't be too motivated. Take it easy. Sometimes when you're doing your best, it feels like you're failing.
This is life. But as long as you are trying and giving what you can, things will fall into place in the right time.
That's not necessarily true.
Life isn't a race.
It is. No, it's a race. It's a race.
Don't pressure yourself. Doing your best is already
If you're not trying to get to the end before everybody else, you're doing it wrong. Okay, cat. What?
Wow.
Iran's new supreme leader has his leg blown off and he's in a coma?
Oh, give me a break, guys. I had to set up the stream. I had to pull up on the shop. Having all kinds of difficulties. So they're saying the Ayatollah's in a coma.
Good.
The Ayatollah. Yet somehow he's putting out messages. Somehow the Ayatollah, the new Iran's supreme leader, is putting out messages.
Oh, we got a heist going on. Over there. Yay! Ahoy! Hiko's here. Join the whatever.
Jake, you gotta come up. Come on, come.
What was that?
I just want to say, I predict, I'm gonna make a prediction that you will be, in the not too distant future, running for political office. And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? That's what we want. He's an incredible guy.
Mr. Trump, we need more factories like this thriving all over the country.
I have no idea. Yeah. I haven't even been watching to see what happens.
God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history.
All in the name of Jesus. All in the name. The Ayatollah.
Quit blaming it on. There you go. There you go.
He's in a coma. A leg was blown off. They always keep making sure to reiterate to the impotent leader.
Haha. That Simpsons shirt was the best. Homer's Ayatollah Asahola shirt. They should be selling those right now.
Then I'm looking at all the updates, and they're saying the Supreme Leader said this, the Supreme Leader said that. But he hasn't put out like direct messages or videos or anything, and everybody's wondering what's going on with him. Apparently he's in a coma. He's not even conscious.
One leg, and he's impotent too? Nah. No wonder he's mad.
Let's see, here's the article. That's kind of messed up though, man. Why they gotta start like that? Every video, every article, the U.S. intelligence, there's a lady that leads that department, and I guess you know how women are. So they infiltrate.
You know how women are.
He couldn't get it up. I don't know what he can't get his thing up. And so he was getting like some therapy and stuff. He flew out of the country. And the CIA or whatever intelligence was like, you know what? We're gonna flame this guy. And now it's Iran's new impotent supreme leader releases first statement after reports he's in a coma.
Oh my God.
Leg amputated. Iran's new supreme leader allegedly released his first statement Thursday, vowing to use the lever of closing the Strait of Hormuz.
That is so hardcore.
After reports circulated that he was in a coma, had his leg amputated after being severely injured in the U.S. military strikes that killed his father.
And he's impotent.
The lengthy message was read out to the Iranian state TV by an anchor as an image of Khamenei. Where's Khamenei at? Everybody wants to know. Weekend at Bernie's. Where the hell is Khamenei at?
Really? That's weird.
No explanation was provided for why the 56-year-old
Hey, good job.
or read out his reported words. I have a video here we're going to listen to. Read all that. Khamenei, who specifically noted avenging those killed in the strike at the elementary school in Minab, that Iran would obtain compensation from its enemy, meaning U.S. and Israel.
Who's Crush? Wait a minute.
Shit, where's the real Khamenei at? I think reports came out from some type of hospital that he is in a
His leg blown off and he's in a coma?
somehow still getting out the word.
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We're just getting this in right now. On Iranian state media, a presenter read a new statement from Iran's new Supreme Khamenei, and Reuters is reporting a few highlights from those remarks, saying that the Supreme Leader said in the statement, "We believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue." That is not true. We know that many Gulf countries have had their residential and civilian infrastructure attacked. Now, Iran's new Supreme Leader in this statement goes on to say all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked. He also says in the statement, again, that was presented on state media, he does not appear in the statement, that he calls on unity among the people of Iran and participation in Quds Day. Now, Quds is the Arabic word for...
Crush's space is not the dog's imaginary. I'm just saying.
If my math is correct here, that would be March 20th of this year, the last Friday of Ramadan, when...
She tried to send me a real picture of her dog.
Proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah launch attacks and also large demonstrations in the region. And so this is certainly something to look out for in the days ahead. But again, this is the first statement that we are receiving from Iran's new Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei. He speaks about...
So maybe there's a dog. I don't know.
Also says that he will target U.S. bases in the region. And then also...
I mean, who would make up a dog?
This is an interesting part here. And again, we are just getting these highlights from Reuters.
How crazy would somebody have to be to pretend they had a pet dog online? Probably not that crazy, right? Hey guys, I have a pet elephant named Stampy. I'm just kidding. I don't. Not very crazy? Oh my. I guess pretending you have Aaron Carter's... Shut up. That's not funny. I mean, it grows pretty fast, I gotta tell you. From like seed to like, I've got this whole jungle of plants falling all over me. I don't know. No, they grew pretty fast though, I gotta say. Maybe it just feels like longer when you're doing it yourself. Oh dude, I'm just like, what do you mean they're ready already? Shut up. Okay, and there's pictures of weed, so... Sounds real to me. Real enough, Shaz. Real enough. If you're faking it, you're doing a good job.
Not only Qatar, but the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain have all come under Iranian ballistic missile and drone fire in recent days. And while the
Maybe a little bit fast, but... I'm sure, yeah. My stupid weed plants never grew that fast, I'll tell you.
Is still alive. There are reports also that he was injured. Do you know anything more about that? Yeah, I spoke with an Israeli intelligence official in recent days who indicated Mustafa Khamenei is injured. They downplayed the reports, though, that he was critically injured, saying that he was injured.
Oh yeah?
The opening strikes of
That's what they don't mind being cramped up. I hear you can grow them in the box.
As we look forward here, though, it will be interesting to see if and when we actually see Mustafa Khamenei. We've not yet seen him. Of course, there have been posters and images circulating in the Iranian capital of Tehran, but this statement today, where he speaks about the ongoing war against the United States and Israel, was made through a presenter on state media. Trey Yanks, thank you, and stay safe.
Okay, the Supreme Leader.
I feel bad that I stopped telling all these abstinent people to do more drugs. That used to be my whole thing. Okay, it sounds like you guys, anybody in California, Melissa, if you're there, you guys are gonna get hit with a fucking drone. I don't know where, but these fucks are shooting airplanes at you. Okay, here you go. I don't believe the cartel would sell Iran drones to shoot at America. Why? Because I don't think the cartel wants you to blow up their friends.
Now, there is a lot to this. Mario Ramirez,
Wow, that got nuked.
Fox 11 LA team is following all of the latest developments and joins us live.
I mean, the cartel knows that their buddies are all up here. They're not just gonna just fucking start lobbing grenades over there and blowing our people up. Why don't you?
This warning from the FBI reportedly alerting law enforcement agencies across the state about a potential Iranian drone attack off the west coast.
Yeah, right? It's not like the cartels want to control the fucking drug traffic up here. Oh, Oscars coming up. Oh boy, here we go. Oscar time again. And then it'll be hockey playoffs. Now, airplanes are falling out of the sky. What is that? The fuck was that?
Vehicles launched from a vessel off the U.S. West Coast if the United States carried out strikes against Iran. Intelligence officials say there are no details about when, where, or how an attack could happen. Meanwhile, Governor Gavin Newsom says his office is in constant contact with security and intelligence officials as they're monitoring these reports, and he's also urging calm as authorities continue to review the information.
Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled work groups specifically.
Fuck. 9 something already? Shit. Hate. Get this coffee in you, buddy.
Because of his decision caused an effect by 69 cents here in the state of California, 60 cents overall. On average across the United States of America, we've seen markets.
If I'm gonna let this woman talk so nice about me, I'm gonna have to, I don't know, man.
And meanwhile, here locally, we heard from both the LAPD and LA County Sheriff's Department releasing statements basically saying they are on heightened alert and continue to monitor the situation. Now, if we come back out here to our live shot along Hollywood Boulevard, again, the Oscars just days away, workers building out the red carpet
Royal Queen
area, and officials say those barricades there, checkpoints, and screening areas will surround the venue. Hundreds of officers from local and federal agencies are also expected to be deployed here throughout the area, including specialized units monitoring for possible drone activity during Oscars weekend. So, while officials say there's
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, yeah. There's trouble. I forgot it was... Okay. Oscar weekend is in California, hate? It's not like the Super Bowl where they do it somewhere different every year.
You know, the Academy itself, Josh, has not released any official statement about this possible Iranian drone attack.
Why would they?
Moving forward with the plans here for the Oscars. We did hear from some
Man, that's a good thing to attack, eh? The Oscars? Boom.
how they're closely working with the FBI and local law enforcement agencies. And we also haven't gotten any confirmation from the local FBI office this morning. But
Oh, that's okay.
and still waiting for
Not for very long.
for now. We'll send it back to you.
Ramirez over at Fox 11 LA. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thanks, Josh. Take care.
You too.
So, here in Canada, there's no limit to the amount of hacked up, chopped down, drying marijuana you can have in your home. You're only allowed to have 4 growing plants determined by the number of active root balls you got. So you could be growing like 16 plants here. Police knock on your door. You run into the room, chop 12 of them down, and they just throw them on the floor. As long as they're not growing when the police walk in. Fuck. I wonder how many plants I had growing when I left my house. Fuck. I never even asked. Like, did my weed grow okay? Again, though. Ooh. Well, Canada's not winning that for sure.
So right now, Israel's kind of on high alert again as Iran is firing cluster munitions, not only from Iran, but they're also firing them from Lebanon, where Hezbollah is located. So it's a weapon difficult to intercept, so deadly, they're widely banned, and may violate the laws of war. Not that Iran cares about that. I'll give you an idea fundamentally of what they are. Comes over like a
Were they MIRVs?
Right?
Yeah, they are.
If you do in fact intercept it, it doesn't mean the rocket stopped. It means some of the bomblets that are inside can go to the ground, and they can be just as dangerous, and they all don't detonate at the same time. As you see the doors open on this rocket, it's happened about 11 times so far, and then out come all the bomblets, and they'll spread out wide and far. Random targets.
Bomblets.
Really, I guess you're saying they're targeting civilians. You're not looking at military sites. You're looking to hurt as many people as possible. 11 have been killed by this weapon.
Why they gotta be cute? Little bombers. Little bombies.
Trying to hold on to their country that's been under severe attack from the two most lethal air forces and armies in the world, Israel and the U.S. Let's bring a retired battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Guy. Colonel, good to see you. First off, on these cluster munitions, does it surprise you Iran and Hezbollah has gone to this?
Right, no, not at all. I mean, I guess if you're looking for the difference between America and Israel and Iran, this cluster munition is exactly the difference between us. We go to great pains and great lengths to ensure that we don't cause civilian casualties and damage to infrastructure that isn't necessary to our objectives. In Iran is, they don't consider civilian casualties to be an issue. They're going to go ahead and bomb whoever they have to and take in all the non-combatants and kill as many as they possibly can. So that's the difference between them and us. Not surprised at all that they're using these now.
What do your sources say is the success that we're having so far in hitting the missile sites, the rocket sites, the drone sites, and now targeting commanders in the IRGC?
Yeah, Brian, that's key is just the numbers, the sheer numbers of what's happening right now with regards to missiles and drone launches and everything is down to about 5%. It was at the beginning, and that happened very rapidly. Now, you're still going to see these happen, of course. It's not perfect yet. We haven't covered the entire nation. But when you just look at how much Iran is launching now versus what they launched in the initial days of this entire attack by us, those numbers have gone way down, and that allows us to operate the skies over Iran almost with impunity, hitting targets as we want to now.
So I understand the Arab states, the Gulf states, have missile defense, and we've seen it be extremely effective. But the goal of the Iranians is to kill that missile defense, I'm sure with the coaching of the Russians. In other words, kill the eyes by striking the warning radars, kill the aim by targeting the radars and the guide interceptors, and third, destroy the batteries by hitting the launchers themselves. What kind of success have the Iranians had in doing that in Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar?
Limited success. I've only heard of a couple of those, but not only is Russia helping, China is helping as well. It's in both of their best interest to see the Gulf go up in flames essentially, and us be weakened in general. But overall, though, I'd say that the air defense systems throughout the region have been very successful. Their degradation is minimal and able to be replaced fairly quickly, and you see that in the results of how successful Iran strikes have actually been. Combine that with our ability to constantly target and continuously target their air defense systems, their missile and drone launcher systems, as well as the logistics in support of it. That's the reason why you see Trump saying today that we're so close to being able to call an end to the military side of this and move on to, in my opinion, what was actually one of the harder phases of this is what comes next.
Right. We have wiped out their Navy, but they had those fast boats, and there's like 70 to 80% of them are still in existence, and they're hitting the tankers from land.
they're not hitting him from the sea. Thanks so much, Lieutenant Colonel. I appreciate it. Lieutenant Colonel Gallup, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Morning, as Steve Harrigan is live from the Iran-Armenia border, where Iranians are fleeing.
The first Trey Yanks is in Israel with the latest on the ground. Good morning, Trey.
Lawrence, good morning. The Israelis say just last hour they launched a new wave of strikes against the Iranian regime, hitting new targets across the country of Iran. This comes as Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah, overnight got more directly involved in this war. According to an IDF official that I spoke with, more than 100
What a world, what a world.
the border into northern Israel. In a period of less than an hour, there were also a number of drones launched as well. Much of this incoming fire intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome.
Syrup coin?
Reports of injuries on the ground in northern Israel.
What's syrup coin?
The Israeli military saying this about the situation.
Hezbollah is under pressure. It works for its Iranian master. It acts contrary to Lebanon's interests. It not only does not defend Lebanon, it harms Lebanon. We see the statements of Lebanon's government leaders. It harms the state of Lebanon.
The Israelis quickly striking back, hitting the
Owned by Maple Finance.
as well as a number of other launching positions across the country of Lebanon.
Yo.
Hezbollah, they say, will pay a heavy price.
You should be pawning off IP2 coins on people. Why aren't we doing that? Because we don't have any white paper to point at and say this is IP2 coin? Man, we tried. RV coin. I already have I'm the one that announced IP2 coin in the first place. So I mean it's technically mine. But nobody wants IP2 coins. So okay, let's go with it. RV coin sounds better. We could sell RV coins to nobody really. Eric. Does he? No, not one carrot, you idiot. They're worth 0.000038. I've got a billion of these or a trillion of these.
Yeah, absolutely. And we looked where these rockets were fired from. We talked to a resident along the border who indicated these rockets were launched very close to the Israeli.
We were waiting for him to get up to a penny because we'd be millionaires. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen now. And why is Senator Ted Kennedy doing this? Or John Kennedy, whoever the fuck it is. Does it matter?
We're in corn cob, Senator. Senator, we're in a corn cob.
We're in a corn cob. I'm sorry.
We're in a corn cob.
Without objection.
I had enough corn cobs.
Ask you again to use the prompt.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I go to my topics, I want to recognize one of my colleagues, Mr. Connor Domain. He is.
This is what your government's doing.
My right, your left. Connor has been one of my colleagues for a while. I rely on him a lot, including for counseling with respect to health care. Connor is a graduate of the University.
That's a disgusting looking coffee, by the way.
He's leaving me. I hate to see him go. I'm happy for him. Sad for me. Happy for him. He's going back home
Okay.
to take a job in Louisiana.
Oh my God, man.
I asked him to come.
Do you know how much the American people are paying you to be there right now? Shut the fuck up and do your job.
To just thank him for giving so much to his
Grrr. And then they do filibusters. What?
I want to talk about two rather diverse
This can be real important. As you can see by the Starbucks coffee.
and our friends in the United Kingdom.
Oh man.
Mr. President, about 90% of my personal philosophy is
Okay, Trump's not there. Why do they call this guy the president?
don't hurt someone unless they're trying to hurt you. Don't take other people's stuff and leave me alone.
And leave me
I
alone.
believe in free will. I believe God gave us all free will. With that free will goes responsibility.
Why gotta blame God though?
I don't need government to tell me how to live my life.
So I joined it.
Doesn't mean I don't support reasonable rules and law, but I don't need government to micromanage my life. That's what I mean when I say leave me alone. Earlier this month, might have been the last part of last month, I noticed that Secretary Kennedy started talking about coffee. Particularly, he mentioned.
Okay, this guy's a Kennedy too, right? What is going on here?
Now, I voted for Secretary Kennedy.
You're his brother?
President's choice. I like Secretary Kennedy. I don't agree with everything that Secretary Kennedy has said and done. We have some differences.
It's your uncle or something, right?
I use a toilet seat to sit on. I won't go any further on that.
What does that mean?
But one of the things I support Secretary Kennedy on is trying to make the American people more cognizant about what they're eating. Not to tell them what they can eat and drink, but to make them aware.
There you go.
And so I heard Bobby
Yep.
talking about Starbucks coffee. Pretty popular. And
This
so-
is crazy.
and I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he commented on how bad it is for you. So I scratched my head and said, I'm going to look into this. So I did.
Why?
This is a cup of Starbucks coffee.
Everybody in this room should be a candidate for president. He should be out of here.
I checked the most popular Starbucks coffee drink is a caramel
Macchiato.
Caramel macchiato.
You ever had one? They're gross.
I don't know what that is. I haven't had it. I generally don't drink coffee that takes 10 or more words to order. But I'm told that Starbucks' most popular drink is the caramel macchiato. It will cost you at Union Station. Here is a macchiato cup from Starbucks. I'm told it will cost you $6.88 to buy
Okay. Good luck.
large caramel macchiato at Union Station. Now, again, I'm not telling people what to drink or how to.
Get me some too.
But I will tell you.
Get yourself a caramel macchiato while you're out.
Coffee for free. It won't be a cup of caramel macchiato, but it's pretty dang good coffee. But be that as it may.
Oh man.
So I said, I've got to look into what's in a caramel macchiato. Here's what's in a caramel macchiato.
Fuck. I had a vape that was a caramel macchiato flavor.
Vanilla syrup. I didn't know what vanilla syrup was. I found out that vanilla
It's vanilla and sugar.
syrup is sugar, water, natural flavors, potassium, soy sorbate and citric acid.
Goddamn potassium sorbate.
Also in a caramel macchiato is caramel sauce. Makes sense. That's why they call it a caramel macchiato.
Probably.
Caramel sauce is sugar, corn syrup, butter, cream, milk, and salt.
We got Dubai chocolate, Tiger.
Also in a caramel macchiato is water, heavy cream,
Water?
fat, dry milk, natural flavors, salt,
Whoa.
mono and ditchy-cellurides.
No.
Mispronounce that. Soy,
Diglycerides?
Probably mispronounce that too, but I don't know what the hell it is anyway. And sulfites.
Oh my god, it's gonna go on for another 21 minutes. I can't do it. This guy does not shut up. Do you believe there's 21 minutes worth of shit in a coffee? If you do, don't drink Starbucks. What? I think Mike's got ARF.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. We need to talk about...
That's the title.
Well, invasions. We need to talk...
Oh, get out of here. I can't wait till we get invaded by America. Yo, CIA. If you need somewhere to hang out in Canada, come on up. Bring some weed, though. Why are you doing that? Oh, he's making his tape break off of there.
My bad. Tell him come outside. Tell him come outside, bro. I need my fucking money. It's 5 G's, bro. The fuck? Yo, money, nigga. What's up, nigga? You want your money? Nigga, I'm over there, right? Hold on, money. Hold on. You rolling up on me like that for, nigga?
Holy crap.
What's up, nigga? What's up? This ain't got shit to do with you, bro. This ain't got shit to do. This ain't got shit to do. Fuck my none of that shit, nigga. What's up? Fuck my none of that, nigga. What? What? What's up, nigga?
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
What's up, nigga? Give a fuck about none of that. Give a fuck about none of that, nigga. No, that nigga run me my fucking bread. Tell that nigga run me my fucking bread. Straight up. Nigga fucking that too. Come on, bro. You fucking this bitch? This nigga fucking. This nigga fucking. Cheat. Nigga. Some hoe. Don't give a fuck, nigga. The fuck?
What?
Give a fuck outside, bro. My bad. Tell him come outside. Tell him come outside, bro. I need my fucking money. It's 5.
And he slapped her on the ass.
When God wants to make a man powerful, he don't crown him first, he breaks him. First, he strips away your...
Ship from Thailand is struck by a projectile in the Strait of Hormuz.
From who?
This all happened yesterday as Iran is launching fresh attacks in the Middle East waters. The regime also joining Hezbollah, both firing simultaneously toward Israel.
Our chief foreign correspondent Trey Yates joins us from Israel with more.
For most of the world,
For most of the world. Hey, Melissa. What is that? What is that? I'm clicking it.
I inserted the chip into my nail. At first, I tried pressing it down with a small form and base, but it came off. So I repeated the process with a form of the same size, and then extended the future
What?
on top. And that was a mistake. Either there was too much material, or the chip somehow got damaged. Basically, it didn't work. And it's good that I checked it right away. I decided to try a simpler method. Because I wasn't using my dominant hand and didn't secure the chip in place, it shifted. But for the first time, my main goal was for it to simply work. And that's how it was until I started filing it. After filing, my index finger refused to respond to the NFC. Later, I discovered
What?
you have to press it down harder with your nail itself. But the middle finger always works. But the harder you press, the brighter it lights up, or rather, blinks. It's an interesting toy. worth a try. I heard that there are also some that you can use to pay for purchases. I inserted
What?
it into my nail. At first, I tried.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, see? That sounds good. Right there in your forehead. Yeah, a little punch. Yeah! What a good little monkey. Did you see that? He punched that fuck. Right in the face. Good work, Punch. Those nails are neat, Melissa. Damn, yeah. So, okay. What it is, it's a near field communication chip that you would put in like a credit card, say, and it would power like a SIM card or whatever was in it when you got near to like a reader. So what would you use it for? Well, I'll tell you what I would use it for. I would use it to put the number of the beast in everybody's hand. But other people use it for like lighting things up. Just exactly what you use it for. Just so that when you put your hand over like a credit card reader, it lights up and looks neat. That's literally all you could really use it for. There might be a way to like set it up so it could, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely have to program them. Well, I don't know. They might be pre-programmed to just light up when they get close to a near field communication reader, which just means that it detects that it's near a magnet, and it like when there's a magnet nearby, it lights up. Basically, like I would guess that thing probably lights up around an electromagnet too. But they look kind of neat. Maybe when you type too, they might light up. Holy crap! That's not my good little monkey. That was a terrible bad monkey. Can't punch other monkeys. Who's that guy? Who the hell is that guy? What is he wearing? My guess is all those ones do is like blink or whatever. But I mean, you could set them up to trigger anything you wanted. Like they don't have to turn a light on. It could just activate a circuit that would like, you'd have it turn all the lights in your house on if you wanted. Feasibly, if it was set up right, you could have it so your lights only turn on for you. But I'm sure that would take a little bit of programming, is all. More likely programming on the side of your lights, though, not on your fingernail. Ow.
Hey guys, I'm Chris from the Silver Simple channel, and in today's video, I'm going to show you how I installed my own...
Oh man, that's not a good idea. Yay, good job. No problem. Yeah, they're totally just little light bulbs, basically.
Got done doing some trading at Walgreens where I got 50% off chocolate for after Valentine's Day. And
that's a filter, right?
Reese's Hearts, which are my most favorite things. These special ones from Reese's, like the Hearts. And
She said favorite.
Well, you get more peanut butter to chocolate ratio. And I am a chocoholic, so I always have to have a stash squirreled away summers.
Summers! Oh my god! I'm going wherever that girl's from. That was like Georgia or Atlanta or something, right? Where is? Oh my God, bring her back.
Hey y'all, I just got done doing some
Hey y'all, man, I love it. Might be Arkansas.
And I got some of these Reese's Hearts, which are my most favorite things. These special ones from Reese's, like the hearts and the Easter eggs. Well, you get more peanut butter to chocolate ratio. And I am a chocoholic, so I always have to have a stash squirreled away summers. And I also got this heart-shaped wicker basket, also 50% off. I like baskets and I like wicker, and I am a basket case, but at least this is heart-shaped so I can feel a little more cheerful about it.
Dude, I'm pretty sure this lady's crazy.
I was up to the cash register, and it was this young lady who was the cashier, and she rang it up, and she said, your total is, and then she went silent and was staring at the screen, and I looked at the screen where you run your card, and it said $6.66.
Hell yes.
She wouldn't even utter the words, and we just stood there in silence together, and I was thinking, not today, Satan. You are not going to interfere with my ability to buy discount chocolate. So I said to the cashier, I said, I ain't paying this. And she said, I don't blame you. But they had a tub of these little caramel chews and for 50 cents a piece. So I put it in the order and it brought it to $7.19.
Oh my God.
So today, I smoked Satan's behind with a piece of caramel. Hey y'all, I just got...
I like that accent a lot. You have no idea. Once upon a time, I called up the Coca-Cola bottling plant in Atlanta, and the lady that I talked to had the most beautiful accent I ever heard in my life. So Georgia accents, I love them. And it sounds like she's got the same accent, but she sounds like she's like so out of breath while she's talking. Like she's not storing up any energy or any. She's like, "Hey guys, I don't know what's going on here."
Got done doing some trading at Walgreens.
Walgreens. Like she's not. There's no excitement in her voice. I don't know. It's funny. Like she doesn't say any of it with any conviction. Like she cares that it sounds so awesome.
Chocolate for after Valentine's Day, and I got some of these Reese's Hearts, which are my most favorite things.
Said hearts.
These special ones from Reese's, like the hearts and the Easter eggs.
And favorite. I know. Oh man. She's a sweetheart. I couldn't be mad at a woman. She could say anything that she wanted to me. I slept with your brother. I'd be like, why would you do that though? But I wouldn't be. I might be mad at that one. I don't know. Look, she got a giant chocolate Easter bunny.
I was innocently looking at Easter chocolate the other day for medicinal purposes only. I stumbled across this beast. What in the chocolate Bigfoot bunny is that? His name is Big Binks.
Bunny.
He can be yours for a low price of $29.
What?
What a steal. Let's get a closer look. Danged if he don't almost come up to my saddlebags. Oh, Lord of mercy. It says big, he's huge. The brand is Palmer's instead of the Easter bunny.
Palmer's.
The Easter Beaster. Let's see what else it says. It says, that's one big bunny. Well, I can't argue that. 2 pounds. Imagine waking up to this in your basket.
God, he's scary looking.
I think I needed to lay off the Easter grass. Look, he's from the holler. We might be kin. Chiquita, I reckon he identifies as an animal. According to this monkey, he's so tall he's got clouds in his ears. Hey, big guy. Ain't that what you want a skunk saying?
You need help?
The turtle says,
or what?
how's the weather up there?
Come up there?
The beaver says,
Okay.
I bet his cell phone has its own area code. Now that sounds like something a beaver would say, doesn't it?
I didn't know it was up.
He's
Sorry.
got his own
Be
zip
right back,
code. He's just jealous. Big Binks, Big Adventures. Not to be confused with Pee-wee's Big Adventure. The nutritional facts are based off 1/30th of a piece. Hey, break me off a 30th of that bunny. Ingredients: sugar, hydrogenated vegetable oil, or oil, For the Yankees, here's their quality pledge. They've been giving us the sugar diabetes since 1948. Manufactured in Reading, Pennsylvania, so that's who's responsible. The end. I was innocently looking at Easter chocolate the other day, for medicinal purposes only, when I stumbled across this beast. What in the chocolate Bigfoot bunny is that? His name is Big Binks, and he can be yours for a low price of $29.98. What a steal. Let's get a closer look. Danged if he don't almost come up to my saddlebags. They Lord of mercy. It says big, he's huge. The brand is Palmer's. Instead of the Easter bunny, this should be called the Easter Beaster. Let's see what else it says. It says, that's one big bunny. Well, I can't argue that. 2 pounds. Imagine waking up to this in your basket on Easter morning. I think I needed to lay off the Easter grass. Look, he's from the holler. We might be kin. Chiquita. I reckon he identifies as a nanner. According to this monkey, he's so tall he's got clouds in his ears. Hey, big guy, ain't that what you want a skunk saying to you? The turtle says, how's the weather up there? The beaver says, I bet his cell phone has its own area code. Now that sounds like something a beaver would say, doesn't it? He's so big he's got his own zip code. He's just jealous. Big Bink's Big Adventures, not to be confused with Pee-wee's Big Adventure. The nutritional facts are based off 1/30th of a piece. Hey, bring me off a 30th of that bunny. Ingredients: sugar, hydrogenated vegetable oil, or oil. For the Yankees, here's their quality pledge. They've been giving us the sugar diabetes since 1948. Manufactured in Reading, Pennsylvania, so that's who's responsible.
I made it back. I made it back. I don't know why she was talking about that bunny. Taggy needed my help. Sorry. Just ran away on. Her name's Thursday Adams. Whatever. Yeah, you don't need to point out that she's probably like 26 years old. I know.
Hey everyone. So in this video I'm going to show you how to find
Tiny mushrooms.
another good sign you're in the right area is have a 360-degree look around you in all the grass. That seems to be how I'm most successful. So yeah, any other types? There's another one here, look, tiny.
Baby things. Look how tiny they are.
This one's very nice. It's almost caramel colour.
So that's a magic mushroom.
So yeah, very varied, but I'll take more videos as we go along. So this little guy is one of the common lookalikes for Liberty Cap. This is kind of the colour they are when they're dry, but this one definitely not a Liberty Cap. You can often tell by the feel of the stem. This one's very slimy and it's very thick and straight. Liberty Caps have much more of a wiggly stem.
Yeah, they're thinner.
I'll just have a little browse around here and see how long it takes me to find another one.
Like 2 minutes?
So here, more lookalikes. Often growing in the same area, but these guys are a dusty brown. They have the thin stem, but they often are much more rounded and less pointy. So let's have a wander around. It takes me to find another. Here we go. So not long at all. I found a little couple of gypsy caps here, and you can see there's actually a family of mouldy ones. They've been there for probably too long now. These ones are still very fresh. You can see they've got that classic pointy nipple and the ribbed cap there. So as you can see, they're quite easy to find. You just need to get down low. For example, here, if I zoom out a bit, they're just very, very small, tiny hidden little section. So there's some more. No, this is another one that's found. It's much lighter in colour.
Ow!
You can see it's much more of a yellow colour. And as they dry out,
Welcome back.
the bottom of the cap seems to go this kind of purpley brown colour. See? compared to this little guy next to him, still moist and brown. He's starting to dry out. You can see the colour difference in the stem and in the cap. Here's some more guys that have dried out a little bit. Again, different colour, kind of like in between. They have the characteristics of the brown underside of the cap.
Anyway, they're everywhere. Saints!
Welcome back and good morning. Another day of first three down action here at the Bonney Lake District event in the Pacific Northwest District. This is match 50.
Holy cow!
With an absolute scoring demonstration coming at you from NRG. That 948 machine on the Red Alliance, helping propel them to a score of 39 points.
She's got a, I don't know, man. Budget chocolate. I'm just kidding. The new Mrs. Budget, I'm totally kidding.
Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours.
Yeah, no. I don't think so. It's going to be my budget. I only got one budget buddy. I like this woman's sparkly hat. When the false flag happens, she's going to be the one that they say, oh, it was her. Twang. Did you hear her voice has?
U.S. medical tech company Stryker, which is headquartered in Michigan. It produces a range of medical equipment and technology. They are also trying to attack any tankers that travel through the strait. We're still waiting on details of the Pentagon's ask for the defense supplemental package, as House Speaker Mike Johnson has said now yesterday that this legislation is likely inevitable. Wisconsin Congressman Derek Van Orden confirmed my reporting yesterday on this program that the package could be upwards of $50 billion. Joining me with more on all of this is Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lovett.
So it starts with a Q.
Welcome back. Good to see you this morning. Thanks for being here.
Likewise, Maria.
And what are you expecting in terms of a supplemental defense package?
Nope, it's not.
The war and what the U.S. and the Pentagon needs
to
continue this fight and win.
Quite was wrong, too. So I don't know. It can only have two E's, no N. Who just walked past here? Damn it.
Are communicating with the Department of War, the Department of State, and the White House to try to pick a number.
I do it too, Av. I think it's a lot of letters bouncing around inside both of our heads right now. Like lots of letters. And then like the less we sleep, the less out of our brain all those letters get to be. Oh, that was a good one though. I'll accept the E's in the same spot. Damn it. I think you were right with your S. C-E-N-E. Hello. No, there's no E. Hate. Dummy. Fuck you. Hey, there's an E after that. There's two E's. No, there can't be. Why is that still blue? Does it yet to start? Game is sending mixed signals. We gotta report it or something.
Owners.
This is why I love trip catchers. The glaze on this effervescent sunset piece has run past the bottom.
Yeah, see, I don't like that guy's accent. Mr. G! Yeah, he's still feeding the cats. Oh, he's got them plates and stuff? Good work. He's one of the people, I think I traumatized this guy. If he sees me in his chat anymore, he gets real quiet and then he like shuts the stream off. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that.
It is an open campus. Security obviously will be a discussion that comes up in the weeks to come.
Are you pleased that the now dead?
I hate Piers Morgan.
Are you pleased that the now dead Ayatollah Khomeini, the older Khomeini, is no longer ruling Iran?
10 o'clock, shit.
It's a good question.
3 hours.
Pleasure in killing anyone. I don't think you should.
You should. You absolutely should take pleasure in killing certain people. What about child rapists? What about people that are...
You shouldn't, I don't think you should take pleasure in it.
You absolutely should take pleasure in killing certain people.
Mm.
This is the type of, like, Marvel Comics level morality that destroys societies.
Being happy that you're killing people is not good for you.
Like, this isn't even a question. Like, duh.
Legally killed the leader, a foreign leader of a nation.
What is this?
You gotta take anything like this to be a sovereign
pleasure
moment.
in killing anyone. I don't think you should illegally kill.
Illegally kill him? Well, what if it was illegal? Like, why does it even matter if it's legal?
The leader, a foreign leader of a nation.
Why? Why? What is the reason why?
So, by the way, a spiritual leader to millions of Shia Muslims around the world.
Good. Your religion's dead.
He wasn't my spiritual leader, but he's a spiritual leader to many people I know. And that's a reality. I know people watching at home, non-Muslims, may kind of scratch their heads and say, well, you know, he's a tyrant in a foreign country. But that is the reality. He wasn't just a political ruler. He was a spiritual ruler. And to kill him, to assassinate him on day one of the war, will have insane consequences. Piers, I hope I'm not back on this channel in a year, 2 years, 3 years saying to you, Piers, do you remember when I told you that killing Khomeini will have a backlash? There will be terrorism, there will be revenge attacks.
I don't see how this is an excuse to not kill Khomeini. If anything, this is an excuse to go even harder on them. If what he's saying is that they have a leader and this leader encourages and promotes and funds terrorism all across the entire
Email was a word?
But if you attack him...
Yeah, it would be. X-ray is definitely a word.
My response to that would be then we should get rid of every single one of the people that does that exists. Any single person who is part of any organization that thinks that they are aligned with a leader that is a mass murderer should be exterminated.
Wait.
It's not even a question.
Wait.
These are literal killers. These are like
Trump,
these are like
though.
the people that were guarding Auschwitz in the Holocaust. They literally are the same people. Well, not literally, but basically are the same people. It's nuts. Like, how do we not come to that conclusion immediately?
I hope that doesn't happen. But it could happen. It might likely happen. U.S. intelligence is suggesting it might happen. The blowback from killing a foreign head of state, from killing an ayatollah, a religious leader, in this way, in this blasé way. But by the way, Piers, they also killed the people he wanted to succeed Khamenei. They're so incompetent. Trump now admits that in the next door building, they accidentally also killed the people they wanted to do. Be there, Delcy Rodriguez in Iran. So no,
I didn't hear them saying that.
I didn't hear him say that either.
Killing foreign leaders. So, you know, Colonel Gaddafi was raped and murdered on the side of the street in Libya. Is Libya better off without him?
Well, he was kind of raped. They stabbed him in the asshole with a knife.
Obviously, I don't shed any tears for Gaddafi, but that is not what you do. I'm never going to
support the killing of anybody outside of a trial.
Well, what about Hitler, right? I mean, would you support killing Hitler? This is the
Or like a guy with a gun pointed at your kid.
movie ideology, Marvel movie morality. Obviously, you should support the killing of a person who is a mass murderer.
Support it, but not take joy in it.
Hitler's a head of state too. Yeah, exactly. It's just like this ideology is so retarded.
Side of due process.
Kill them, just don't rejoice. Why should you not rejoice? It's a relief for millions around the world that they're not under the thumb of a terrorist.
You can rejoice in the fact that they're gone, not in the act of killing.
Meant to have clicks and different, approval on Twitter. No, this person is awful. They've caused the torture, the terrorism, the fear of millions of people. Yeah, you should be happy that it's over.
Yeah. Happy that it's over, yes.
Yeah, it's a utopian Marvel mindset. It's embarrassing. Spiritual leader? Well, yeah. I mean, if you have a spiritual ideology that involves... And also, every Shia Muslim doesn't agree with what the Ayatollah does. It's such a intentional misunderstanding.
That could be true. It's Thursday, right? What am I doing?
Yes.
If the Iranian people want to get rid of Khamenei, it was up to the Iranian people, not up to Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And by the way, what a great regime change war this is. They replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei. That's real high-level success. Regime change war. His son, apparently, is more hardline, we're told, than his father. And why wouldn't he be? They just killed his mum, his dad, I think his wife as well, his sister. This is not a guy who's going to do a deal anytime soon and roll over for Donald Trump. So strategically,
We'll eventually just keep doing it until they find somebody that gets a deal, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious.
and legally and morally, no, you can't just kill people.
Yes, you can.
Am I going to
Yeah, you absolutely can. Like, what are you talking about?
What have we been doing forever?
Of course you can. Why not? Like, this is the mentality. Again, this is the movie mentality. Why aren't you saying this about the Ayatollah? Why aren't you saying that you can't just kill people that you don't like to the IRGC? Because I wonder guess what? I wonder in the last year,
Seems like
killed more
ECK
America or the
or what?
IRGC? Israel or the IRGC?
Almost has to be, right?
It's obvious. This guy is
ECH,
running
ECK.
war defense for Muslim terrorism.
Fuck, we don't have an
This is
H
what he
either.
does. He's been doing this for years. I don't know why people keep having him on a show. He will
We need at least one more letter.
side of defending Muslim terrorism. He does it
Otherwise, we got 2 letters.
single time. That's it. Iranian people should march in the literal machine gun fire and die pointlessly and fail to overtake a country that oppresses them. That's because he doesn't want them to do that. He probably supports this privately, but he can't say that publicly. So if you're saying you can't just kill people you disagree with, where was your outrage for the months
No W.
that the Iranian government was killing its own people? You don't actually believe any of the stuff that you're saying.
But, I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, Piers. Maybe you've noticed over the last 2 years. But I don't support anyone assassinating him.
Yeah, but I think that if somebody ever did assassinate Benjamin Netanyahu, this guy would be probably posting
not
something
specky.
that, just like kind of passively said that it was a good thing. That's probably what he would do. That's what I think he would do.
My actual question is brilliantly deflected. My actual question was, are you pleased that he's no longer ruling Iran?
Yes.
Well, I don't support the Vilayat-e-Faqih, what it's called, the Islamic system of rule in Iran. So I don't support any ayatollahs being in charge of Iran. In Iraq, for example, you have an ayatollah named Sistani, who the Americans have worked with for a long time. He's a spiritual leader of a lot of Iraq Shias and a lot of Shias around the world.
He's trying to draw a distinction as if this is a religious thing. It doesn't matter whether it's a religious thing or not. So being Shia Islam or not, it doesn't have anything to do with killing innocent people. Like, is the guy in Iraq doing the same thing that the Ayatollah in Iran is? Probably not. So to just say that every Ayatollah is the same is just, it's another intentional misunderstanding.
He's never taken executive authority. He's never said, I'm going to be in charge of Iran.
Yes.
He sits in his house and he gives his religious rulings. I prefer that system of government. So in a sense, are you asking me, do I hope that, do I want ayatollahs to rule Iran? No, I don't. I'm on the record supporting a democratic system.
I think it was a
people. No, I don't.
It was a no, I wasn't asking if you supported killing him. I just was asking if you're pleased he's no longer ruling the country.
Huh.
It's a loaded question because his son is leading the country. So am I pleased with that? No, I'm not pleased with his son leading the country. It's not a question you can answer.
So you're not pleased with it?
Yeah, but are you glad he's gone?
For example,
See, this is what I was saying before about how you cannot engage in a civil, rational conversation.
I know, that's what I'm thinking
with a
too.
person like this that
So
does not value any degree of civil discourse. This person doesn't care about logic, rationality, or any sort of rational thinking. What they care about is pushing their ideology through a Trojan horse of a perceived ideology of rationality. Both of them. Yeah, you never engage with people like this. It's a mistake to even try to engage with them. They're not in good faith at all.
Country, are you pleased that Saddam Hussein? Are you pleased that Saddam Hussein is not ruling Iran?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so fucking easy. That's the difference. There it is. Yes. Obviously. Duh. Of course. Obviously.
But you oppose that war like I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The two things are
So you can hold
totally
multiple positions.
Yeah. Duh.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Apparently not agreed because you can't say the guy. You're glad he's dead.
No, I'm saying that you're.
I'm agreeing with you.
You could easily.
Yes.
So you've agreed. You've now said that you're pleased the son. You're not pleased the son is running the country. Is that what you said?
To go breaking on. I want Brad for this.
No, I'm not. Not at all. I've said that publicly.
So does it automatically follow you?
And he's only ruling the country. Hold on. He's only ruling the country because we killed the leader before him. Is that?
I understand that. But I'm just trying to work.
I think the solution is we should kill him too. That would be my mindset.
This guy or the son?
If this guy's also really bad, then logically we should go after him too. I mean, I don't see what is this? Why wouldn't we do this?
Yeah, by natural
Surprised we haven't. I think that maybe we have.
They back don't be pleased that the dead Ayatollah is no longer ruling the country.
Am I pleased he's not ruling the country? It's a question in vacuum. So does that mean I'm pleased with his son ruling the country? Because it's a weird.
He might not survive his injuries.
No,
I don't say yes to that because that
a lot of
implies
misinformation
that I'm
about
okay with the fallout from it, which I'm not. But I have made my position clear.
Fuck this word.
He's clearly okay with the outcomes because you had no problem ignoring the Iranian people getting killed for weeks.
Come on.
And now you're trying to talk about you're upset about the fallout.
Just anything.
I don't think so.
Whatever
If
you
you're
want
so
to be
upset about
there.
it, then why are you not upset about them
Bleach?
killing your own people
No.
and turning off the internet?
I think any Ayatollah should be running Iran. That's not my political or religious viewpoint.
Yes.
So it's not.
But I don't think you should kill them in order to get rid of them. But I don't think you should kill Ayatollahs in order to get rid of them.
Of course you should.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
This one's
obviously
fucked.
you should. It's not even a question.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you if you supported killing. I just said.
Just making up words now.
The country. Sounds like you are. Yep. You're just very reluctant to use the word yes.
Yeah, because I have to think through the consequences of what I'm saying, Piers. It's good for you to ask a great question.
Hey, it was beats.
But if I say yes to that
Fuck.
question,
I had it.
I'm supporting what Trump and Netanyahu did. No.
I had it when I said beach. Fuck. Like beach nut. Fuck.
I don't take pleasure in killing people without trials.
If Mehdi Hassan will always find ways to obfuscate Islamic terrorism.
Fuck.
And I think that you guys can take.
I had it. Damn it. You probably had it too.
Every single time that there is an Islamic terrorist, he will come out, downplay it, obfuscate it, make it harder to understand, and the reason why is he's doing it for a religious and ethnic reason.
Damn it.
That is the reason.
Okay, I don't even want to hear your mansplaining anymore. Holy shit, Ski Mask Andy.
Yeah. No, it's not somebody online, you know. I'm just pissed right now. It's like, what? Everything is fine. And now this person has told me, yeah, block her, never talk to her, never liked her. You know, but why play victim all the time, you know? Why are you asking me for my new number, which I didn't give my new number? You know, I
Who is
have
that?
that text now, and that's all. If anybody online I talk to is going to be there. Only a few people have my real number.
It's not chicken cakes.
Yeah. Huh?
I bet you that I got it, maybe. Do I?
No, I'll give it to you. I'll put it in backstage.
Can you send it to me on the note with the Cash App? Because I'm doing so poor.
With Cash App? You're doing it? Yeah. I just got my wallet and my phone back.
Oh my god. That's wild. Wild. Do me a favor, send it to me with a Cash App note. Ski mask candy.
For 40 years of butter and frozen biscuits, I could have done this. I know what.
3 ingredient Sprite biscuits.
I have never once made a homemade biscuit. I've watched my mom, I've watched my mama, and it seems like they use
This guy's recipes always creep me out.
4 ingredients, and this is like 3, albeit 2 of them are really strange. I don't get it, but we're gonna make
Get to it.
pretty daggone close. Alright, we need us a half stick of salted butter, put it in the oven. We're gonna go ahead and preheat
Butter, sour cream, Sprite, and what? Flour?
and if the butter melts before
Nice.
the next
Well, it's not.
step is done, go ahead and take it out. 2 cups of this yellow box biscuit, weird ingredient. Half cup of sour cream or yogurt, another weird ingredient. Half a cup of Sprite. Now we just mix this until it's all combined. Our butter was melted, so we took it out. We're gonna throw a little flour down, all mixed up, flatten it out something like that. She cut hers into 9 sections. Then she said just grab them and make them into biscuits. I started out with 9 biscuits. Now I've got 8. I combined 2 really small ones. Now take these biscuits, set them in this butter. Now take these, put them in the oven. She said for 20 minutes or until they're golden brown. Okay, that gonna mix it clean up.
I think somebody died in my building.
Look at that here. A little bit of butter, a little bit of grape jelly. Alright, sour cream and Sprite biscuits. That sounds insane. Let's put it in our oven. Are you kidding? That is so easy. That is amazing. I mean, it's 10:30 at night and I'm eating biscuits. Homemade.
This morning saying
Faking what?
this is dash cam video of a car cruising along Toronto.
Oh, faking crashes? Yeah.
Travis lights.
Ah, crazy old man. Oh, look, he's not demented there.
Travis lights. A Swiss product.
Was it spiny?
A lovely box too. There's a lot of information on the side about St. Gallas, who was a 7th century Irish missionary. There's a St. Gallen in Switzerland. So what is it? It's a temple to
Man, dementia's been rough to this fella.
the match, and then you put it into this device, which does something quite magical. So what is it? Place it in the middle, light it, and let's see what magic is looking for.
I bet doing these videos has probably kept him sane, though. This is 11 years ago. Have you seen him now? Oh, he's not good.
Chimney.
It's gotta be spiny.
Looks like a separate hurricane lamp. Almost immediately, something strange happens. The
Woo!
lamp starts revolving round. It's not like a guttering flame, it's actually revolving round due to some very clever physics. Air going up, hot air, draws in cold air from underneath, but the cold air has to come through 3 portholes at 120 degrees around it. And the portholes are heavily angled. So the air coming in is forced to circulate round, makes it a mini tornado almost. And so the flame goes round and round and round. Extraordinary. Then you could put a
Okay, so that's 11 years ago. 6 years ago.
examine Fibonacci series involved with the sunflower.
Still got his shit together.
The fact that when the petals are taken out and rotated in a certain way, and lit in a slowly trick fashion, you get the most extraordinary effects, which is what he
So did he have a stroke or something, or what happened?
So that I noticed it was big out.
Holy fuck. Dude, his life went to shit somehow. Look at that.
Let's have a go with it.
COVID fucked his life up real bad.
The first page is nothing, but then it started to get interesting.
cool. What? What is this?
And we can get some of these soups here to change their name. So this will go.
Andy Warhol pop-up book?
There's a couple of ways of pop-ups. Well, it's very, very better indeed. It's very observable. Let's put another soup in. Ooh. Black bean soup.
Did you ever see the Andy Warhol cans of tomato soup? Campbell's like re-released them, I think it was like last year. Might have been 2 years ago. They look cool as hell.
So that pops in again.
Oh man.
This is a strange one because I didn't know he was known for bananas, but there they are.
Eating bananas. He ate a.
Oh, look, peeling a banana or something I just discovered. This book is very dense.
Yeah, artist peeling a banana. I did a whole series of videos that were inspired by Andy Warhol. And YouTube blocks most of them. Like joint rolled by a real artist. I just sit there and roll a joint. It's great. Good stuff. Ah, the old days.
Here's a man who saw as a young adult, probably in his early 20s, in a photographic studio in a booth where he take photographs of himself. And you can actually see his feet on the floor.
I was making it all exclusive. I'm like, an actual song played by an artist, and it's like happy birthday or something. But I made a big production of it. It was great.
This is the most glamorous, I think. He's very, very well known for his portrayal of Marilyn Monroe. And it's got quite a bit of extra stuff in it too. There's Marilyn Monroe's beautiful teeth in a mouse. Just a mouth part of it.
That's crazy.
That's
Why is that a thing?
What's that? Oh, just a hat. And then this side here, this is a very nice one. It starts with you getting a gold.
Her lips are iconic though.
Watch this action here. There's the first part, and then when you add another there, you get that effect.
I think the most photographed woman in all history or something like that, or most reproduced. So, one of the things I did... Never mind. I did a series of Marilyn Monroe photos, or paintings too. I say that like it took a long time, but it only took like, I don't know, a month. It was really easy. Marilyn Monroe's, all her images everywhere. If you take just her eyes and her lips and put them on anything, it's basically you got like a Marilyn Monroe apple. Brillo. It is neat, eh?
He's well known for his depiction of the cow, and he's extremely well known for his depiction of the bird. So there's an old tab which I've only opened for the first time today. Very dense.
It didn't come with any Brillo though, that's too bad.
It's delightful. If I held it up like this and opened this last page, this is probably the best of the action.
You know what I love about Andy Warhol? That he was never ashamed of his drug use either.
Thank you for looking at the book. That's very nice actually indeed. Both say bye at the same time. Wonderful. So, what a thrilling book that is.
When I was going through school, they used to tell me that he was going to be the most celebrated artist probably in my lifetime. I don't think that he got to that level really. I wish he would have. He was super popular before. The Riverside Monster.
Point Pleasant, Mount Shasta,
These places bring to mind some of the most outlandish reports of the paranormal in the entire American experience.
1958 monster. Oh.
Research claims about
1958 is too long ago.
Hi there. Today.
Come in, come in, come in. Nope. Go down.
7 pets found trapped in a hot car. What? This is not good. Apparently there's a really good one in 1958. Oh goodness. Man, apparently nobody knows who Howie Mandel is. Oh, that's scary. Like, how big are your lungs that's not running out of air already? Huh. That looks so effed up. I don't, a lot. My lungs take up at least the entire volume of my chest, for God's sake. That's only like 6 breaths, maybe. Imagine dying in a balloon. The ambulance attendants wouldn't even be, they'd just be like, well, what the fuck's he doing in the balloon? Shit, he turned into a banana. What? He hid all those clothes inside the balloon. Okay, well, I like this guy now. I'm not even a fan of bananas, but I'm a fan of this, whatever I'm looking at. That man turned into a banana in front of you. Like a butterfly. Just like a butterfly. He's gonna pull his banana pants right off? Shit. That could turn into an awesome adult themed show in no time. Boy, oh boy. I wish I could send that guy a quarter or something. Right? I'm sure at least a couple. I'm so mad. I can't even believe you just said that. Tiger's mom owes me a fucking banana bread. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know how much. I was at Walmart and I bought two. Honest to God, I bought two of those. It looks like a bunch of bananas, like off a boat, but they're in a bag. But it was like 60 bananas or something. I bought like 120 bananas altogether. So she would make banana bread, and then she did, and then she didn't give me one fucking loaf of fucking banana bread. That was the deal. How do you renege on that deal? Where'd you get all those bananas? How do you not pay up for one goddamn loaf of bread? Dude, rude is not even, I don't even know. That's like against the most fundamental human laws. Something's wrong with somebody that does that shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, any kind of deal that I've ever made with her for like, hey, if I buy you this bottle of rum, will you make rum balls and give me fucking 10? Oh, sure. 20 minutes later, she's drunk as fuck calling me going, oh, fuck you, idiot.
Oh, dude, what a cool place.
Man, I love her so much. Have to be insane. Was stupid. She never would have been like that before. I don't know what her problem is. Some kind of problem. Oh man. And you never get not even one spoonful of guava jam. I'd be so mad.
Now, I want to get to...
Okay, Andrew and Maria, a lot more common...
What?
Okay, Andrew and Maria, a lot more common knowledge of drones comes from commercial or recreational use, like the ones we see all around town. But the founder of Digital Force Technologies really helped explain the range of drones that are out there, specifically...
What a jerk, eh? No doubt. Do you have guava trees? Bushes? What do they grow on? I know they're big.
Justin McLaurin founded Digital Force Technologies in San Diego more than 2 decades ago, specializing in both drone and counter-drone technology. McLaurin explains the strike drones we're hearing about right now fall into 2 main categories.
Small, literally adapted hobby drones, fitted with a warhead.
Whoa.
And those can fly anywhere from 5 to maybe 25 kilometers. Then there's sort of the mid-size, the Shaheed drone. The Shaheed 136 has a wingspan of about 10 feet. And that's what's being used by Iran for larger strikes.
McLaurin says the smaller drones could take out a target like a pickup truck, while the larger drones could do much more damage.
And those are the ones that are taking out buildings, small facilities, things like that.
The FBI's bulletin noted Iran's plans to conduct this possible attack against unspecified targets in California.
Wow, they're sure talking about this a lot, you guys. And they're showing a lot of boats getting hit too at the same time. So
We've been working collaboratively through the SOC, which we established right after the war began, the State Operations Center.
stay away from boats maybe today.
Emergency service, but also working locally to make sure we transmit any information that we have received and we're aware of.
National security analysts we spoke with say the Iranian Navy's capabilities are minimal and that
Let's get a little fan port on the back so it doesn't overheat.
attempts to put drones on a vessel flying the flag of another country and cross
crossing the Pacific would set off red flags.
The shock impact is more than the actual reality impact. There's dozens of technologies out there. We make some, other companies make them, that can detect and track this. So it is a threat that can be countered. This is tried and true technology. We operate overseas with our customers every day, taking down this type of threat. So that it's done here, now it just requires a different amount of coordination.
Yeah, eh?
And it is worth noting both the San Diego Mayor's Office and San Diego Sheriff's Office released statements to us tonight saying they are working with local, state, and federal partners to monitor this situation, but they are not aware of any active threats at this time. Andrew?
Then why do they keep saying it? And they're saying on every channel, they're like, drones, California, drones. Because it's not the cartel threat from 2025. Or they would have been talking about it back then.
Iran was in a position to launch a drone strike on the west coast. For reference, Iran's larger drones have a range of over 1,200 miles, meaning it could hit Los Angeles if it was launched from a ship anywhere in this area on the map. Now, California Governor Gavin Newsom says he was made aware and activated the state's Emergency Operations Center. Joining us now to discuss this, Jonathan Gilliam, former FBI Special Agent and former U.S. Navy SEAL, and Jack Carr, former U.S. Navy SEAL and author of the upcoming book, The Fourth Option. Thank you both for joining me tonight. Jonathan, I want to go to you first. The FBI said that the Bureau acquired information about the regime wanting to launch unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast. So from a
Off the coast.
perspective, how does the FBI handle something like this?
Well, first they look at where the information's coming from, and then they will scrub it through other sources and other intelligence that they can gather. The problem we have right now is that we are still fighting against Iran's propaganda machine, and they are exceptionally well, as you've seen, of putting out information that may or may not be true. Now, at the same time, the FBI is trying to figure that out. They have to still assume that the threat is potentially real. And
Okay, but why is the threat that's quoting the cartel or whatever the hell they're talking about, getting the Mexican cartels to launch these fucking drones off their boats? It wasn't credible a year ago. Why is it now? It's crazy, dude. I don't see any reason for any of that.
We're now bringing in retired U.S. Army Colonel Seth Crumrick, Vice President of Global Guardian.
The real question is, if Iran can already hit America with something, why were they allowed to get to that level?
Just start with you and just bring it back here to the States for a moment, because I think a lot of people are waking up this morning. They're seeing that alert come out of California.
Yeah.
FBI, possible, Iran drone threat. What's your read on the threat level of this right now?
So somebody was saying, what were they saying was yeah. It's not just that, apparently. So there's a whole bunch of investment funds or whatever they're called that are do you remember how the financial collapse right before 9/11? They were saying last night that that's essentially what's happening, but they weren't saying that the 9/11 thing. They're mentioning 2009, some crash in 2009. It looks a lot like that, same run up to that. There's a bunch of retirement funds and investment funds that are only letting people pull out 7% of their dividends, which is like half or something like that. They're supposed to get like 15. And they're concerned that there's going to be a run on the banks trying to pull money out. And this is supposed to be a distraction from that. There's like some huge fund that is like, it's a ton of money. They've got everybody in America basically invested in this fucking fund. It's crazy. They like take your guys' money and put it in the stock market? Your government does? That's fucked up.
Does give us the sense of the risk environment that we are in at the moment. And while we're looking at those images of the Gulf, the Strait of
Why don't you go hit the fucking tables in Vegas with that shit?
to be very attentive here at home.
Well, the wider story to me also, to that point, Colonel, is that it's just relatively easy and relatively cheap. It strikes me being...
It's just crazy to me that they could even pass a rule that would let a company take your investment money, like your retirement money that you're trying to save up or whatever, and just go fucking loan it to people that are high risk loans, or put it into the fucking stock market. Like, crazy.
They're essentially doing it on the cheap. How long can they keep this going?
So they are fighting for their survival.
And then the regulation to actually be considered a bank is insane. I can't just open a bank. Even if I'm just gonna sit on everybody's money and I'm not gonna charge anything, I still can't open a bank. Drive careful.
They are attacking their Gulf neighbors, and they do have that network that was well described that they've been building for 47 years around the world. But the second phase and the most important one is protecting themselves from their own people. That domestic uprising that could come, it could come in weeks, it could come in a year.
If I'm not here when you get around, I'll be in the shower.
Survival is their number one goal. So we'll see what happens in the days, weeks, and frankly years ahead.
Brett, the administration's stated goal does include regime change from within, but, putting a... David, first,
That is more of a concern.
message we're getting from the new Supreme Leader?
Sleeper cells with drones. Yee.
And the strategy is blocking the Strait of Hormuz. It's astonishing to me that the U.S. Navy is not able to escort oil tankers through that critical area, as you said. And the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, a top cabinet...
What are they gonna do? Get hit with the missiles for them?
And they asked him, when will the U.S. Navy be prepared to escort oil tankers through that area? And he said it won't be, it will happen relatively soon, but it can't happen now because we're not ready. And this is how the Navy couldn't plan for this, how Secretary Hegseth couldn't plan for this. It's astonishing to me. And then he was asked by a CNBC...
Joining us now, Democratic member of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Senator, good morning. Thank you for being with us. You, earlier this week, received a briefing from some administration officials about the war in Iran. I know there's a limit to what you could say, but afterwards you did deem it sort of incoherent, incomplete, and said this: all the briefings are closed because Trump can't defend this war in public.
Well, as I'm listening to those emergency sirens go off in the background, when your reporter was speaking to you, it just underscores what a disaster this war has been. Nothing has gone right. There is harder line leadership in charge of...
What's that taste like? Just the same as mango?
...was there before the war began. We have not eliminated their nuclear program.
I don't get how they get all this flavors in there.
The entire region is on fire. Iran is exporting more oil than ever before. Prices are going up. People at home are having to pay for the escalation. Why are we in this war? What are we getting out of it? Yes, in that briefing, it became more incoherent, the goals of this war.
A few days ago, I presented this video coming from Israel, and I wondered, were there decoys, cluster warheads, submunitions, a mix of all of them?
Yeah, it looks like fireworks.
Now we have discovered what they are. The Iranian ballistic missile program is impossible. What I mean is that it is impossible to follow in detail. In the last 30 years, they have acquired and designed so many models that, honestly, they make my head spin. Some of these models feature...
Yeah, why is anybody letting this place exist?
And the throw weight is basically the missile payload. So they feature a throw weight that could be well above 1 metric ton. So
It's above 3 missile.
to deliver a heavy explosive device, or they're suitable to deliver a submunitions warhead.
Nice.
In fact, these are submunitions non-decoys, and their name is Qadr. They're not well known outside Iran, but to be fair, they have been presented in some expos, but I totally missed them. The submunition is an elongated round with thin stabilizers, and it is neither guided nor propelled. As far as I could ascertain, there are two vehicle variants, one with 20 or 24 submunitions, and another one with...
So if they get intercepted, they start launching missiles or bombs? Man.
Types, or it is the same submunition packaged in different vectors. I couldn't find the exact weight of an individual submunition, but each one carries about 2.5 kilos of explosive. It is more or less the same exploding mass of 120 millimeters mortars round. Obviously, there's always the problem of unexploded rounds that is characteristic of all kind of cluster weapons, submunitions, and so on. So making an area safe after an attack requires bomb disposal expertise. The missile associated with this submunition seems to be the Koran Shar missile. This is a medium-range ballistic missile that entered service in 2017. It features a 2,000 kilometers range and a whopping 1,800 kilos of pro weight.
2 million meters?
Means that it is unlikely that this specific type of missile would carry the 20-round variant, but I couldn't find any other reference of a different missile carrying these submunitions. The warhead works very differently from the classic warhead of a ballistic missile. The difference is that to disperse such a small submunition, it needs to slow down. We don't have pictures, but it is very likely that the bus carrying submunitions has been designed for aerodynamic drag. And slowing down a lot, it also warms up a lot, even more than other warheads, and in fact it glows very brilliant.
What do you mean re-entry?
Inside must become very hot as well, because when they're released,
Just wait.
they glow in the sky and they're perfect.
What do you mean re-entry? Iran's putting things in space?
Visible, particularly at night. I mean, from the images that we have seen, there is probably some sort of bulky thermal shield that also creates the aerodynamic drag. Then it separates, and then the bus releases the submunitions. From this picture, we might believe that maybe the bus is aerodynamically put into rotation.
Endor.
Eject the submunitions. However, this circular pattern is not always visible, so it's possible that either the release path is something that can be selected at launch.
Oh, there's no R either. So it's not Endor.
These cells have different The release altitude is about 7,000 to 8,000 meters, which is for a ballistic.
I wanted to be Envoy so bad.
It needs to be like this because releasing such a small and light submunition before re-entering the atmosphere, we're forced to have
Oh, and down?
with its own thermal shield, and being a light submunition flying relatively at low speed, it would be very, very inaccurate. Around 7,000 to 8,000 meters is also the altitude at which the Patriots tend to hit their targets. This is obviously not a general rule. They are capable of going much higher in ideal conditions, and they can intercept at much lower altitude if necessary, but the separation at this altitude, it presents the
I don't know why that word's been used in my life so much. It's what an annoying word.
be enough to throw off any firing solution or any interceptor. And
I think it must be a church thing.
Won't launch a Patriot to hit a mortar round. This is probably one of the reasons why we didn't see any attempt to intercept these weapons, but there's also another reason that is probably even more interesting. Slowing down so much, probably the interceptor software
Holy shit.
the re-entry bus as a large piece release of debris
Hard for that to be a worse word. Holy fuck.
into the atmosphere, so it is not wasting an interceptor.
God damn.
We may expect that some software updates will fix this problem, but in the meanwhile,
And no E at the end. Like, that's wild.
penetrating air defenses. And it is very curious how being very fast or very slow both serve to avoid interception. So, what is this warhead for? What is its intended use? Well, it is obviously an area saturation weapon for like targets like vehicles, aircraft, certain types of buildings, UR equipment, and so on.
Damn it.
It would be ideal against those aircraft concentrations that we discussed in the previous video, which if you haven't watched, you should, to better understand how the Iranians missed an opportunity. So the big question is quite obvious. Why did we see them above Tel Aviv? Why they had been used to attack cities? What did they expect to achieve? Well,
Hand it over. Oh.
I wish I had an answer because I don't have one. I mean, I don't think that disseminating mortar rounds over a city
No T, no S, no. Come on.
in any way the outcome of the war. And with this rather underwhelming consideration,
English sucks.
thank you for watching. Thank you very much for watching this short video. I keep fighting with the algorithm, so please like,
It's gonna be swing.
and leave a comment. Show
No, it's not a W.
should tell YouTube that
Sling.
this is a
Damn it.
video that would be interesting even for other people. If you can, please consider supporting the channel financially on Patreon, but become a member of any of the other means available.
Do you want some toast or something?
Are in the description.
Cereal?
This is it. Thank you very much for watching. And see you next time.
Woohoo! I don't know what GPR is. I'll be right back. Oh, ground penetrating radar. Silly hate. Dang it. It's never played, damn it. Ow, my ear.
Welcome back. The global battlefield is expanding beyond
Ow.
land, sea, and air. Now in the far reaches of outer space. American forces have used technology in space to destroy Iran's military infrastructure during Operation Epic Fury.
Get 'em.
While tracking and shooting down retaliatory missiles. The New York Post reports space forces infrared beams track the missiles the second they launch via the heat they create. Crews work inside radar domes called radomes, resembling giant golf balls. They receive information in the sky in real
Called
time
radomes.
to calculate the trajectory of missiles and therefore their likely destination and act accordingly. Joining me now with more of this is the man of the hour, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, welcome back. It's good to see you this morning. We so appreciate your time.
Oh, it's great to be back.
We've talked in the past about space being a major national security issue and we need to protect it. Give us your take on specifically how space is involved in this particular fight and the battle on Iran.
Absolutely, and
I told her to stay out of it.
The ultimate high ground, right? President Trump certainly knows this. It's why he created the Space Force during his first term. It's why he created the Artemis program, which is kind of on the peaceful civil side of space, which is my responsibility at NASA, and that's America's moon rocket behind us right now. But you're absolutely spot on. The assets we have in space, the satellites that are there for observation, for communication. I mean, these are the capabilities that are identifying the rocket launches, that are communicating to our forces, and
Can't light
giving
the
America
cigarette. I'll
an
be up.
extreme edge in this conflict.
Yeah, and that's why we worry so much about protecting space, because we know that that's where our satellites
Don't do it.
are,
Don't
and
protect
the
her.
adversary
She
would
doesn't need
want to
help.
take down our satellite to shut the lights, certainly on Earth and impact America. Have we seen evidence of an adversary trying to mess with any of our satellites?
Well, there's no question about it. Again, this is why President Trump created the Space Force, is because this is one of the most important technological domains, and it is no longer secure. I mean, our adversaries have capabilities in space that can threaten our assets. Now, we, of course, have our assets in space that can counter some of that. It's also why the high ground of space keeps getting higher. The satellites initially in low Earth orbit are closer to Earth. They're probably a lot more vulnerable to the satellites we have in geostationary orbit. But now this is why cislunar space is important. You get higher up, you can still look down on Earth. You have some greater freedom of maneuverability the farther away you get. This is kind of the reality of the new space race.
So what does the U.S. need to do right now then, Jared? I mean, when you look at the national security stakes, whether it be lunar dominance, satellite protection, space supply chains, what are you most focused on, and what does the United States now need to do to protect that space?
Well, my first day on the job, I'm in the Oval Office as President Trump signs America's space policy, America for superiority in space. Now, my responsibility is on the civil, peaceful side to it. What are we doing about it? We're returning to the moon. We're returning to the moon, and we're going to stay. We're going to build a lunar base. And next up is Artemis 2, which is America's moon rocket. It's right behind me. 8.8 million pounds of thrust. We're going to send 4 astronauts around the moon in a matter of weeks, safely back to Earth. And then we're going to set up for missions every year, again in 27 until 28, when we land on the moon, and again, this time to stay. We're doing the other things. We're going nuclear power and propulsion in space, so someday you can see American astronauts plant the stars and stripes on Mars. So this is kind of our role that we fulfill here at NASA. We're pioneering and sharing American leadership in the high ground of space. Then you've got Space Force. They're the ones that are standing out in the hill. They're looking out for everyone here on Earth. And then you've got looking out farther into space as NASA kind of leads the way.
Yeah, that's so fascinating. I want to get back to the nuclear propulsion comment that you just made, but you've been referencing Artemis behind you. What do we need to understand about Artemis, Jared? What do you want to tell us about Artemis? Do we want the camera to widen out or go closer to show us specifically what you're referring to?
Okay, well, what's most important about Artemis is it's a program that lives on beyond any one rocket. You know, President Trump wants to make sure that we pick up where Apollo 17 left off. We are not just going back to the moon to plant the flag and bring home rocks and leave the footsteps, but to build an enduring presence on the moon, a moon base where we can realize the scientific, economic, national security value on the moon, to be a proving ground to test out the capabilities for someday when America's journey takes us to Mars. So this is the opening episode, but you're going to start seeing moon launches to the moon almost on a monthly cadence. A lot of uncrewed vehicles are going to go there as we start to build out the moon base. You're going to see crewed vehicles with astronauts going at some point every year, eventually getting down to 6 months. Vehicle architecture will change until you've got repeatable, affordable missions going to and from the moon.
And you made such an important point in terms of the U.S. picking up the pace of all of this, as China is trying to win here as well. The Financial Times article, Jana Robinson writes this: one of the next contested space portfolios is not in the realm of rockets, lunar landers, or satellite constellations. It is embedded in the often overlooked ground game of infrastructure projects, long-term partnering agreements. Not surprisingly, the culprits here, the two authoritarian space powers, China and Russia. What can you tell us?
Well, I absolutely think the nations that are taking on the big, bold, grand endeavors and actually achieving them is how they are pursuing national security objectives. When America returns to the moon, builds a moon base, returning to the moon this time to stay, it sends a message. It sends a message to every one of our adversaries, our geopolitical rivals around the world, of what we are capable of doing. sends a message of what we're capable of doing across every one of the most important emerging technological domains. I will tell you, it is absolutely a race right now. Success and failure on the moon is going to be measured in months, not years.
When will the U.S. have the capability to defend or even repair satellites in space?
Well, I'd say we have demonstration missions, again, on the kind of peaceful civil side for doing on-orbit boosting of satellites, on-orbit refueling of satellites. In fact, our entire lunar strategy with our two moon partners that are building our lunar landers, SpaceX and Blue Origin, incorporates some degree of on-orbit assembly or on-orbit cryogenic prop transfer. These are going to be game-changing capabilities for the United States. So we are moving in that direction for sure.
I mean, look, without giving anything away, obviously we want to be careful here, but do you believe that our satellites are vulnerable to cyber or kinetic attack?
I 100% believe that our adversaries around the world understand how important the high ground of space is and what our satellites are capable of doing, again, from an observation and communication perspective, and they are doing everything they can to try and challenge it. That's where President Trump's Golden Dome comes in. We're building out even bigger constellations of satellites. We're going higher. We're going into cislunar space. We're sending American astronauts back to the moon to build a moon base. So there's no doubt our adversaries are trying to counter our capabilities in space, but this is why President Trump signs a national space policy calling for the continuation of American superiority in the high ground of space.
Yeah, I mean, that was so smart of President Trump to do that in his first term and then ramp it up in his next term. I want to get back to what we're doing in the war on Iran, because you just mentioned nuclear propulsion. And I spoke with Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina, on Sunday. Listen to what he said. Watch this.
We now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they've stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime.
So Jared, I go back to what you said about nuclear and propulsion. Is nuclear propulsion critical for national security when it comes to things like this conflict we're in right now?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, even though I'm here in my NASA capacity, I 100% agree with President Trump, Senator Graham, in that respect. You absolutely can never let a country where they chant death to America have nuclear weapons and highly enriched uranium. You don't even need to use that material to make a bomb. You can simply scatter that material and you can create radiological issues for lots of people and shut down entire areas of land that might not be inhabitable for a very long period of time. It's completely unacceptable for them to ever have that capability. Now, nuclear power is immensely important for civil applications, for peaceful exploration in space. You've got industry like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, Firefly, all these companies, ULA, building chemical rockets. They can send you someplace within our solar system on a one-way journey. What do you do when you want to go back and forth? That's where you kind of have the interplanetary railroad, if you will, which is nuclear power and propulsion tugs, allows you to move lots of mass from Earth to Mars, for example, and then you can also bring that nuclear power down to the surface. You can make propellant, so when one day American astronauts arrive on Mars, they actually can manufacture the propellant that's going to be necessary to come home to Earth and tell us all about it.
But, I guess what I'm worried about and our viewers have worried about is China being complicit. Aren't China and Russia right now using their space assets to assist Iran in this fight and identify our forces for targeting?
Well, I certainly can't go into that. I mean, that's for the DOW and the intelligence community to talk about. What I will say, at least in the peaceful world of space exploration, Russia and China have already announced actually long ago collaboration on nuclear power on the moon, on the far side in the shaded in the South Pole, to build a nuclear power plant, and alongside a research station. It's also why President Trump in his American Space Superiority Executive Order said America needs to build nuclear power and propulsion in space to enable Mars, but also to enable our base on the moon as a proving ground for future missions farther into the solar system.
So bottom line, is space becoming the next battlefield, and is America ready for that?
It's already there, but I will say that space is already the ultimate high ground. It is a battlefield. I will just say we have the best president, loves space, understands the importance of space. It's why he created the Space Force in his first term. It's why he created the Artemis program. It's why he created the Artemis Accords. And it's why on my first day in the job, President Trump signed the executive order on American superiority in space.
And should we be relying on private companies? I mean, Jared, talk to us about SpaceX helping in this assist in terms of critical national security infrastructure.
Well, I would say that America right now has the healthiest, most competitive launch industry in the history of America's space program. We have SpaceX for sure, we have Blue Origin, we have Rocket Lab, Firefly, ULA, but when you talk about SpaceX specifically, if we did not have their reusable rockets, their rockets that return to Earth, land on ships, we would be falling behind our adversary, China, in terms of orbital launches every year. The capabilities they give us, and now Blue Origin has reusable rockets, that is the difference between who can put mass up in orbit, and that's your observation satellites, those are your communication satellites. Those are the capabilities right now that are making the difference in the Iranian conflict.
So do you believe that China is trying to plant the first permanent base on the moon? And what does that mean if it were to do that?
I 100% believe we are in a race right now against China, and the difference between success and failure is months. If we come up short, China will get there. They will get to the moon before America had a chance to return, and they will start building a base exactly where we want to be on the South Pole. They've already stated this. It's why we can't lose. We can't fall behind. It's why I'm here right now with America's moon rocket. We're upping the cadence. We're going to go from launching this thing every 3 years. We're going to try and launch it every year. We're working alongside our partners at SpaceX and Blue Origin, Boeing, and Lockheed to get on the game, start moving very fast, launch moon rockets, return to the moon, build the base.
Jared, what a background you have to be in this role now, a private astronaut, billionaire entrepreneur, SpaceX mission commander, now running NASA. This is an amazing position that you find yourself in. What's your number one priority right now, Jared?
Oh, there's no question. I am grateful to be here. I'm working alongside the best and brightest. I mean, you have some of the smartest talent, engineering might from America that converges here at NASA to do the near impossible. You know, what is my greatest priority? What's keeping me up at night? Making sure we can deliver on President Trump's national space policy, return Americans to the moon, build the moon base, establish that enduring presence for, again, all that we may learn. Knowledge is power in space, and it's going to be our stepping stone to getting to Mars someday.
So, I mean, do you believe that NASA is still a science agency, or do you believe that NASA is now part of America's strategic deterrent in orbit?
Well, the answer is both. So, of course, we are still all about science and discovery. We have been since the beginning of the space program. Our telescopes that are out there, Hubble, James Webb, our rovers that are on Mars right now. I mean, knowledge is power, and we want to make sure every breakthrough that's going to change the world in space exploration and discovery is making its way through NASA. That said, do we have a national security mission? You bet we do. Again, 1969, July 20th, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin on the moon. We did the near impossible. It sends a message to the entire world. What else is America capable of doing? We're going to do it again in the years ahead under President Trump's leadership.
Wow, Jared, this is all very exciting, a little scary, but very exciting nonetheless. We, of course, and all of our viewers are wishing you the best of luck. Good to see you this morning, sir. Thank you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you.
All right, Jared Isaacman joining us at the Kennedy Space Center. We'll be right back.
Wild. Okay, I'm back. Oh, it smells so good. You want some toast? Okay. For a burger? You want one or two? Good. Yep. Yeah, I'm making two. You got one. What's that? Well, you want toast first? Okay. So I'll make toast first, and then at lunch I'll make you a burger, okay? Is that okay? A chicken burger or what? Okay. There's a burger too if you want. Would you rather have that or a chicken burger? Chicken? Okay. Honestly, I think that's pretty effective communication between the two of us. Like, can somebody actually hate me because I can tolerate somebody? Or what's the problem? Oh man, somebody could.
You know what's so annoying about trying to find...
Oh, wild. I don't know what the hell that is.
Tensions between Iran
Oh, fuck out of here, idiots.
sharply as the
Talking shit. Bunch of shit talkers. Oh, there we go.
The building can be replaced. The lives cannot. And so if everybody is getting out of there safely, in my mind, we won.
What?
Yeah, Mike, real quickly, before I ask you my next question, we did see some...
No, wait. I thought I heard gunfire just now.
Sheriff Michael Bouchard walking through the parking lot is who we saw. And so when all these different agencies from federal
Holy shit.
to local come together with the security that's already on staff and in the building, how do they all come together to secure a situation like this, Mike? Maybe you can give us an idea of what the protocols they're walking through right now, Mike.
Well, there's a system that's in place that's a national system that was put in place after 9/11. It's called the Incident Command System. And whenever there's a major situation like this, there is an individual that is the incident commander.
What was that?
And then certain individuals are given different responsibilities, and those responsibilities have already been spelled out on who would do or what responsibility roles need to be filled. And then the commander assigns people to those responsibilities, and everybody has their role to play. And so there is a structure system, like I say, it's called the Incident Command System.
All right, Mike, we're going to let you go here. Thank you so much for your perspective as a security coordinator at Kensington Church.
But you definitely helped paint a more clear picture of what we're looking at here on the ground as several agencies come together. We see people hugging here, just such
I have
an
no
emotional
information
time.
about
Mike, thank you.
injuries or
My pleasure.
shooter yet.
Thank you.
Now we're going to bring in Fox 2 reporter Camilla Meary, who has been making her way to the scene. Camille, you're there now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Mario, we just got here, and I'm hoping to get a little bit closer after this next live shot. But let me tell you what we can see.
Yep, you know it.
Over right now, Brian Paninsky, to see this is
Just got mine.
Here, all of the police you see. We have been hearing sirens and seeing cars the whole way. We were coming here from Detroit. This is as close as we can get right now, but I think that once we get done with you, we can get closer on foot. But I wanted to show you this right now, what it looks like. Police still arriving. Obviously a very active situation. I don't know how many people have been hit, if any, but we know that this is an active police situation.
Just
right
waiting
now.
for it to...
Waterford police, there are
Hey, we match.
police from all over.
Me and the kid are just the same.
More showing up right now as we speak. I think that we may have lost our signal, but I don't know if you can still hear me. I just want to tell
Ordinarily, that'd be super lame, but it was an accident.
we want to tell you that we've got crews all over the area, and we've got crews closer. We just happen to be coming from Detroit, and that's why we just arrived here, but we're going to work to get closer. The sound that we were hearing in our ear was actually for, I didn't know if we still had the signal, but for an emergency alert for everyone to stay in lockdown. All schools, all synagogues in the area are on lockdown right now. We ran into a photographer who was actually going to his kid's school, photographer from Fox 2. His children go to school nearby. They are on lockdown.
Wow.
So that is a situation, a very, very fluid situation right now from where our vantage point. Again, just to show you the look of all the cop cars that are here with sirens, obviously at the scene. And again, we're going to work to get closer.
You call them cop cars.
Area lockdown. People being told to avoid this area while police work to do their job. Marielle.
Camille, this is Derek Heber. I got a question for you. Somebody, you have so much experience with scenes like this, with emergencies. Have you ever seen a police presence like the one that you're seeing right now?
I mean, obviously Oxford, and I happened to be off that day, but I was watching it all unfold, and was going to come in, but they said no, we had enough people. But right now,
No caramel macchiatos.
We're seeing, this is the kind of scene like Oxford, that many people here, that many cops. We're going to get closer, and we'll get closer next time we see you. I'll send it back to you.
This is Lee. We'll let you guys go and do your jobs. We appreciate you coming live with us. But right now we have Eric O'Neill, former counterterrorism, counterintelligence.
Mysteriously no purpose victims.
Who is on with us now. First of all, Eric, thank you for joining us.
That is mysterious. So, apparently, some drones got stolen from an American military base. So that might be part of why they're so concerned.
With overwhelming
Oh.
mission, delivered with overwhelming and unrelenting precision.
Yes.
No hesitation, no half measures. As President Trump declared yesterday.
This guy might be a little bit too,
Enemy in an overwhelming display of tactical skill and military force.
a little bit zealous.
We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated.
Like,
but we do so. We do so on our timeline at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day.
we do it when we feel like it.
The most fighters, the most bombers, the most.
Yeah, that's old.
This. No, not that. No, not that. This is the route that Annie supposedly gave out. Why, I don't know, but it starts at her house. I mean,
Oh, yummy.
what kind of route is that, Miss Annie Banani? Explain yourself. What is that?
You're thinking about moving to Riverside? Of course you are. When people think Riverside, I think of charm.
Of course you are.
I think of space, I think of affordability. But today's video, I'm going to break down
Affordability, the guy's like $4,000 a month.
So before you pack up all your stuff, watch this video because I'm going to break it down from the hot summers to the traffic and everything.
I know what it is. Summers are hot, and then it's crybaby cold at night. Like a crybaby. What is it? Ah, fucking god. An adult wearing a skibbity shirt? What an idiot. Scale fraud? No.
You're not gonna believe what these are weighing out. Hey guys, at Dollar General today. Why don't you come inside with me? I want to check out a possible shrinkflation item. So Dollar General carries these.
Scale fraud is so illegal.
Right here. These would be comparable to the Walmart Great Value. They're generic brand. So I've noticed when I've been in here that some of these are a little questionable, especially on weight. Today I'm going to check out over here. I'm going to check out this powdered sugar. Alright, first let's check out the scale. That weighs 2 pounds.
Where'd he get the scale? He brought it with him?
2.01. Alright, so we're set. So the packaging on this, the water probably weighs about an ounce or so. So we got to think about that. Let's weigh them up.
$1.12. Okay. So they're over. That's a shame.
Indicate for what type of attack we're looking at here?
Well, certainly, you know, I would suggest or suspect that it is, you know, and is being treated as an act of terrorism, especially if the FBI
Need some light
are
in here.
immediately involved. It certainly seems to have a lot of the hallmarks. The vehicle rammed into the building, provides a point of entry, and then you have an active shooter. I can't tell you, and I'm not sure if the reporting has suggested that shots are still being fired or if the shooter has been neutralized. But the fact that the FBI was on this is a good thing. That means that they're giving all the support to local law enforcement that they would require in order to handle this as quickly and as safely as possible.
Eric, the fact that we've gotten confirmation from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, the fact that there
We had a
are
little
this
place
many
to
law
keep all
enforcement
our
officers on scene, the fact that the
guys.
FBI is involved at all, in your professional opinion, would you say that this is not a coincidence that the largest Reform synagogue in North America, in one of the greatest Jewish population cities in the state of Michigan,
I don't want
to make a connection, but would you say that that's not a coincidence?
I don't believe in what we talk about. If you look at what happened in the world, we know from different reports from the FBI and other intel agencies that Iranian extremists are active in the U.S. Now, this is everything from potential threats to citizens to cyber attacks, and there have been, you know, a number of different statements from the FBI and others to take caution and make preparations. There has been a rise in violent extremism here in the U.S. for some years. And often what these either lone wolf individuals who are activated themselves or by extremists. What they need is a triggering event, and the war or the military action in Iran is one of those triggering events that could cause individuals who are sympathetic or active extremist cells to start to take action. And we know that Iran wants to hurt us, and there are only really two ways they can do it. These sort of things here in the U.S. And cyber attacks, which they're very capable of doing as well.
Eric, I want to hang on that point. You said something that a lot of people are feeling and perhaps doesn't get enough conversation where there needs to be. You talked about the rise in violence here in the U.S. From your perspective, can you go deeper and just explain how has that change affected your line of work, what do you see? I mean, it's not just fear of Iran and what's happening. There's been a rise in white supremacy as well here in the U.S. So when it comes to counterterrorism, there are so many different elements now, it seems, you have to look at. It's not necessarily just attacks from other countries. It's right here at home.
Certainly, and the biggest concern is not a group of Iranians who snuck in. That is a concern that somehow moved through our border and are operating as terrorist cells here in the United States. It's actually homegrown terrorists that are a bigger concern. People who can be radicalized online. And the advent of the internet,
Okay, oh, is she live?
Making a big world very small.
Me too.
Got something going on with this one. Come on, Barrett. Okay. No, I did not fart. Okay.
Okay, the darts are going in this little collectible drawer here.
Go, I mean, that's your business. Give baby something to listen to while he's working. Aw. Thank you. Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So last night.
Props gotta try a little harder. You gotta wait, please. Okay? You want some cereal or something?
No.
In the meantime?
No.
Okay, well you gotta wait. I can't cook right now.
I know your husband woke up and was like,
You want
fucking
something else to
bitch.
eat?
I'm like, what?
No?
He's like,
Okay.
I just got off the toilet
Now.
after a half hour, my ass burning.
Yeah?
I really didn't think that green sauce was gonna be that hot.
Look, I just told you that, right?
I feel like it won't be that hot.
Right? Where am I? No.
Leftover.
I don't know. Try that.
Yeah.
No? No. Okay. You want a cookie? This. In the meantime, this. Little piece of chip. A pizza pop. I need a Pop-Tart. Here's some cookies.
This man eats freaking yeah, he was like, no, that's real salsa right there. Like, see, the problem is the restaurants that promote these ghost pepper burgers and stuff, and it's not hot enough, and then when they eat real salsa like you did last night, they got a problem with it.
I would definitely think it was hot then.
Well, thank you. Yes, me too. Just for the tasty, tasty and like that. he wanted salsa. There it is. Unsubbing? Okay, that's fine. Why? What's the problem now, Carlos? R.I.P. Carlos. Thank you. Moderate? Who?
Dude, screw Carlos. Anybody else named Carlos?
What do you say? Bye. Nice knowing you. Hi, Space. I'm being part messages. Yeah. Did you do it right? You don't gotta say it twice. Ask and you shall receive. Right?
No está happy with Nickelodeon, there's struggle. He doesn't happy with Nickelodeon, there's struggle.
Hello, everybody, beautiful people.
Wildlife.
So, you need something? No, second.
Good morning. Want to see what?
Yeah, for real. Probably not.
Want to see what? I want to see what? What, that weird art you made of me? It's a Bible screen. It just doesn't look like you got it. That art was dope.
So, hello. Okay. You ready?
No, the one who used to be there? No. Do you remember Barry? Barry? Do you remember the lady that gave them to you? And she had a little car on her. You remember that? And you put her back in the seat. Remember? Yeah. She's coming. She's gonna be here today. Okay. I can't really say no to her. I could have said like we can do it on a different day, but. All better just get it done, right?
Longest standing member, and then Brad.
Holy. Holy.
Oh, I love you too. Hey! It goes, I think it goes, space. No, it goes Moses, Brad, and then space.
I don't think so.
That's what's up. Nick probably should have one too already.
Maybe.
He's been about that time. There's an Iggy!
Oh no.
I love those little guys.
Oh no.
Quiet. They give members 1 free every month. You know what I want, Daddy? You know what I want? Thank you. No, there it is. See? No, it's right there. See? Nope. It's right there. Brad used his the other day. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Why did it say 2 months?
Thank you.
You put some burger? Yes. Well, you gotta. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'll see you now, okay? Just, I love you. Do you want waffles? No. Is waffles okay for now? No. No? Why? Please? No? Okay.
I'm screaming. you trying to say I'm ugly? That's fine. That I'm calling Darwin on that one. I think we have to figure out Hi! We're back, guys.
Like, who's the question? What up, little bugger? Yo, Tony. I'm inside the microwave. That doesn't work. Wishing for a microwave. That, yeah. Probably next month, maybe.
Oh, it's getting windy.
Okay, not that much.
It's getting windy.
I wish I had one. No, I want to pay for one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got some Mexican bread. I forgot all about it. Want to bring your coffee?
One potato, two potato. Three potatoes over there.
This one? Yeah. That's all they have. They only have those. They got one of each. Tony! Hi, Tony! Okay. Moving and this is going.
Alright, here you go.
Cake one. Oh, with the pie. Cake. Mexican bread. It looked better yesterday. I had sprinkles of frosting on it. Yeah, this is Mexican bread.
Why is it pink?
They're really yummy. I knew I did good by getting that fucking, what do you call it? The muffin. For Mr. Muffin Eater. For Stream Sniper, Mr. Muffin Eater. I was like, oh, there's a muffin. He's like, ah. He's like, hell yeah, you did right by getting the muffin. I ain't named Muffin Eater for no reason. Why is it pink? I don't know. That's how it is.
Okay. What's really cool? He's a punk.
Who are you? Okay. It's Darwin. This other person up here. No, this
Concubines.
Y'all ready to worship?
Nope. Nope. It is all about him.
Oh.
And black rubber elastic jeans.
You can screenshot like we did last time.
Come on. What is it? Ah. You guys gotta wait. Aww. Here you go, buddy. I think it should be warm enough. If it's not warm enough, let me know, okay? Yeah? Go ahead, eat it. I'm trying to clean up around here. If you need my need me something, just let me know, okay? Okay. Oh, I really like this stuff. Eberty.
I know there always is. I don't know why it does that. I have like this is like one of these is my lazy eye, and it always happens. I don't know why. Only to this eye. Does it? Right? Is that a bad thing? No. It's not that crazy.
I don't even think the women who were at child care know about this story. When a female warden filed a sexual harassment complaint against a lower-ranking officer, then she gets fired, and that got
That's a garbage elastic. Ew. Fucking missed the garbage can. Way to go, bro. Yeah, space. God only knows. As if you don't know. Clown! What? Carl! Not a lot. I'm not a big fan of this song. Oh, what happened? I try to type and it does all this shit. Damn hotkeys. Oh god, I hate this song. What's up, buddy?
Treating hair loss can be simple. When you're ready,
be very angry
no.
about
Capillus
You wanna know what that's
clinically
gonna do?
proven laser therapy
You
in
don't
just
wanna
6
know?
minutes a day.
Well, I'm gonna tell you anyways, okay?
FDA cleared
These little packs you can see floating around, they say like 62% or whatever they say on.
Without disruption.
Did you see that one I had?
Recover your confidence today with Capillus.
Okay, well, when I find one again, I'll show you what it is and I'll tell you what it is, okay? It's a little pack. Sometimes they're in those tubes you get.
When I see the shore, Jesus is mine. He's been my fourth man in the fire, time after time. Born of His Spirit, washed in His blood, and what He did for me on Calvary is more than enough. Oh, I trust in God, my Savior, one who will
Is that good? Okay, good. Shit, it's 12:30? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that'll happen somehow. Oh man, fuck. Oh boy, it's snowing out.
If you qualify for SNAP, Medicaid, and more, Walmart Plus membership is only $647 a month.
Fucking shit.
Yeah, something like that.
All of the things that would move me further from you, I think you could not be enough. It's not lost on me what you saved me from. I'm running, stumbling, I know, but I'm coming to give you this offering, my worship I'll never withhold. Broken, but you call it beautiful. Where the tears of the desperate reach the feet of the Savior. Nothing I wouldn't offer. There's no waves that deep.
Fuck, I hate this song.
More than heart is surrender. Means the end of the maker.
Can't do it. Can somebody mute this for me or what? Can't do it. Shut up. Oh my fucking god. Au revoir.
Negate those risks. So we're looking at a range of options there, and
The real physical Bitcoin.
can you trust me?
Well, ma'am, look what I just found under your seat.
You mean the bag you just slid in there?
Excuse me?
I'm Chief Daniels, head of this department. Hand me your badge and your weapon. You're done.
It's AI. Well, took care of that guy. Shower? Can you have a shower? No. What? Come on. The heck?
This is all going to be super preliminary stuff. And anytime you have a situation like this, information changes as well. Here's what we know so far. The car came to the facility, breached the facility by driving into it, was engaged by security. We believe there is one individual deceased in the vehicle. It's been complicated because there was some fire, to say the least, with that vehicle. We believe that individual is deceased. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff injured whatsoever. We have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay. So far, that's our information to this point.
In 20 minutes? Something like that? Fuck. Mm-hmm. It's a good thing I don't live in countries with guns right now. See what ass equals here.
Did the suspect have a weapon? We can't get into a lot of that stuff, but he breached the building, drove down.
Nope. No, I'm sure not. What is going on in that camera?
What do we know about this fire? Something ignited in the vehicle, had some work in progress. We're through an abundance of caution, clearing the
Well, okay, that camera's done for now. Okay, well, we're down to one camera, 2 cameras, whatever. No, not even close. And I'm overheating too much to fucking keep pushing myself to work right now. But I have to. I have no choice right now. Holy fuck. I should probably actually end this stream because it's gonna be over before they're done. Yeah, okay, I'll restart.